Good. Alright. What is even going on right now? Hey everyone, I am streaming again. We gotta go fast tonight because we got maximum competition. Completely worst time I could possibly stream, but the only time I could possibly stream. I have changed the title to the stream. I have changed the description, I've changed the everything to the stream, and yet it is showing the exact same thing that it did yesterday. And I don't get it. Can anybody tell me, is the name, yeah, Francesca got fired. Chat is very observant. And the title would have reflected that. I don't see what's going on. Getting up with NCC and going to sleep with NCC. Francesca got fired. That should be the stream title. It's not. I'm trying to figure out why it's not. We gotta go. Because we're competing with a lot tonight. So thank you for being here. I appreciate you. You are the real ones. There we go. That looks correct. I don't know what was going on when the stream started, chat. But we need to just fix some stuff here. There's that. The title says Ethan. Yeah, well, check again. Check again and see if it says something different now. Because it definitely should. Someone's early. Am I? Does it feel early? It feels late, chat. It would have been great to stream about this earlier. I just, like, you know, my operation has hit the road, and, you know, there's only so much help I can get. Honestly, there's only so much assistance that I could ask people for, as far as trying to, you know, get stuff together for a stream. But yeah, we're gonna cover the Francesca thing. We are also gonna finish the Ethan thing, okay? So, let's see, what else are we doing? I just want to make sure that we get started on... I can see the chat, and what else am I forgetting? Oh yeah, chat, bonus content. Alright, so I sort of set this up yesterday. Here's that. And we're gonna just drop this. There we go. What? That was never the dono goal. What the hell? Why does it say that? Oh my god, that's not even what it's set for. What is going on? Oh my god. Can I reset this? Oh my god, what's going on? I don't understand. Dono goal 0 out of 100. That means that we have a dono goal today. Hopefully it shows up on the screen. Yes, it does. There it is. That's the dono goal. This dono goal thing goes forwards every time you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, right? All of these things cause this number to go forward. It's 0 out of 100. If we get to 100, we'll cover one extra bonus topic, right? I'll stay on a little bit later. I absolutely can. For me, it's morning. For me, it's morning. For me, it's the middle of the day, so I'll stay on a little bit longer, and I will cover that with you. All I need to know is when you donate, because I haven't had the time to get a proper dono poll, a bonus content poll together, right? I want to know what you want to hear about. I want to know what you want to talk about. I want to know what else you are interested in besides, we're going to be talking about Francesca Fiorentini getting fired by Cenk. We're going to be talking about, you know, hopefully get some of John Iadarolla's reaction to this. Get some of you know, Cenk's commentary. He's the one who pulled the trigger and fired Francesca. And for the voice, you know, the word from Francesca herself. Francesca herself we want to hear from as well. So we're going to be doing all that tonight. We could possibly do more. We got some shaky gurgers in chat. I will let you know, Buffy Geek, if you want the shaky... Oh, God. I don't have it set up so that stuff appears on screen. It's, yeah, Buffy Geek wants to know how to spell shaky gurga. It's without the E. S-H-A-K-Y. No E. Comparatively speaking, it's midnight over here. It's okay. It's changed to... Yeah, it changed. Thank you, Shadow Files. Great to see you too, Sarah. The big move went really well, just like the stream time is a little bit challenging, right? I'm actually streaming just not necessarily at the time that I would normally want to be streaming on a Thursday night, but we're gonna... Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. I gotta say, somebody asked me yesterday, what do I like the most about Thailand? What has like surprised me in a good way? The fruit. You know how in the US, if you get a pineapple, it'll burn your mouth? No burn here. There's no mouth burn here, right? But goddamn. Is the music too loud? It is, isn't it? Oh no, don't get... Oh shit, I need to get my mouse. Alright, 1 second, chat. Oh, if I can get... Jeez. Alright, 1 second. What's up, everybody? I hope everybody's having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. We are here live and alive. At least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life forms streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever you are. We're about to get into it here on youtube.com, twitch.tv, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, so I gotta make my I gotta make my space okay for having a mouse in it. Let's see. Having a mouse right there. Plug and play. We're plugging and playing with the mouse. But yeah, chat, the watermelon's good, the pineapple is good, and the bananas. God damn it, come on, just fucking... Brr. Sorry. Yeah, moved. Move. Alright, hopefully that works. Hopefully that works. And the bananas, yeah, what am I trying to say about the bananas? Bananas are a little different. Look at this little guy. Right? This is not a big banana that I ate all the way down to the... Right? That's how big the banana was to start out with, right? So... Bananas have seeds. Bananas have seeds. And they're very crunchy. They're very hard seeds. So first time I've ever bitten into a banana seed. Anyway, like I said, we're gonna finish the Ethan Klein stuff as well as cover the Francesca Fiorentini story, and we're gonna do it a little bit. You know, we're gonna be going back and forth, right? So if you're here for Francesca and you get a little bit of Ethan, please try to understand. Just be patient. We got a lot of stuff to cover. I've missed a lot of stuff. We'll be getting back. We'll start off with Francesca, then we'll get back to Francesca. How does that sound, right? That's what we're gonna do tonight, chat. And again, I know that Thursday is usually my night off. Everything about this, the time of the stream is less than ideal, but I got my coffee, I got my fruit. Mm. Mm. Randall Smith says Francesca Fiorentini and Emma Viglin. What happened with Emma? Any word on that, chat? What happened with Emma? What are people talking about with Emma? I'm trying to keep up on everything. Oh, yo, Cheryl Middleton. Hey, lady, how are you doing? Please stay safe out there. The music is nice. Thank you. Let me put the music back on if I can. I'm sorry that nothing works the way that I expect it to work. It's pitched and reverb. No, it's pitched. Sorry, pitched remix. That's not a remix. Do people know what a remix is? Anyway. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna turn the music down. I turned the music down. So I'm gonna try to take dutiful note of when people donate so that I keep our dono goal current. Look at that, current dono goal, 10 out of 100. If this gets to 100% by the end of the stream, we will get bonus content. What bonus content? The bonus content that you asked for, and this is important. If you're donating, it's on you. It's on you to generate the idea, right? You know, it's on you to, like, you know, pick the content. What content am I covering after Ethan and Francesca? But yeah, you just let me know when you donate. You know what you want to see as bonus content. I don't have a goal poll. I don't have like a lot of the things that I normally do. All right, so I'm gonna have to count on chat for those things today. And thank you in advance. It worked out yesterday. Missed what is happening personally during the move. Oh, I hope you're okay. I can go over a little of that, right? I probably want to start off just Just saw Francesca's video. It's unfair, but probably better for her in the long run. Emma's sick for a few days. She's getting married on Trump's birthday. God damn. When's Trump's birthday? You seriously bought... Oh, you bought a Luigi plush toy. Okay, to go with my Waluigi. Right. I don't know if there's any way that I can... I would love to put him, you know, sort of like in the screen somewhere here. I don't know how to... Yeah, he's just gonna get in the way. I'll leave him here for now, chat. We'll bring Waluigi back on screen when we can. That empanada video react as bonus. That's what Akil says. All right, well, I need somebody who donates to make that statement. Irene for Congresswoman, yes. But yeah, so that's what we're doing today. We're going to cover... we got kind of stuck in the middle of the Ethan React yesterday. We left off where Ethan is talking about the protests in Gaza, protests against Hamas. And yeah, you know, Hassan's talked about this. This isn't something that Hassan is denying. that there are people in, you know, Gaza that are not fans of Hamas. It's also true that there is... It's also true that as long as there's an existential threat from Israel, Hamas or some militant wing is going to exist, right? So the people that kind of think of like, oh yeah, no, just let Israel get rid of Hamas and then everything will be, yeah, just disarm the fucking Palestinian people and the government that has been fucking them over will stop fucking them over. Like that's some fucking Skeksis logic, right? Skeksis want to help Gelfling, but actually Gelfling very dangerous to Skeksis. So Gelfling put down dagger and Skeksis help, right? It's like, no, don't put down the dagger, Gelfling. Don't put down, I'm sorry, chat, I'm trying not to go to Dark Crystal here, right? But like, that's the kind of logic. That's the kind of logic. Like when somebody is, you know, doing a genocide, the idea that the pressure should be placed on the militant organization that, you know, as problematic as it is, has like arisen in order to try to fight back, right? That is the opposite of what you need to be doing, right? The pressure should be applied to Israel through the United States. And if you're in America, that's the only place you can put pressure, right? You can't be like, hey, Hamas, you really should, you know, like step down from leadership in Gaza, right? Nobody's gonna hear you, nobody's gonna care, it's not gonna matter. But anyway, Ethan's on about this whole, oh, look at this, the Gazans don't like Hamas. Yeah, for real, some Gazans probably don't. And some Gazans, like, that's their only, like, fucking light in the darkness. And again, as you know, socially conservative and reactionary as you know, it might be in ways and at times. But yeah, so anyway, that's where we started off. That's where we'll pick up. We'll talk about, we'll watch a little Hassan, we'll watch the rest of the Ethan Klein, and we'll catch up on that. I'm gonna start us off with, we got the shaky Gurgas in chat. What's up, Omega Star? I'm sorry that you can't see the shaky Gurgas on screen. I will get that fixed as soon as I can. But I do appreciate people posting shaky Gurgas, and I do appreciate people posting weasels. And left is best, because left is best. Really, the gloves are really nice. I'm looking for something similar, like these gloves, or like the... I kind of went a little, like, I just, like, you know... Can't wait for the Gurgas to come back, right? Oh my god, chat, I gotta finish this banana. Yeah, the fruit here is next level. I gotta say that. I gotta know. Anybody who's ever had bananas with seeds, do you eat the seeds? It feels like you could eat the seeds. It legitimately feels like you could eat the seeds. All right, one more. You eat the seeds, but I got big crunchy seeds. Chat, I want to show you these seeds. They're like watermelon seeds, kind of. Look at this. That's what I'm dealing with. Banana seeds, right? They're big, they're hard, they're crunchy. The black ones, I use fingerless gloves for skateboarding. You'd like something more feminine. Yeah, these gloves are on their last leg. I'm gonna have to replace them soon. You eat them. Myra says, I eat them. They seem kind of tasty. That's why I wanted to eat them, but I didn't want to do something ridiculous where I eat them and I have diarrhea. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I don't know. Is that a thing? Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. I don't know what anything does. Aptitude, not powers. Boepe, same difference. Aptitude, not powers? Alright, so I'm going through chat here. Let's get us started out with going to give you just Francesca's statement, all right? We're going to start out with this. We will come back and we will see what Cenk Uygur himself had to say. We will try to see what John Iadarolla had to say, because this was mainly about John Iadarolla's program. So Francesca Fiorentini, host of the Tchuation Room, sometimes collaborator with TYT, used to sometimes be on the main show, now kind of relegated to the Damage Report with John Iadarolla, right? And you know, she and Iadarolla are pretty close friends. They, you know, have very similar perspectives on the world, and you know, that had been kind of the place that it was left at, right? Francesca not on the main show, not, you know, not in good graces with Cenk Uygur, but at least allowed to show up on the Damage Report from time to time. That is no longer the case. That is no longer the case. She has been fired by Cenk Uygur himself. We need a reaction to the hilarious clip of Cranky Bernie walking. Wait, what is this? Hilarious clip of Cranky Bernie walking out of the interview with the dumb reporter. I've given $15 to the Najaf Institute 3 times, every time 6. Oh yeah, for real, Randall Smith. But yeah, this is where we're at. This is what we're doing. I'm gonna give you a little preview of what we're gonna be talking about today with Francesca before we jump into the Ethan Klein material. And again, sorry for the, you know, sorry for the show being all over the place, but there's so much stuff that I gotta cover and I gotta show. And yeah, let's just see what Francesca has to say. The video is called "I'm Okay with Being Banned from TYT." Let's go.
That all of their exes were psycho. You know when you meet someone and they swear that all of their exes were psychos, and then you slowly realize that, oh wait, I'm talking to the person who was the problem in the relationship. Yeah. Unrelatedly, the Young Turks. And I'm going to make this as brief as possible because there are a million far more important and pressing things going on right now. As you know, actual fascism. But to make it brief, Cenk Uygur, the head of TYT, recently hath forboden me from appearing on any TYT shows because, in part, I said that him capitulating to right-wing framing on many issues meant he was, quote, acting like a bitch.
Oh, and the truth is,
he was, and I'll explain that a little bit later. But first, some backstory. So I have been a contractor at TYT for 10 years now, appearing on all of the shows as a fill-in host, as a guest host during election coverage, on the TYT main show, on the Damage Report, and on Indisputable, along with a lot of other shows. I have always hopped on at the last minute, always helped out in a pinch. I guest host last minute, and yes, I was paid. And if you're watching this and you are a TYT contributor and you are not getting paid, stop going on TYT until you do. I've never been a full-time employee, never got healthcare, never got maternity leave when I had my child. But back in 2018, I was hired for a 6-month contract to pilot a show for $3,000 a month. Then, however, their funding bottomed out and I was let go. And they broke their contract. My reps at the time thought I should sue to get the full 6 months of payment and work that I was owed, but I didn't because I told them that TYT was good people and I wanted to maintain my relationship, and I did. That is until things started to turn for TYT politically. And this started happening around the pandemic. Around the pandemic, Anna Kasparian seemed to become focused on the issue of homelessness, especially in a city that I used to call home, which is San Francisco. She had an objectively scary experience with an unhoused person, and in fact, I went back to see when she told her audience about this. And I do remember the day that Anna told the story on air. In fact, I was also on after she told that story, but I didn't hear it at the time. It was within an interview that she was doing with an author by the name of Michael Schellenberger, who had written the book San Francisco, Why Progressives Are Ruining Cities.
Okay,
instead
chat,
of focusing on housing market prices, on how homelessness often leads...
Chat, Schellenberger. Now, I don't know the most about this guy, But I do remember this was one of the creeps that Elon Musk hired as a midwife, not for his children, thousands of legions of Elon, children, right? Not for the children, not an actual midwife, but the midwife for the Twitter files. If you don't remember, the Twitter files were a set of secret documents, supposedly secret documents, from Twitter that Elon released in hopes that just because you're like, we got the secret documents, and people would be like, oh yeah, so like Twitter was, cramming down conservative viewpoints. They were trying to make it look like there was something untoward and censorious going on on Twitter, right? And Schellenberg, Taibbi, and Barry Weiss are the three conduits or midwives that I remember for the Twitter files. So that's Schellenberg. I don't know that much about him, but she's describing a book by Schellenberg that is basically I talk about the Kasperian effect, right? I talk about the Anna-Kasperian effect, and what I'm talking about is wealthy liberals on. At first, I started off saying on the West Coast, but I really feel like it applies to either coast. I feel like it applies to the West Coast and the East Coast that are wealthy urban liberals that on at the very least in local politics are becoming more conservative on issues like homelessness, on issues like crime, right? They want their local government at the very least to be conservative. If not, they're a little bit more, it's a syndrome, right? It's a pathology because it gets worse. It gets worse. It starts off as just like, I'm going to vote for Rick Caruso. I'm still, voting Democrat nationally. I'm still voting Democrat for my, congressional representative and my senator. But like on local politics, I'm gonna, be a heterodox thinker here and vote for a Republican, right? And it's basically because you live in a city. You want it to be a playground for people like you. And the thing that's stopping you from doing that is the fact that there's homeless people. So you're like, if we could have like those mean ass Republicans, but just in the city, kick out the homeless people, throw anybody that's even suspected of committing a crime in jail forever, then it'll be really nice. Keep all the pores out, basically. That's what the Anna-Kasperian effect is, right? And Schellenberg's novel, San Francisco, Why Progressives Are Ruining American Cities, that encapsulates everything that I'm talking about with the Kasperian effect. So this is great info. This is great lore from Francesca and like really informing us about Anna's transformation, and that it's not a singular thing. It's not just Anna-Kasperian. I call it the Anna-Kasperian effect because that's where I observed it before, but it is for sure going on with a whole bunch more people. It's a whole strain of people that, that would have been like left-wing. It has a lot to do with the tech bros too, right? Tech bros used to be left-wing. Tech bros used to be very progressive in nature and have just drifted further and further to the right. So, and if you see polling that shows you, look, New York, going to Kamala Harris, but Donald Trump made inroads, right? Donald Trump got 5% higher here. He got 7% higher here. Go over to California. He got like 4% higher here. He got 6% higher here, right? That's what that is. Those are rich liberals, right? Might just say neoliberals at this point, in urban areas that they're shutting the fuck out. They're hogging out. Listen, here's the deal. If you're socially conservative, I don't care how much money you make, you're a hog. You're a hog, just as the same as the rest of the hogs. I'm not going to have one name for, economically downscaled conservatives in Alabama and Indiana and Kentucky and wherever, and a different name for liberal hogs on the coast. No, you're a fucking hog. That's what you are. You're hogifying. You're becoming a hog. I'm not going to look at you any different. Although these people definitely do not consider themselves part of those unwashed MAGA masses, right? But they absolutely are. There's no difference between them.
To things like addiction and mental illness. Schellenberger focuses on Democrats who thinks go too easy on the unhoused. I remember that I jumped onto the show right after he got off, after that interview, and the TYT audience was really pissed
Yeah,
because they
should
felt
be.
like the framing and the platforming of someone like Schellenberger was a disservice to the issue of
And
home.
I will like almost guarantee you at the time, Anna probably offered some pushback. And if you had asked Anna and asked Cenk about the platforming of Schellenberger, they would have said, well, we got to talk to people we don't agree with, right? They would have framed it as we don't agree with this guy, but we're not gonna be siloed, right? We're gonna talk to people that we don't agree with, right? At this point, I'm pretty sure Anna does agree with Schellenberger, especially that book.
Homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. Anna apparently took that as the chat downplaying what happened to her rather than how the issue.
So she gets mad at her own community. This is a very similar, track to Ethan Klein. Starts off with, you say something like, Aaron Bushnell, he really did a good job burning himself. That was a really great self-immolation that he does. And he expects, but audience laughter. Crickets. Crickets, and then audience, what the fuck, Ethan? What the fuck, Ethan? What the fuck, Ethan? And he's looking at that. He's like, my audience is supposed to agree with me. Why are they not agree? They're judging me. I made a joke. Is comedy not legal anymore? Can I not make a joke about somebody self-immolating? Can I not make a joke about that? Yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
Issues were presented. She's since gone on right-wing shows like Glenn Beck, Piers Morgan.
Yeah, Charlie, I am sorry if I'm making anybody skip any of their normal, stuff that they watch today. I literally could not stream it any other time, and I feel bad about it considering what I'm covering and all. And yeah, look, I'll try to cover. Hey, how about that? How about that? Right, we're 10% towards the dono goal. Nobody suggested a dono yet. When you donate, you can make a suggestion, right? I don't have the suggestions yet, but I got one on mind, right? So we're going to cover this Francesca thing, then we're going to go to Ethan, and then we're going to cover the rest of the Cenk Uygur, Francesca, John Iadarolla thing. After we do Ethan, after we do Francesca, after we do Cenk, we could watch Leftist Mafia and see what Francesca had to say. So any of you who have missed that tonight, you will get it. You will get it. And I appreciate you spending time with me because I know, there's so much going on. There's so much content and it makes a big difference to me. Like I said, I would love to stream at a different time. I would normally stream at a different time. I cannot do it today. It's not going to be possible. So much love to everybody who is liking the stream. And who's with us today. Anyway, let's finish this bit by Francesca, and then we'll get on to Ethan.
Jillian Michaels.
We'll come back to this story after.
Among others, to
Yeah, Queen Turf, Jillian Michaels. Remember her? Everybody remember Jillian Michaels? She's an exercise guru from The Biggest Loser. And Anna Turf.
Of someone like Schellenberger was a disservice to the issue of homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. Anna apparently took that as the chat downplaying what happened to her rather than how the issues were presented. She's since gone on right-wing shows like Glenn Beck, Piers Morgan, and Jillian Michaels, among others, to retell this story and use it as rationale for why she feels the left left her, that maybe she's never been left, why she's politically homeless, politically unhoused. Since then, she's gone on to cover critical stories from a right-wing framing, like the alleged...
Okay, I don't know, chat. Look, I use unhoused over homeless whenever I can. Why do I do that? Because the right wing and just America at large have turned homeless into a fucking slur. Right. I mean, it's not quite there yet. I wouldn't say homeless is like along the lines of the N-word or the R slur or the F slur or anything like that. Right. But it's on its way. Right. They've turned it into a pejorative. And this is what happens to marginalized groups. The word that used to just be a neutral word to describe your identity gets used by people who hate you. And they say the homeless. Right. Transgender. They say it in a fucking mean way, and they do it enough, and that word gets a stink to it, right? So they just have to say the word. Oh, are you homeless, right? And now it's not just like, an objective definition of like someone who is without a house, without shelter, right? Which should be of like, oh, someone we should feel bad for and try to help. Nope, somebody we should be scared of and try to avoid, somebody we should hate, and blame for all of society's ills. That's what it turns into, right? So that's why unhoused has come up as a new word to say that doesn't have that stink, that doesn't have that pejorative to it. Now, eventually, it's going to get crapped up too. And so, so my whole deal is like, you know, if you're using a metaphor, politically homeless, like, I'm not going to get mad at you for saying that. I'm not the SJW that you've read about, that if I detect a word of wrong speak in your vocabulary, that you're fucking done for, you're canceled. Like, it's not like that. It's I get what she's doing there, but yeah, I mean, I just want people to understand that the whole thing about like unhoused thing, that's just a, you know, when I'm talking about unhoused people, I'll say unhoused. If I'm using a metaphor like politically homeless, I don't think that it's a problem that Fran said politically homeless. But, you know, she's probably also trying to get herself out of the habit that, you know, that was just what we, you know, that was the word that was used. Homeless, 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 right? It was always the word that was used. And since, you know, it's become a pejorative, and some people are trying to move to another word that doesn't have the pejorative, that's probably why she said it. Anyway.
Takeovers of buildings by Venezuelan gangs in Aurora, Colorado, like the mentally ill, undocumented man.
Bavarius says transgenders. That one is deliberate. I think here's the deal, Bavarius. I feel like the worst version of that is when somebody says transgendered. All right. Now, I've even heard decent people that don't hate trans people say, "Oh, her, she's transgendered," right? The ED ending, okay, on transgender is turning transgender into a verb, right? ED ending indicating past tense. So you have been transgendered, right? Yeah, I don't know. That's a little sussy. That's a little weird. And that's how, honestly, that's how a lot of, like, you know, transphobic people think about trans people. Oh, did something happen to you? Did something unfortunate happen to you? Did you get transgendered? Yeah, it's so I mean, like, that's the really ugly form of it. And again, like, as I say it, I don't judge everybody who says it, because it gets spread around and it gets said, and people say, like, a lot of people are saying transgendered, and then people hear it and they think that is what the word is, because they're just not they're not familiar with the word transgender, right? You know, there was you know, it took a lot to get that into consciousness, instead of some other words that start with trans, right? As a way of calling trans people and sort of associating trans people with, you know, somebody that might engage in like cross-dressing or something like that, right? But yeah. Now that transgender is a thing, a lot of times it's spoken, it's enunciated transgendered, and it sort of shows you that, like, a lot of people have some really strange thoughts about trans people.
Los Angeles, who was found lighting fires, but who was not
What's up, Vadim?
responsible for the wildfires themselves in January. Throwing progressive mayors like Brandon Johnson of Chicago under the bus because he listens to teachers too much. Anna's actually really skilled at what she does, so the laziness with which she treats these stories really just stands out all the more. Let me give you some backstory, though, of Anna and my friendship. We've never been close, despite a hike, a dinner, and the time that she generously gave me a gift.
Well, she didn't have sushi with the boys. That, if you know that, then you would have to be friends, right?
For my new baby.
If you got offered a tour, sushi, and poker with the boys,
and then explained to me that she was going to debate Ben Shapiro because, in her words, she, quote, felt she could win over his audience. Two moments with Anna stand out for me in terms of how I've always treated her. In 2016...
I gotta say something. No offense to Anna. I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think everybody that does political content needs to be able to debate. But I have never known Anna as a debater. I have never known Anna as a debater at all. And that's okay. That's okay. There's a lot of people that I love and respect in politics that are not debaters. Like, so I'm not making a harsh judgment for that. But the fact that Anna says I can go on Ben Shapiro and I can win over some of his audience, oh my God. Oh my God. Naive.
I was working with AJ Plus, and we were at the RNC. I had just started going on TYT a little bit and meeting everyone. And TYT was there, and Anna was there, and she was frustrated because she hadn't been booked on many appearances on camera, and instead, a panel of men mostly clogged up the day. I stood next to her and told her how annoying that was, and just tried to build her up.
You got 10 gifted subs on Twitch, bestie? Oh my god, chat, I gotta figure out some way to pull up Twitch. Is that what you're telling me, Buffy Geek? I need to add 10 gifted subs to it's not giving me the alert. Who do I thank for that, Buffy? If you can let me know. Who can I thank for the 10 gifted subs? Because I want to do that at least, even if I can't call them out and be like, you got jellyfished, and you got jellyfished, and you got jellyfished. But yeah, thank you, whoever's gifting subs over on Twitch. Zara. Did Zara do it? Wait, is this a happy birthday that I'm needing to wish you? 5 from me and 5 from Omega. Yeah, thank you to Buffy Geek, and thank you to Omega Star. Omega Star did 5, Buffy did 5 plus 2. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Again, chat, I apologize. I need to figure out how to fix this so that Zara just resubbed. Okay, so wow, amazing. Oh, for 38 months. I get it. I thought you were talking about the other kind of birthday. Leela says Anna is a terrible debater. Yeah, and no shade. You don't have to be a good... That's not what makes Anna a bad person, all right? Her debating skills, I'm never going to make fun of her for. I'm never going to shit on her for. That you either, are good at debate or you're not. Over appraising your debating skills and putting yourself in a position where you're feeding Ben Shapiro, that's pretty bad, but that's a mistake. You know what's not a mistake, though? Hogifying. And Anna's been hogifying. She is the patient zero of the Kasperian effect.
In solidarity. Then in 2019, we went out to lunch in Los Angeles at an awesome spot that she knew of. And Anna confided to me that she was frustrated about leadership at TYT. How she wasn't involved in day-to-day decision-making, and how Cenk viewed her more as a kid sister rather than a co-equal partner. And at the time, she wanted to branch out on her own and do videos on a new channel. I implored her at that moment to stay. I said that it's always women that tend to walk away from organizations, even when they've helped build them up to the point that they're at. I told her to fight for more of a decision-making role and to not walk away. And she did. And it looks like the editorial decisions that we see being made at TYT are in part because she now has the reins. In a way, I'm proud of her, even if I don't like the coverage. In November of last year, in an effort to understand where Anna was coming from and why she was doing what she was doing, I invited her to come on my show, The Tchuation Room. She agreed, but also told me that she had a family emergency that sounded bad, and I told her to not worry and that we would find a time in the new year. That week, she went on Glenn Beck's show, and it kind of puzzled me.
I remember this.
She obviously now is likely not going to come on my show, in part because Cenk did. And I wanted to talk to him about his own very cordial conversations with the right since the election or re-election of Donald Trump, in which he tells various figures, from Charlie Kirk to Patrick Bet-David to Tim Pool to RFK Jr. lover, again, Jillian Michaels, about how he agrees that the left is often cruel and too extreme, saying that at a time where people are literally being disappeared for their political beliefs by this right-wing agenda. Anyone can watch the discussion. I put it in the link below, and it's honestly just a really disturbing portrait of his very with me or against me mentality. I even foreshadowed in the video the idea that he would boot me from TYT one day, and he did. It was also staggering how much he was shadowboxing with me as some kind of stand-in for the max left that has lost their minds. In that video, he laughed at me for suggesting that Trump would create detention camps. After the discussion in December, TYT main show never asked me back on. And then when I made a harmless little video pointing out that yes, there are detention camps, that seemed to be one of the final straws. Personally, Cenk and I were never close. In 2022, I think we went out to lunch and he asked me if I wanted to work with TYT full-time. And it gave me pause. Look, I work with a number of outlets. I am a stand-up comedian. I value my free time. And I have my own show with TYT full. To be one of the final straws. Personally, Cenk and I were never close. In 2022,
In 2022. So wait, is this before the pivot or after?
think we went out to lunch and he asked me if I wanted to work with TYT full time. And it gave me pause. Look, I work with a number of outlets. I am a stand up comedian. I value my free time and I have my own show. I wanted time to do those things, but also I pay through the nose for things like healthcare, and a little bit of job stability would be amazing. I also know how hard the company works people who work there, and I know how it treated the union drive. I also know how much they deny full-time employees bonuses every year, even when they're delivering millions of views. I know that they're kind of cheap, and Cenk usually doesn't like it when people negotiate with him. So I said, sure, I want to work for TYT full-time, but it depends on the offer, which, by the way, you should always ask for an offer before you pledge loyalty to anyone or any company. An offer never came because, in my view, loyalty wasn't a given. All this to say,
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand what she's talking about. I don't know that much about contract negotiations. I need to learn. But she wanted an offer from TYT. The offer never came. Now, I know that when you're negotiating a contract, right? You want the other party to make the offer first, right? You're generally going to get a better deal. You're generally going to do negotiations better if you get a sense of, what the other person is asking for, and then you can counter that with, like, they say we're going to pay you, 50,000 a year, and you get this, and this benefit, but not this one. And you come back and you say, actually, I want 70,000 a year, and I want all of those benefits, right? And then they come back at you with, we can give you 60,000 a year, and still not this benefit. And you come up back and say, I will work for you for 65 plus all the, you know what I mean? You're in a better bargaining spot. I think that's what she's talking about. Does that sound right? How is Thailand? Well, I mean, I'm eating so much delicious food. I'll talk to you a little bit about Thailand. We're almost done with this chat. We're gonna get this done, and then we're gonna I'll do a little chat. I'll do a little chat interaction. I'll talk to chat after this, and then we'll get started on the Ethan content. Before coming back to the Francesca thing, we're kind of all over the place today. Apologies.
Doesn't like it when people negotiate with him. So I said, sure, I want to work for TYT full time, but
But yet he doesn't want people to negotiate with him. Like, he's a businessman. He's trying to entice employees, and he doesn't like it when he wants to be able to be like 40,000 and no benefits, right? And then be like, thank you, sir. That is so generous of you to give me 40,000 and no benefits. That's a great day. Yeah, like, right? I don't know. He's a piece of shit. He's a cheap bastard, isn't he?
depends on the offer, which, by the way, you should always ask for an offer before you pledge loyalty to anyone.
You should always ask for an offer before you pledge loyalty to anyone.
Or any company.
What does she mean by that? I wish I was a little bit better at understanding, like, business talk. I'm just not. You should always ask for an offer before you pledge loyalty to anyone. Wait, what does that fucking mean? A contract? Like, she was gonna get a contract, right? Was it in question? Is that the question? Is that what she means by ask for an offer? Is it he wanted her to come on board as an employee, but somehow didn't want to get? I don't understand, chat. I really don't get it.
An offer never came because, in my view, loyalty wasn't a given. All this to say, I'm not sad to leave TYT behind.
Don't agree to work for someone, Buffy Geek says, before you get an offer. Ugh, I made that mistake already. I made that mistake, but chat, that mistake is paying for my hotel rooms right now, so I'm kind of okay with it. I'm kind of okay.
Especially now, with, of course, the exception of...
And honestly, I haven't done that much work.
Of the damage report with John Iadarolla, who I care about and I think is so talented. But we live in a time of right-wing
Zara's
monsters,
got a
authoritarians.
explanation for this. So Zara says she is saying you shouldn't commit to a partnership or contract job until they make you an offer and you can know what they are going to provide. So yeah, I did fuck up on this. I moved countries without an offer, chat. But look, like I said, you know, so far the company, the sole proprietor, I don't know, has treated me pretty well. So,
And yes, fascists. And anyone capitulating to their framework about human rights, about policing, around militarism, is not serious about liberation or democracy. Please, never watch.
okay, so you think by an offer she means a formal pledge rather than just a verbal pledge? Yeah, yeah, in writing. Get it in writing. Is that what she's saying?
Watch anyone who can't admit when they're wrong. Never watch anyone who tells you that their strategy is right and that they are the way, the truth, the light. Never listen
Yeah, he literally is like, I am the left. Didn't he say that, Chad? Am I tripping? Didn't Cenk Uygur actually like literally say something like, I am the left?
Anyone who doesn't have a sense of humor when they
Le gauche, c'est moi. Or is it la gauche? I think it's la gauche. C'est moi, said King Cenk Louis the 15th.
they are acting like a bitch. I am one person with a scrappy YouTube channel who pieces together my annual living. I have a fraction of the following of TYT, which is a $1 million media company. The idea that they choose to focus on me or other leftist creators in their field is honestly really disheartening and very revealing. Look, I wish the best for the people of TYT, but as for the main hosts, I kind of just wish them peace, because it's been a long, long road with many skeletons in many closets. And honestly, I
A skeleton in every closet, I would say, yeah. Multiple in some.
don't think they know where that road is going. And it's going to
I'm afraid Anna does.
be really
I'm
sad
afraid that Anna's got a landing place in mind, right?
when they respond to this video or try to smear me as if there weren't so many other pressing things to talk about. But I just had to get it off my chest, explain to you what's going on, and tell you that I am the host of the Bitchuation Room podcast and also America Unhinged on Zateo. And you can also catch me doing live comedy, hopefully in a city near you.
Hell yeah.
Until then,
Hell yeah.
later.
Later. Vape Nation. Vape Nation. Vape Nation chat. Okay, sorry, it's not Vape Nation. I'm sorry, I got Ethan on the brain. We're gonna talk about Ethan in a second. But before we do, yeah, I said I wanted to talk to chat. So yeah, I've been getting a lot of questions about chat, about me, the place that I am. You can tell that it's different. You can tell that my bed's not made. And you can tell that I have less backlighting today than I did yesterday, even though my lighting is not ideal. Even though my lighting is not ideal, I can tell. Yeah, I kind of look. I don't know what the word for it is, right? But the lighting is not on point. Hopefully, the stream will get better and better as I'm able to plug in more and more things. Sound better and better too. Again, I'm talking to you on the microphone of my laptop. Not ideal. I do have my actual microphone here. I am just down one XLR cord. I need two XLR cords to connect my magic gain device, and I only have one. So yeah, we're gonna hopefully get that in and have things sounding better, looking better, feeling better. I'm right now in a hotel room. Then sometime during this month, I will be moving to an actual apartment, where I will hopefully have actual internet, not hotel Wi-Fi. But we're doing the best we can with what we've got right now. It's not ideal, but we're gonna get it done because I gotta cover content. There's more content going on, and I gotta do it. Bavaria says, I'm not a corporate paralegal, but in commercial litigation, contracts, unsurprisingly, come up. We have a big contract case right now where the bad dude has backed out of his 40% equity in the his company. I don't even entirely know what equity means in a corporate ownership sense. Proud of Francesca. Yeah, she's standing on her shit. She's standing on business. And she's not letting it get to her. I look safer. I'm feeling a little bit safer. I'm feeling a little bit better. Why Thailand? Good question, Christy Z. All right, so there's several issues, right, that are addressed. They're like first of all, I'll start off by saying it wasn't an easy decision. There were other options, right? And other options that I think are safe and good and fit some of the um the needs that I have um just as well, right? If you're looking to get out of the United States, I would say take a strong look at countries like Uruguay, at countries like Colombia, at countries like Brazil, even I wouldn't say Argentina, Brazil. Sorry, Argentina's got a little issue with Milei working there or working there, being there. I don't know. Is Argentina going to get rid of Milei? Argentina seems like it'd be great without Milei. Chile. There's a lot of countries in Latin America that are actually low key, not even low key, high key, more progressive than the United States, right? Mexico. Mexico's got a an awesome president right now, right? They've overthrown their literal uniparty. They literally had like one party for years and years and years, and now Morena it seems to be the dominant political party, and that's because AMLO first, and then Claudia Sheinbaum after him have operated in the interest of the people in Mexico, right? So there's a lot of possibilities if you have money, right? So when we're talking about Thailand and we're talking about Vietnam and we're talking about places like Uruguay, you're talking about places with lower cost of living, right? Which might be a thing that you're also escaping from the ridiculous rent and cost of living and how hard it is to survive in America, right? But if money is not an object, then yeah, Europe is probably a little bit more accessible to you, right? It's going to be more expensive, and it's going to be much more. You're going to need much more stable finances in order to, you know, do any kind of becoming a resident or something like there, right? But yeah. So one of the things that I was looking for was a country that was not in the throes of a transphobic panic, like a moral panic, right? There's the United States is in the midst of a moral panic about trans people, right? So I wanted to get away from that. Thailand is a country that has not only a tradition of acknowledgement and acceptance of trans people, but also kind of like an unbroken, as far as I know, sort of like an unbroken chain of that, right? There are a lot of countries out there that before colonization had a different concept of gender, had what would be called by conservatives in America a very woke perspective on gender, right? And then colonization comes in, and Christianization comes in, and they become homophobic, transphobic, etc. Right? Right. There's a lot of examples like that, right? Where the country might like Uganda passing uh, the anti-gay bill what is it, like 10 years ago now, and if you look into the like sort of history of countries like Uganda, you'll find that maybe there was a different and more accepting perspective if you go pre-colonization, but after colonization, kind of like the the bias, the bigotry, the hatred was like adopted, right? So but Thailand, as far as I know, has kind of an unbroken chain as far as that. So that was part of it too. And the biggest reason is because my friend from college is starting a YouTube channel here, and he needs my help. So in addition to my normal duties in this channel, I will be doing some work for him as well. Hopefully this will not, cause me to have to cut down my content at all. or anything like that. If anything, I want to expand my content. I want to, maybe, if I get my finances worked out, I can hire an editor at long last, right? Because I'll have, we'll see how much money I can save every month and see if I can get an editor. How do I feel about a Tim Walz AOC ticket? Tim Walz as president, AOC as vice. It could work. I mean, look, I'm not expecting for much from the Democrats. Am I okay? Um, are you apartment hunting? Am I okay and am I apartment hunting? Look, I left in a hurry. All right, I left a lot of stuff that I would have rather had here with me back there, and I left my apartment kind of a wreck. The situation was really bad too. My roommate had like not paid the landlady. The landlady's out a whole bunch of money, and the other roommate had left a big ass sofa that was all scratched up by cats. So it's a sofa that can't be sold because it's got scratch all over it, right? And the only thing you can do with it is like junk it. You got to haul it, right? So now the landlady has to pay for these just a whole bunch of roommates that had lived there were just like, yeah, anything that I don't want to take with me, I'm just going to leave it behind. And so now, yeah, and I don't know what's going to happen with that. There was some unpaid electricity bills. There was a lot going on. So I am okay. I am not completely financially okay, but I am maybe on track to fix that, right? I'm in a place where my costs are low and my ability to make money hopefully will stay the same. So that would translate into me having more extra money, being able to pay off, the bills that I have from getting the fuck out of there, replace the things that I left behind, like an XLR cable. There's so much stuff, Chad. I left my fucking life behind, right? I just had to get out, and I'm glad I did, because shit was getting worse. Like, if you looked at what's going on in the United States, you saw more and more people being not just deported, but I would say kidnapped and disappeared with no due process, right? And don't think that they're not going to expand that. Right now, that's that's impacting people that are either undocumented, they are immigrants, people are having their temporary protected status revoked, Haitians, most recently, I think Venezuelans as well, if I'm not mistaken, and even people with like green cards and stuff, people with some kind of status in the United States. They're not quite citizens, but they got status, like just being used and being abused, being mistreated, having their rights violated, I would say, right? And so that's going to expand, right? You saw this used against people that were part of the protest of the Free Palestine movement, who had things like green card status, right? You saw that stripped away from them without due process. You saw those people disappeared, right? Chat. I wouldn't be surprised if you go to like an anti-Tesla protest, right? Or you organize an anti-Tesla protest, and somehow they try to consider you a terrorist and do the same shit. You know what I mean? It's getting fucking bad there. So I had to get out of there when I could. Am I apartment hunting? Yeah, I'm looking around. I just don't have a lot of time. Are the Yes, Charlie Kelly. I'm so sorry. No, it's not your computer, it's mine. I'll see if I can mute those. I'll see if I can mute those too. Speaking of Legal Eagle, just put a video out about Whiskey-gate. Okay, chat, is that another idea? Right, like, so look, dono goal, 73 out of 100. We have a very good chance of hitting the dono goal today. I'm just talking to chat. I'm like letting people know, kind of, what my status is, how I'm doing, what's been going on here and stuff like that. And then we're going to go into finish the Ethan Klein content. And then we're going to finish the Francesca content. Cenk has talked about Francesca, so we're going to watch that. We're going to try to watch John Iadarolla too. I think Hank's got some videos on his Twitter, so we're going to watch those. Vadim was in chat earlier, so I don't know if you're around, Vadim, but we might talk later if you are still around. Equity is capital ownership in a company's worth, typically expressed as a percentages of ownership or shares. Capital ownership in a company's worth, right? So it's like owning a percentage of the business, kind of. I know it feels like there was no choice, but I think it's so brave. I mean, yeah, it was scary either way. It was scary either way. Like I wanted to like I love there's a lot I love about the place that I lived in, right? the berries. Like, we were very lucky in the place that I live in to have like some amazing berries that grow every spring. You just go out into the wilderness and you pick a bunch of berries. Hmm. And kind of rare berries too. I'm obsessed. You're happy and safe. Oh, thank you, Chrissy Z. The area known as the Uganda literally had a famous gay king pre-colonization. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. An editor, you say? Yeah, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta set up a spreadsheet, Chad. I gotta set up an expenses. What is it called? Like a. In short, Irene bounced. Yeah, I bounced without my trampoline. I left the trampoline behind, chat. The electric company can manage without me, I'm sure. Yeah, they'll manage to like ruin my credit without me. Um, they no, I'll try to pay that off. Honestly, they're kidnapping people with green cards, student visas, without a trial, without a crime, with no due process. Yeah, America's getting fascist, right? I mean, look, it's always been on that road. It's always had fascist elements about it. It's always had people with some very sort of fascist ideas, even on the Democratic Party side of things, right? But it's just gotten so much worse. It's gotten so much worse with this last election, where it's just like full on abducting people for co-writing article. That's right, Zara. I saw that. Yeah, Zara's talking about here. Maybe we should, if I can find the video of what is this ice. Anybody want to name the person that this happened to? Co-wrote an article and was disappeared to Louisiana. If I type in ice abduction, will it come up? There's the okay, here we go. We got the surveillance. All right, so let me just show you this. Let me show you what Zara's talking about really quick. All right, so look at this. What do you see? On the left, we have our Tufts graduate student. All right, the Tufts graduate student in question. Now, as far as I understand, this person was not a leader of any kind of student protest, any kind of movement, or anything like this. This person wrote a article. Wait, is this the person I'm looking for? Tufts University? Is that what we're talking about, chat? How long was the plane ride? The plane ride was it was 13 hours and then 3 hours and 30 minutes. What is the temperature where I am at? I think it's in the 80s right now. It was like in the low 70s, high 60s. Yo, Bavarius with the super chat. Bling bling indeed. Bling bling. Thank you for the super chat, Bavarius. Remember, when you donate, you can give me a suggestion of what the content that you want to see me cover in the bonus half is, right? 27 Club. That's who I'm with. That okay? So I got the right incident because they're doing it. Yeah, Tufts. Okay, they're doing. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like if there was a whole bunch of situations kind of similar to this, right? They're flooding the zone. They're doing so much so quickly that nobody can concentrate on any one thing, and yet we got to do the best we can, drink it out of the fire hose. So here we go. On the left, the person in white is our Tufts graduate student, and look at this scene. Now, so far, what would you say, chat? If you're on the street here, all right, walking down the sidewalk, do you feel like you're? I feel like I'm in a situation with no police. All right, I feel like I'm in a situation with other people and not any law enforcement authorities, right? Let's take a look. Waves at this graduate student. Coming closer, encroaching in her space. But does he look like a cop, chat? Does this look like an authority? Does this look like a person that you would trust? Like, right? Just what does this look like? I'm asking. Wait, am I in front? I hope I'm not in front of the. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat, we gotta move this. I am in the wrong spot. Alright, so the action's down here. Let's roll it back. Alright. All right, so there we have our graduate student walking onto the scene. We have a man in a hoodie, a hat, you know, walks across into the sidewalk, right? But just looking normal, looking like a normal person doing normal things. Until he flags this woman down. This is somebody you don't know flagging you down. Excuse me. Getting closer and closer. Grabbing your hands, right? That's what we got going on here. He's getting grabby. And you don't know that this person is any kind of law enforcement. Now, it's probably scarier what kind of law enforcement he actually turns out to be, but you don't know that this isn't just a fucking criminal coming up to you with that in, I mean, he is a person, he is kind of is, like, right? I mean, this is kind of true on another level, right? But you don't know that this person even fucking has any authority over you. Okay, so now she's freaked out, and I would be too. Oh, okay, you can kind of see it in this bubble. They got this bubble up, so, look, the bubble on the right shows you what's going on the left-hand side of the screen in a better, in a closer up kind of fish eye sort of way. They've taken off her backpack. Now there's multiple people. Now there's 3 people. I don't know how many people. So he's saying we're the police. But I don't think that she's been shown a badge yet, right? Ma'am, you got Yep. We'll show you everything. And look, to the ICE agent, now that I'm overseas, I feel safe to say this, all right? Sir, you may be the police, but you are not a legitimate authority. And if there's any justice, you will be held accountable for following illegitimate orders, you piece of shit. The right thing to do when you're asked to do something illegal and illegitimate is to resign. You didn't do that because you're a fucking scumbag. Sorry, Chad. I haven't been able to speak my mind, but that's how I feel. That's how I feel about this shit, all right? There needs to be some accountability for not just the people giving the orders, but for the people accepting those orders, all right? Yep. I understand scary. We're the police. We're the police. Yeah, you don't look like it. Why are you hiding your faces? So somebody, I think it's maybe the cameraman that's saying that. We're the police. They say, you don't look like it. Why are you hiding your faces? Why are you hiding your faces? Yep. There needs to be truth and reconciliation for this shit. So yeah, she's being taken off to the left there, to the top. Oh wait, no, I'm in the way again. I'm in the way. Let me move my shit out of the way. See, that's where she's being taken to a civilian automobile. Yeah. And look, they've said we're the police. I don't know if they've shown her anything. Even if somebody does show you a badge, you know that a criminal can probably fake a badge, right? So she doesn't know who's coming to get her. She might have put 2 and 2 together and guessed right, but you just don't know. This is a dodgy, yeah, somebody said a Gestapo tactic. It really is that's really what this is. I hope these assholes know how this is going to look when Trump is no longer in charge. I hope that they know, I hope that they're aware of all the historical parallels of their function right here to some of the worst people in history. And there's going to be no, I was just doing my job. All right. Those masks can only keep you safe for so long, okay? Where was this particular kidnapping? I am told this is a Tufts graduate student in Somerville, Massachusetts, who was, I don't mean safe, I mean like, keep you free from repercussions, keep you free from accountability, keep your, your fucking ignoble act a secret, right? That's what I mean, just to be super clear about what I'm saying. Federal agents here, I believe they're ICE agents, and she's being taken in a civilian or what looks like an unmarked car. That's the right word for it. She's been taken in an unmarked car to Louisiana, right? Because they just don't want her in. They don't want her anywhere near any place where somebody would have any inkling of empathy for her, right? They're taking her out of Massachusetts, putting her in Louisiana. At some point, the people who did this are gonna be known to the rest of America, and I don't think that's I would be if I was involved in this, if I was getting these kinds of orders, that would be on my mind, right? Resigning is the only thing that it's the only moral action you can take when you're asked to do something illegal, when you're asked to do something illegitimate, when you're asked to participate in one of the darkest moments of history. The only moral choice is to resign and go to the fucking news about it. So there it is, chat. Goddamn. It's making me pissed. I don't know, chat. Okay, so now I was supposed to put 27 more on the dono goal. All right, so you know how this works, right? The dono goal. I appreciate your support, whether it comes from YouTube through things like super chats, through things like getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people. I appreciate your support if it's on Throne or you're signing up for my Patreon, which hopefully the link is somewhere in the chat there for the Patreon if you want to sign up for that. And I appreciate especially people who support me on Twitch because, oh my God, Ethan Klein's making it so hard to get paid for doing Twitch streaming. So when you buy gift subs for people, you're putting much needed money in my hands and making Twitch streaming a worthy enterprise of my time. So much appreciation to everybody. That we've already hit 100 on the dono goal. Now you know how this works, right? If we hit 100, we do one topic. And what did I say I'd try to do? I said I'd try to cover Francesca on the leftist mafia. So that's coming up as your bonus content. That's in the bag. If anybody who's donated or who does donate wants to give me another idea, when you donate, you can let me know. Not just like you can come up with an idea and be like, I want to see you cover this, I want to see you cover that, and I will listen to you because I don't have a dono goal, I don't have a sheet, I don't have a list of like dono goals, right? So I'm taking advice from you. So yeah, if we hit 200, we'll do twice the bonus content. We'll do another topic as in addition to Francesca on the leftist mafia, talking about her experience with Shaky Gurga. But yeah, that's where we're at right now at 100 out of 200 now. So how's chat doing? They're unemployed Trump voters? Yeah, oh, wait, do people have information on like where they're recruiting ICE agents from? Yeah, this was the Tufts grad student. Eventually ICE is gonna come for the wrong one. Oh God, well, yeah, I mean, reminds me of Khashoggi. Look, Chimera, I mean, like, hopefully nothing like that, hopefully, nothing like that's happening to anyone, but you don't know. You don't know when you're being taken away and they're being taken away and disappeared by secret police in the United States of America. That's what's happening. Those are secret police. They are disappearing people. All right. Their lawyers can't, find them. Their family can't find them. They end up in Louisiana, and if Trump can make it happen, they end up in El Salvador, right? Being fucking tortured. No, this cannot last. You have an illegitimate government. All right. The question is, what are you going to do about it? And I can't give you those answers. I can only tell you this is part of the reason I left. Because I knew that I would have to say some things that were not safe to say while living in Trump country. And it's still not safe, Chad. It's still not safe. But it's maybe a little bit safer. Only a totally cretin would go through with that, especially in a paramilitary force. Uh, Sisyphean says, "I bet they're Proud Boys or adjacent." Yeah, I don't know. Where do we know anything about where they're recruiting these? I'm guessing they're hiring new ICE agents, right? Where are they recruiting these people from? I don't know. I heard other agencies started making their agents do ICE work, like ATF agents are doing immigration now. Told my immigrant parents that this border ish had nothing to do with legal status, which who cares, and that they are not white enough at the end of the day. Yeah, and here we are, and I hate that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, these tactics that they're using on people right now, while the rest of the country says, "Hey, I'm not undocumented," or "I'm not a immigrant," or "I am not POC," right? You can keep yourself comfortable with that. Say that, this is not affecting me. They're not coming for me right now. They will. They will. They will absolutely come for you. It's a circle that keeps on getting the circle of who is accepted, who they have empathy for, who they care about gets smaller and smaller. That's how fascism works, right? It will be you eventually. According to my local newspaper, the ICE is recruiting in part by offering contracts to local sheriffs to find people. They get to deputize civilians for that. Jesus Christ! So that's what we're talking. We really are talking about some secret police here. We are talking about some ugly, ugly, ugly historical parallels. They're recruiting from weird sources, deputizing people, getting people from other agencies. I've also heard a lot of failed police officers as well. Trump loves failed police officers. Trump loves police officers that were fired for, violation of people's rights, right? All right, so like I said, chat, we're going to keep moving here. We've got a lot of the Ethan Klein content from yesterday, including some Hassan, some streaming that Hassan has done, some response that Hassan has done to Ethan's latched on to this idea of the protest in Gaza against Hamas. And are there people in Gaza who don't like Hamas? Yeah, absolutely. Hassan's not denying that. No, nobody's fucking denying that. Of course there are. Of course there are, right? And at the same time, there will always be recruitment for Hamas. As long as Israel is denying the Palestinian people their self determination, Hamas is not going anywhere. And if it did go somewhere, it would be replaced by a more militant group, probably a more socially conservative militant group, not a less one, right? If you want to know where the inflection points are, if you want to stop what's going on, it's not with Hamas. That's not good. That's not good. Why do I got drippy on my computer, chat? That's not good. I think it's because the uh, air conditioner is up there. Okay, well, we just can't get the computer wet, right? We're not trying to do it Ethan Klein here and break our laptop. I don't know what to do. That was weird. Anyway, I'm in a blue state, so they were putting those sheriffs on blast. It doesn't change what they can do, though. Oh, yeah. Born Standing with a $10 super chat. You're smart and brave. It's sad that your move was a need, yeah, rather than a desire. I mean, it's always been a little bit of a desire. It's been a desire to visit this country for sure, to check out what's going on. But yeah, kind of forced my hand as far as having to up and move everything over here. But yeah, let's put the dono goal at 110. Like I said, Chad, if we get to 200, we'll do one extra bonus topic right now. Need a mop to clean the floor. There's too much drip. Yeah, there's so much drip. So much drip indeed. All right, so like I said, we did... Here, let's see if I can turn off all notification. God damn it. All right, I'm going to have to wait until another notification comes, and I'm just going to turn off all notifications on Discord so that you won't get that sound. Again, chat, apologies. This is just like, it's my laptop. I haven't set it up yet. Let's take a look and see H3 podcast. Noah Sampson is effed. That's the podcast we're looking at today.
So to be that.
All right, so yeah, we got like around here maybe. Let's pick up where we left off yesterday from Ethan, and then we'll get back to Francesca after that, right? So yeah, I know the thumbnail is Cenk and Francesca. We've covered Francesca's response to what's happened. We're gonna watch Ethan Klein next, and then we're gonna watch what Cenk Uygur had to say about banning Francesca. From what I understand from all TYT networks. And then after that, we will cover as bonus topic Francesca's appearance tonight on the Leftist Mafia, if she said anything about the Cenk Uygur thing. And we'll cover that and possibly something else, right? We're at 110 now out of 200. If you want to add another bonus topic to me, when you donate, you can let me know what that topic. Right, here we go. Let's do this. No, fuck me. God damn it, I did it wrong. I got to right click and then just really quickly. Just turn all of the notifications off. So hopefully that'll help out. And chat, I've got my butterfly here, right? I just don't this one doesn't have the clip, right? I can't put it on. But I will be fixing that. Anyway, we got Ethan. We're starting where we began, we're picking up where we stopped yesterday. We're going to cover this. Then we're going to go back to Cenk Uygur. We'll see if we can get John Iadarolla. I know John had something to say about this. We'll see if we can find that content. And then afterwards, we're going to hope Noah countersues for emotional distress when those dumbasses slap suits from Ethan and Muda get thrown out. Yeah, me too.
Lonerbox made a video shitting on him, and then he added Lonerbox's picture to the thumbnail after the fact. That's malice. That's actual malice. That's real actual malice. You know, because like he did it in a retaliatory way.
That's a legal term. He did it in a retaliatory term. Ethan, you're retaliating against somebody making a video about you with a slap suit, with what seems to be, from my opinion, a slap suit, allegedly, right? You want to talk about retaliatory? What about you talking about your housekeeper who's who's suing you? Was that retaliatory? You want to talk about retaliatory?
Right.
He does not understand what actual malice is. No, he doesn't.
Right. Because he was upset.
Shut up. God, what a fucking fool. I hate that this crew has to just suffer this fool. Suffer this fool, Ethan Klein. They must suffer him.
That he got pushed back, and so he added him to the list of genocide supporters.
But he'll see. I mean, like, one of his first responses is, "Oh, Ethan didn't address any of the points." Don't worry. Like I said, we're going to address every point in the most formal way possible, and you're going to get to read every single one, and you're going to have a great opportunity to respond to it too, and to really prove your point. And this time not to a bunch.
Got a question. When did Ethan start dyeing his hair? He did it a week or two ago for the subathon, right? The St. Patty's Day subathon. One of the sub goals when they reached a certain number of subs was that Ethan will dye his hair black, right? So that's where that came from. People speculate that somebody said that somebody was doing a video about him, and they said that they gave his age as being like 69 or 59 or something like that. And, obviously he's 39. And so some people are speculating that it has to do with, Ethan not wanting people to think that he's older than he actually is. But I can't tell for sure. I can neither confirm nor deny. It's tied to the idea you have reckless disregard for the truth or no. Yeah. It's totally not what Ethan said it was. Violet. You're right, Violet.
Bunch of fucking radical freaks online who just slop up this fucking pig feed. You're gonna have to actually explain it to an educated judge that actually knows
the one that's gonna throw out your slap suit. That educated judge
something and isn't psychotic. So best of luck on that one, dude. Yeah, Mudahar said it pretty good here, and they said it very good. So that was that. I also saw this yesterday. There was reports of a big protest in Gaza against Hamas, and I thought it was I loved to hear it. I mean, I thought it was fantastic. Here's what it said: Palestinians demonstrated against Hamas in northern Gaza on Tuesday, in what appears to be the largest protest against the military group since its attack on October 7th. Video obtained by CNN showed large crowds, estimated to be thousands of people by CNN journalists on the ground, marching through the streets of Beit Lahiya in northern Gaza, chanting, "For God's sake, Hamas out, Hamas terrorists, and we want an end to the war." A message shared on social media appeared to call for 9 anti-Hamas demonstrations to occur on Gaza on Wednesday, with the protest organizers, it got cut off, but basically, yeah, and they're still going. So today there's more protests.
Yeah, you gotta be fast. You gotta be fast like a hedgehog to catch that. There we go. Let's do this. And then, no, what the fuck? I can't turn off the notifications. This is a comedy of errors.
And the reason you don't see this, and I mean, Israel's forced them into a point of desperation where they're willing to risk their lives, but protesting against Hamas publicly is a grim, it's a grim outlook. That is not something you want to do. Hamas, just read their charter, listen to what they say. They're Islamic, they're violent, and protesters, and it's known that protesters, people that who dissent against Hamas, get scooped up, get punished, disappear.
Ethan, you live
on
in
the
a
topic
country.
of Israel. Friend of the show, Noah Sampson,
since I released my
has done another.
God damn it. Okay, look, Ethan, I'm sorry. You live in a country that's scooping people up and disappearing them. What are you talking about, bro? Right now, for writing, not just for being involved in a protest or organizing a protest or being, right? You're for writing about a protest. People are being disappeared from your country right now, Ethan. But no,
So-
he wants to be worried about what Hamas is doing. What is Hamas doing in Gaza, not what is Trump doing in America? God damn.
Said, "May God protect these brave Gazans." Hassan had a problem with this, by the way, which we'll get into. They actually go, I saw people saying, Ethan says saying Gazans instead of Palestinians is like what was it? Erasure of. He was accusing me being anti-Palestinian because I said Gazans instead of Palestinians, which is fucking insane. Like, this is the shit that they're actually putting online. Yeah, there's been more. Here's from AP News, which is kind of as credible as it gets, isn't it? Palestinians protest Hamas in a rare public showing of dissent. Think about it like this. Because people like Hassan want you to think that, oh, it's perfect. Hamas would never harm their own people. And they would, of course, they allow free speech.
That's not what he said. He's never typified Hamas as being particularly like progressive or pluralistic. No, that's not at all how Hassan describes Hamas.
Even in like just a numbers game, there's 2 million people in Gaza. Even just from a numbers game, assuming that everything you're saying is true, there's going to be protests against Hamas. But somehow, even this title says it's a rare public showing. Where have they been? Where have the protests been? How nothing's happened? Like, you can't. There's like, of course, there's going to be people. Like, Hamas has been stealing supplies. They've fucking continued to keep the hostages, which is prolonging the war. I mean, Hamas could end this war at any.
Israel broke the terms of the ceasefire. All right, the ceasefire. Look, like, as bad as a hostage situation is going to be, and I'm not going to minimize, the trauma that anybody goes through having a friend or family member, held hostage, being in that situation, being in Gaza when in the midst of bombing, there's a lot of danger there, right? But at the same time, this is the only leverage that they have on the other side of things, and this was supposed to be. The release of all hostage was scheduled to be part of the part of the ceasefire, right? We're going to give you back the hostages. You're going to give us back your hostages, because nobody ever talks about this, but Israel regularly holds Palestinian people hostage with no due process, with no trial, innocent people being held hostage, right? So, because of the amount of people being held by Israel, which is great, much greater, even under normal circumstances, right? Than the amount of hostages that were taken into Gaza. There's like thousands, thousands, if not tens of thousands of people, innocent people being held hostage by Israel. But we're not going to hear about that from Ethan.
Second, if they just released the hostages and frankly relinquished power, it would be over, right? And so
no, that's not okay. So look, there's one side that's doing a genocide. There's one side that's fighting back with militancy, and yes, has probably engaged, from what I've heard, has probably engaged against some crimes against humanity itself, right? But if you want, what he's saying is that the side that's being oppressed, the side that's weaker, the side that's got a major world power, two major world powers against it, right, should unilaterally disarm, and then we can trust the two major world powers that are enabling and enacting a genocide, respectively speaking. They will do the right thing and stop doing the genocide. In other words, you're justifying that. So when you say that Noah Samsen has done some kind of defamatory act against you by saying that you are a content creator, you are a YouTuber who enabled the genocide, this is what we're talking about. You are doing just that. When you imply that the inflection point is actually Hamas and not Israel, you are doing just that. You are saying, no, but I mean, this is kind of okay. It's understandable that Israel's doing a genocide given that October 7th happened. No, it's not. Genocide is never okay. Collective punishment is never okay. This is shit that we should have learned in grade school. This is basic lessons from the 20th century that are apparently just have not been retained in the 21st century. You have people out there that are like, oh no, that makes sense that they would enact a genocide as a countermeasure to October 7th, and that doing group punishment of everybody in the fucking Gaza Strip. That's what you do. That's okay to do that. No, it's not.
People there.
It's never been okay, and Ethan, you are every bit enabling this shit. You were on the wrong side of history, bud. When your kids hear and look at what you did when this was happening, they're gonna look. If they got any morality to them, they're gonna look down on you. They're gonna be ashamed of their father, and it's your fault. It's nobody's fault but yours.
That, and of course why wouldn't they be protesting? At least like a fraction of them, right? Let's say everybody agrees with what you're saying, but in any society you're going to have a percent of dissenters. Yet this has never happened. A rare public show of dissent in Gaza. Why aren't people out protesting Hamas?
Wait, real quick, I'm seeing in the chat, I was reading something else, so I must have missed it, but at some point a minute ago I think you said they don't allow it because they're Islamic. You meant Islamist.
Islamist. There is
just a correction there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I caught that when we covered this yesterday, that he said Islamic. What did he say? They're Islamic and violent. Like the way that he says it even is sus. Like, right? These people are Islamic and also violent, right? Like that's the cherry on top of the, right? That they're Islamic, but they're, which is really horrible. But on top of that, here's the add-on is violent. Oh, that's kind of bad too, that they're violent, I guess. But anyway,
that's what I meant to say. Those words are dangerously close in
and you are
syntax.
Jeez, a little bit of self-reflection. No, nothing.
Notorious for
Nothing.
Well,
Islam.
People who watch this show know
they're fundamental. I mean, they're fundamentalists. I mean,
they're fundamentalists
they're
or Islamists. Yes,
they're
is different than Islamic.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Our audience knew what you meant, but I'm sure it's probably already clipped on Twitter, so
It's
whatever.
Fine. It's fine. Like, if I don't say it, they'll find a way for me to say it.
It's not your fault.
For them, it's just...
It's not your fault.
So that excuses me saying something objectively racist. Cool beans.
It doesn't matter what I say.
That's what he's saying.
But anyway, Palestinians protest Hamas in rare public showing of dissent in Gaza. Out, Hamas, get out. Here's a video. These poor people want this fucking war to end, man. Just get the fuck out. So, like if it was up to Hassan and Noah Samson, it's like, fight to every last person. Fight till the end. Never give up. Every man, woman, and child, fight to the bitter end. It says Samson and Noah. Meanwhile, these people just want to fucking go back to their lives and not be under threat of fucking dying every day.
So it's the whole idea of, like, are you safe with somebody who has been trying to reduce the numbers of your people through violence? Is it safe to unilaterally disarm, right? Is that the best thing? And there's not a lot of good choices here, because you're up against, like I said, two world powers. You will not win militarily against them. Like guerrilla warfare and asymmetric warfare is a practice that tries to tries to kind of tire out a major world power. Those have been movements like the FLN. Battle of Algiers. I know some of you have seen this, right? Battle of Algiers is the story of the movie shows a story of an unsuccessful movement, right? A movement in opposition to the, imperial order of France on Algeria in the city of Algiers. That is ultimately the movement. They capture every leader. We got a whole bunch of FLN people that were following in the Battle of Algiers. Every single one after the other, captured by France, right? End of story, right? Wrong. The FLN went to the mountains, they kept fighting, and eventually they did eject France. And that's, kind of the model that's been set. So when Ethan says, that, I don't know, the Palestinian people need to stand down, need to unilaterally disarm, this is the opposite of the message that history has taught. This is the opposite, right? And especially considering what they've just been through, which is, an attempted genocide, like actions that have been described in the past as cutting the grass, right? This is the, phrase that, Israeli officials have used to refer to killing Gazans when they get close to military age in an attempt to keep their numbers cold, essentially, right? That's a, what he's saying just doesn't make sense. And it's wrong-headed. It's 180 degrees in the wrong direction. It's ahistorical. It's garbage. And also, I'm sorry, Ethan, you're a loudmouth who doesn't know shit. All right? So fuck off.
But Hassan whitewashes Hamas. He does that even now, you'll see, in response to this.
Dude. He's really... that guy's much bigger.
Yeah, that guy's
on the
doing a good job
shoulder.
on the bottom.
I'm very impressed by his
That guy's
balance and
holding up,
stature here.
sure.
That's badass.
I think it's, listen, I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them. And putting fucking like military complexes under.
No, those are some scared people forced to make a choice of evils, right?
Under hospitals. Hamas's design from the beginning is
not a lot of good choices. Continuing to fight, obviously very dangerous. Surrendering unilaterally to an enemy that's been trying to exterminate you, though, I would say that's a step beyond dangerous.
Get as many people killed as possible. Think about it this way. Hassan wasn't there as far as I know. He was not live on October 7th, though, curiously.
Shut up.
Okay, fair enough. Just kidding. Go on. I do remember he wasn't actually live on October 7th. But that flight is too long. It doesn't logistically.
Wait, what's going on, chat? Xander Hall seems to... Destiny and Dan seem to be having a go at Xander Hall now. Jesus Christ, I'll have to check into that when I get a chance. I'm looking for Hassan's response to this, so if anybody's got it, feel free to post that in Discord. Oh God, that's his tattoo of Ela. I forgot about this thing. We looked at this yesterday. See what's on his arm? See the new ink on his arm? That is a photorealistic Ela Klein becoming uncanny or something. I don't know. It looks like the Mr. Incredible thing.
Makes
Shut the
sense.
fuck up and stop.
I'm defending him. He couldn't do it. The time doesn't add up.
Of course not.
So Hamas, they launched this attack against Israel on October 7th. They kill 1,000 civilians.
Oh, here we go.
Barbaric.
Oh my God.
Just crazy. They mow down a bunch of kids at a fucking concert. Now, any fucking one in the world with zero political knowledge, what do you think is going to be the response to that? What do you think is going to happen?
They're going to fight back.
What is Israel going to do? Is it going to like drop its borders? Is it going to let them like be like, okay, you guys got to, what is Israel going to do after being like being the victim of the worst terrorist attack, a country that's constantly under terrorist attacks?
You're so backwards, Ethan. You're so backwards, right? The futility that you're claiming, like a futility against Israel as an inflection point, when they are the inflection point that is actually more applicable towards trying to use Hamas as an inflection point, right? What are people that have been oppressed for fucking a entire generation plus? What are they going to do in response to more oppression, right? Are they going to unilaterally disarm? Are they all going to decide to unilaterally disarm? Or is that just going to increase as it has? Chat, IDF reports indicate that the effect of the incursion into Gaza has been an increase in recruitment for Hamas to the level that they are 100% replacing anybody who died in the conflict, right? So if your goal was to reduce the numbers of Hamas, right, you have enacted a genocide and you have failed to accomplish your military objective. There you go. You just killed a bunch of fucking innocent people for no reason and guaranteed a continuation of hatred and violence. That's what you've accomplished.
The worst in their history. I mean, and also a government that's known for being, you know, monstrous, barbaric, fucking genocidal, and
I'm sorry, are we talking about Israel?
and just like homicidal too.
We're talking about Israel?
What do you expect from that? That they're going to bomb the shit out of Gaza, right? Out of Hamas. That's like the only outcome of that. The only outcome. And when do you see like people like Hassan and
Born Standen says that's not Ela, that's a weary Colleen Ballinger. I feel like a weary Colleen Ballinger right now, chat.
and Noah Samson and all these leftist people, like, not just them though too, like the media, and rightfully so, right? Like, when do you see them galvanized? When civilians die. It's literally all they have. When civilians fucking get murdered in Gaza, that's a dub for Hamas, because it raises creates more pressure on Israel from the outside forces. He's got more people talking, more people outraged. So it's both. It is both.
Is he making the human shields argument again?
It is both.
But no, chat. He's not doing Hasbro. He's not supporting the genocide. He's not enabling it. No, he's just literally repeating fucking Hasbro talking points.
Israel is blowing up buildings and killing a ton of innocent people. But people who pretend that Hamas is anything but a fucking barbaric terrorist group that intentionally kills its own people for political gain is lying to themselves, dude. Holy
intentionally, shit. It's pretty awesome how Hamas has the psychic power to hijack an IDF member's trigger finger on a sniper weapon, point that barrel at a literal child's head, and pull the trigger. That's pretty amazing right there. They're killing their own people, apparently. They're mind controlling the IDF, right? That's Hamas. Yeah, I'd be afraid of Hamas too if I didn't realize they had psychic abilities like that. Jeez.
They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated. They were keeping some of the hostages in hospitals too. It seems like a lot of them ran through hospitals.
Well, it seems like a lot of excuses for genocide to me. I don't know. But no, chat. Noah Samson was maliciously slandering this guy, allegedly.
That's it. I mean, it's just logical, right? Like that's their best play. That's all they have, and so they do it. So I say, God protect these brave Gazans. Meanwhile, Hassan spent all day on Elon's app again. Yeah, he got in a spat with Elon. Hassan is a chicken shit R-word, and he blocked me, which is so. What they were fighting about because Hassan promoted Assassin's Creed. Is that what happened?
So
He was
from what I've been able to decode, because I don't follow this shit
we're gonna
that closely.
make this 1.25
but apparently,
speed.
Assassin's Creed, the new Assassin's Creed game, is woke. It
is?
Derogatorily. Yes, that's my understanding. I think it's set in Japan. There's like a black character or something.
Dude is the okay.
So that's like enemy number one to Elon and his buddies or whatever.
Yeah, we're talking about Yasuke, the actually historical figure. So my understanding is that Assassin's Creed has had some wild shit before. There's a scene where you the character fight the Pope. It's just stuff that didn't happen historically. People that are fictional people that did not exist in history. In this case, we are seeing things through the eyes of an actual historical figure, which is a samurai working for Nobunaga named Yasuke, who actually did exist, right? This is a man that was brought over on, I believe, a Portuguese slave ship and came to Japan that way before Nobunaga made this man a retainer.
Hassan, I
Japan
guess,
is all
got
about
a sponsorship to promote the game, and they called him a fraud.
They called
Or
him,
like,
and he said, he said he's a fraud. Actually, more accurately, he's a sellout. And I actually agree with both of those.
okay,
he's a
fair enough.
fraud.
You can agree with it, but this is so weird. This is so weird. Mostly on Elon's side. Like, I mean, Hassan at the end of the day is a Twitch streamer. Like, him talking about video games, but Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, basically like the shadow president.
Yeah.
Why are you like tweeting about the Assassin's Creed game? Like, what the fuck do you care,
He's
dude?
a fucking
Like,
dumbass. He's a weirdo, dude.
Dude, I thought that was like a joke at first, like, but that's really Elon Musk.
no, that's the real Elon Musk. And
Why
this
is
is
he
how he
fucking around
spends his day. is-
Hassan. He shouldn't even know who Hassan is.
He's connected
Are you jealous?
to all this shit somehow.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Hassan matters and you don't. Imagine that, Ethan.
Yes.
USA.
So
You know who Elon Musk doesn't know about? Ethan Klein.
anyway, he said first he
Charles Kelly with the super chat. Wrong. I personally saw JD Vance fight the Pope. That's true facts. That's true facts. That is true facts, Charlie Kelly. Thank you for the super chat.
said he's a fraud, which I agree
Have I
with because
missed
Assassin's
any? I
Creed
feel like I
is owned by Ubisoft, right?
need to look at
It's
the.
made by Ubisoft. What is?
Which is a company known for exploiting their employees, having horrible conditions, sex scandals, having thousands of people walk out to protest the.
Be like
Ubisoft?
Yeah.
Ubisoft.
Really?
Okay, so Hassan did a video. He played a video game made by Ubisoft. I heard something bad about Ubisoft. There was a strike. Strike is over, right? There was a there was a corporate. There was like a CEO. Somebody in the corporate leadership who did sexual harassment. That guy is no longer there, but we're just gonna attach Hassan to it anyway.
I heard about like the labor dispute thing, but are you
bunch
sure you're
of-
not confusing with Blizzard with the sex scandals or
I'm
whatever?
not. Look,
Yeah, that too.
You can check. There's a few executives that are caught
Well,
up.
I don't care for their games and don't play them.
I've always hated. I thought their games always. sucked so
I've never
bad.
been into the Assassin's Creed games. I don't care for them.
Where did I read that? I mean, you can fact check it. You should.
Well, I remember the fact that they had some labor dispute, which is not surprising. The whole video game industry is pretty fucked up and exploitative.
But the thing is,
but I
he's-
just don't remember any mention of that.
Like the
sex
thing
stuff.
that with Hassan that always throws
Did
me
you
is
get
that
the
he has this
rape
excuse. Oh, I work
claim
for
Ethan Dam
Amazon
made against
because
Noah? No.
what choice do I have? Which is fair, right? Like that's actually an defensible position. What reason does he have to promote a Ubisoft game for explicitly for money? And then the other one he's been promoting is Marvel's Rival.
I will never criticize him for that.
Which that's fine. I will.
That's the team-based hero shooter,
I'm not
from Marvel Studios, which is owned by Disney. You're right. Yeah, I know that's where you're heading. But that's
I'm not criticizing the game, just to be clear.
Dude, I'm almost diamond, bro.
I'm not.
I've been climbing. No, I feel like I need to update the audience because the last time we talked about this, I was down in gold. I was a gold scrub. But I've been rocketing up the ranks through platinum, and I'm about to be diamond ranked.
Hey, congrats.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Good job.
Thank you. No, please. Please.
You know, I'm.
And I feel like I'm not stopping there. I'm going to keep going.
You know what you are? You're one above. One above these nuts.
Yo!
That's right.
Yo!
You're my little pecker.
Fucking own, bro.
I'm sorry.
So anywho,
what?
Anywho.
yeah. And
Did Ethan just call Dan his little pecker? That's a weird thing, chat. I've never been called somebody's genitalia before. Anybody have experience with that? Is there something y'all wanted to know?
then the other thing is he promotes Marvel's Rivals in these multi-day, full-day-long adverts, and it's owned by Disney, which is like one of the most like monolithic fucking.
Nadim, I think I was just like reading a comment that you made earlier. And yeah, I've missed a lot, chat. I love that you're such an engaged chat. I love you that you're so communicative. I've been looking for. I need to find some Hassan. Oh my God, chat. How are we gonna get through this? Right? We got the Ethan content. We got the Hassan content. Then we gotta finish the Francesca content. After that,
capitalistic, insane companies ever.
let me know.
What,
Can
Dan?
I do
I
1.5
thought
maybe?
you were raising.
Oh,
your
I'm
hand.
stretching. You thought I was raising my hand like in class? I'm
I was
just stretching
gonna call
my
on
shoulder
you.
a little bit.
What? Can you do that?
So like
Is that okay? Is that too much? 1.5, chat. We're at 1.5. Let me know if it's too fast.
he's doing it explicitly just for money, right? And he says he doesn't even do anything with money. What do you do with money? He goes, nothing. so then why? And he always goes, I don't care about money. It's all about the message. So why are you working? I don't get it.
You're talking to a guy that doesn't need money because he's doing fine, and yet that accepts and asks for subs, does a subathon from people that are much poorer than he is, right? No, Ethan, shut the fuck up, you massive fucking hypocritical. I want to call him a douchebag because that's like a pejorative towards, you know, douchebags. And douchebags did nothing wrong in this case. Ethan did.
I guess to what's the term when you try and
You want to be the devil.
no, I guess that works too. The devil's advocate. I don't even think
the
this is
devil-
like devil's advocate for a second. Oh boy.
Oh,
was it because
people in my chat contacted Vadim because I mentioned earlier maybe bringing Vadim on. We'll try to do that. Maybe that could be the second chat. If we hit the double bonus content, maybe the second the second bonus item could be a conversation with Vadim.
because it was being canceled for being woke and gay or whatever.
These deals are arranged way ahead of time. It's not like a last minute thing.
Mm-hmm. I think they've been after this game for a while.
Who cares? He's getting. You don't have to get paid to talk about that if you care about it.
Right. Okay, that's fair.
You know what I mean? Like, you probably made like 50,000 plus at least on these sponsors. And I mean, listen, get paid, boo boo. But I'm just saying, this guy wants to pretend like he's all that.
I saw some follow. I don't know if you have this in there, but apparently the Assassin's Creed account replied to Elon and like ratioed him pretty bad. And then him and the Grum's dumbass dude were complaining that they must be. It's bots is the only reason that they got ratioed. It's like crazy cope. Yeah. I just saw a screenshot of all of this this morning, so I may be misremembering.
I gotta say that Dan is sounding a lot like a Hasanabi head here. I don't know if this is true or not.
In the mud with this bullshit.
Because he's a muddy motherfucker.
Because he's a fucking idiot, dude.
He's probably online with or on the phone with the programmer tinkering with the algorithm. How did this guy ratio me?
Oh, here it is. Right.
And happened again.
Yeah, this was the response.
Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? Oh,
Damn, that's good.
That
Holy
is fucking
fuck.
deadly. That is
And they badly
deadly.
ratioed them. And
It's kind of weird because, you know, you could imagine another world where Ethan did not crash out after October 7th, maybe had some disagreement with Hassan, maybe ended the leftovers, maybe even doesn't talk to Hassan anymore, but, you know, did not get pushed to the right on the issue of Gaza, did not end up actually enabling and supporting a genocide, and then could cover this whole Hassan versus Elon thing from a perspective of, well, yeah, fuck Elon Musk. I mean, yeah, I don't, you know, we didn't get along with Hassan, didn't work out with Hassan, but yeah, fuck Elon Musk, yeah, and good on you, Assassin's Creed. Instead, he's got to do this shit where he's like,
not that the ratios like really matter, but it is.
No, it matters.
It hurts. It hurts.
Okay,
It's worse than anything else.
It's worse than anything else to get ratioed.
Yeah.
Well, regardless of the culture war thing, I've heard
Hasanabi Glenn since his other Hasanabi hits. That's
it's
right.
just a really bad game. So I don't know. I haven't played those series though.
After that tweet, I might just buy it and I'll play it.
I have not played an Assassin's
so much
Creed game
work.
since like the Xbox 360 era, so I'm very behind. But they never clicked for me. I don't know.
Same.
Never liked them.
Yeah, same.
Which like I don't know why
I was playing Final Fantasy 13 during that era, by the way.
they didn't like they're kind of like historical fantasy. They take they take place in like all kinds of different historical eras and has like a lot. It's my shit.
Yeah.
I was getting to know the paradigm system for active time battle.
But I don't know why the games just they were just always boring. I don't know. But maybe they've gotten better over the years. I haven't played in a long time.
So, meanwhile, Hassan keeps coming after me for quitting Twitter. Imagine actually criticizing someone for quitting Twitter because I'm a coward.
It's one of the most admirable things you've ever done.
For sure.
Yeah, it was definitely admirable. It definitely wasn't because you crashed the fuck out and attacked sex workers in a weird homophobic way. No, it's nothing like that. It's not because you were fucking racist on Twitter and you got fucking cooked. No, it's definitely a principled stance by somebody who is standing up to Elon Musk. If that was true, his ass would be on Blue Sky. Where is his ass? Oh, that's right, Instagram. Instagram, chat. That's where he quit Twitter for. He went from Elon's platform to Zuck's platform. So much better. What a moral distinction there is between Instagram and Twitter. Yes, definitely, Ethan.
Man, listen, I've done a lot of really admirable things.
No, not too many, but that's one of them.
When did Hassan ever mention this? I think he talked about, at least he's talked about Ethan's comments on, here, let's see if we can grab it for you since people in chat are asking about it. Is it this one?
On the topic of Israel, friend of the show, Noah Sampson,
Since I released my
has done another video.
Part of the
after
reason
his
why I
previous
don't really
video
talk
of
about
how YouTubers defend genocide, he did another one. The YouTubers who defend
Wait, is it this one? Maybe? Oh no, I pressed a button. I keep on pressing the wrong button, chat. Come on, get. Is it this one? Is this one we're supposed to watch?
All that much is because, oh God, they're going to clip this and they're going to freak out over this too. All right, let's watch this Bad Empanada video.
We will discuss the most pressing issue of our time. Well, don't worry, because Ethan and Healer Klein are on the case to let us all know about how
4 days ago, this can't be it. Is it this one? 2 days ago, maybe?
Who backed the genocide 2 weeks ago with 777,000 views. A lot of those YouTubers have retaliated against Noah, and I guess he has another response. Now, the reason why I'm watching this, well, also simultaneously, there is an additional note since the video came out, since this video came out, where Mudahar, one of the YouTubers mentioned in the video, has stated that he intends to sue Noah Samsen. Apparently, Ethan Klein is also choosing to sue Noah Samsen as well. This is his statement on the matter. In the last couple of weeks, a YouTuber, Noah Samsen, has uploaded a few videos labeling me a genocide supporter in the title and thumbnail of the video. Today, me and the team sat down to watch them and could not find a single clip of me supporting the Israeli government or any of its genocidal practice. Normally, I'd not engage with this discourse, but this has affected my business and has bleed into my personal life. As a Muslim, I've always supported my people, and I never talked about this topic with much political knowledge. That said, you don't need to be knowledgeable to stand against the injustices by the IDF. Journalists and civilians have been recently killed in a wave of attacks ending a short-lived ceasefire. That is never okay and needs to end, and I hope in my lifetime it does. It's really interesting that
I don't think this is what I'm looking for, chat. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm so sorry. Everything is out of order, and I have no way of holding on to links and stuff. I'm going to see if I can find the video that I was looking for in Firefox and just port it over to here, because I don't think that's what I'm looking for. We're looking for where Hassan talks about the Hamas protests, the anti-Hamas protests in Gaza.
That said, it still all filters to you through our fucking Reddit and everything. So,
well, I'm not participating in the.
But then you look at this. You're participating a little bit.
Well, I'm not on it. I'm not fucking.
I'm just saying you can't take the full like I quit Twitter credit if you're still.
Can you really? I disagree. I'm quitting. Me not being on Twitter means me not being on there tweeting, producing content for them.
Right, but now you're doing it here, and then they just screenshot it and they respond there, and it's just Twitter with extra steps at that point.
I'm not it's not my problem. I've done what I can do, okay, which is closing my account and not giving them content to make money off of.
Well, I do agree, and I do think, I mean, anybody that takes
Instagram is
the
social,
threat of like Elon seriously should not be using his app, because why are we seeding public discourse to this fucking psychopath? Like, everybody should get off.
I guess I'm just noticing Elon freely uses the R word.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he doesn't get
like, do you get any slack for that?
Nah, people, the R word is back.
It's coming back,
yeah, the R word is back.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, for 25 years it's been bad.
No, back. It's back.
No,
it's
it was
back.
gone.
Yeah,
The
edgy kids have forced it back.
Yeah,
I'm not. I don't like saying it. I'm not going to say it. But
can I start using it?
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. But like they forced. It's like the edgy kid thing, and that's how you like signal that you're one of the edgy cool kids.
Right? That's exactly it. Yeah.
No, I'm being dead serious.
It's what's the opposite of virtue signaling? It's vice signaling.
Vice signaling.
It's letting people know.
No, you're 100%
that you're
right.
not woke.
Those goddamn intellectually disabled causing all the damn problems.
That one sounds worse.
Wow.
Yeah, it does. It sounds kind of bad. Anyhow. So yeah, I'm kind of like, why are you making fun of me, calling me a coward for leaving Twitter? Like, we've been talking about this for a long time since Elon took over Twitter. It's progressively just gotten more and more rage baity, more and more Nazi. It is just out and out at this point, just like a Nazi platform that benefits a Nazi or like a white supremacist, whatever, a guy who does Hail Hitler. I mean, you know what I mean? Wherever that places him.
Speaking of, this is a good segue to shout it out, but I'm sure a lot of people in our audience are already fans and have seen it. But ContraPoints just released the first video in like a year or more.
I love him.
I watched it yesterday. It's super good. It's almost 3 hours long. I watched it in like 3 chunks throughout the day.
When I saw it, I was like, who the fuck makes a 3-hour video? I was like, I just me every day.
Me literally every day. But yeah, there was a section near the end where it's all about conspiracy theories, and she talks specifically about social media and Twitter in particular, and she makes a fresh account on Twitter, and like within a few hours, all she's being served is like Hitler apologia, and like it's like being just fucking. It's not even like subtle. It's just being transmitted straight into people's brains now. And
honestly,
just, like, I feel like everybody needs to just walk away from fucking Twitter. Like,
yeah, somehow
so addicted.
him staying on Twitter and contributing to it is the proud and brave thing to do, and me stepping away from it is cowardly.
Yeah, I don't get
and
it.
listen, you should ask, why is it that you know, shitting on quote Zionists is like Twitter is kind of like the best place for that.
Sure. That's
And like there's like a lot of crossover too. You know,
like your home field. That's like where you.
I mean, I'd be worried about the crossover between the Zionists you hate and the Zionists that the right, the white nationalists, whatever, hate, because you guys are like two oceans meeting, and you know those waters start to mix. And I'm just saying, it's a very comfortable place for you there. Yeah. Anyway, I said meanwhile Hassan still spends all day on Elon's app. Meanwhile, great people, me, have stopped using it in protest.
You always got to just get it in there.
Like, you know, just say it, yeah. Just another example of Hassan being unwilling to make any material sacrifice for his cause, which again, I challenge people to find one material fucking sacrifice this dude has ever made for this cause. I mean, he had the chance to go do journalism, and he's like, it's too dangerous.
Too scary.
It's scary and dangerous. Yeah, dude.
So scary.
I literally would be so scared to do that.
We talked about, I know, I mean, even Jay Shetty understands that.
Oh, God.
He says Ethan left this platform because he is terrified of people correcting him. That's why he won't have any of the countless creators he smears as anti-Semites on his stream. He's worried his audience will learn the truth, that he's lying about everyone from his hug box. He keeps doing this thing where he's like, he thinks that like if he provokes me that I'm gonna like cave to something. Like, bro, I'm not insecure in my masculinity like you. Like, I don't have my fucking armpit.
Debunking Ethan Klein's
biceps.
Hasbro Blitz.
Yeah, good fucking question. It's disturbingly odd.
Set aside for unity government. Israel chose to resume the genocide. There's no command center
I
under
didn't base like
Shifa.
my
Only
entire
two small
like
empty rooms.
teenage
Israel
and
broke
early
the
20s years
ceasefire.
on how many women I fucked. Hassan, by the way, thousands. I mean, that's insecurity.
Shut up.
No, yeah, it is.
You really said that?
Yeah, thousands.
All right, so I got just one thing I'll say about this is that, like, just remember when Ethan left Twitter, right? Let's start off with when didn't Ethan leave Twitter? He didn't leave Twitter when Elon Musk bought it. He didn't leave Twitter when Elon Musk Nazi'd it the fuck up. He left Twitter when, after going on a fucking bender, like being weird and racist against like sex workers, and just like got fucking destroyed. He left Twitter when Twitter decided it hated his guts. That was the motivation. He's trying to retcon that as some kind of principled stand. Oh, I'm against Elon Musk. Oh yeah, well, when Elon did the Nazi salute. No, it wasn't when he did the Nazi salute. It was when you got cooked. You got cooked on Twitter. That's when you ran like a little baby over to Zuck's platform, over to Zuckerberg's platform, right? No retconning.
Good
I will
lord.
not allow it.
I think he said it. I'm pretty sure he did.
I'm sure with hundreds.
Anyway, this is what I was trying to show you from Hassan. Hassan talked about this too.
And provoked Hamas.
I think it's
Debunking Ethan Klein's Hasbro Blitz. Hamas agreed to swap hostages and set aside for a unity government. Israel chose to resume the genocide. There's no command center under Shifa. Only two small empty rooms. Israel broke the ceasefire and provoked Hamas.
I think.
Oh damn! Yeah, so Ethan spent time on the Hasbro Hate Hour podcast to fucking finally cover Gaza. That's crazy. Was he covering about Gaza? Oh, he's talking about the anti Hamas protests. Got it. Nice.
Because of course he is.
I mean, listen. I feel like this.
All right, let me catch up with chat a little bit. Narwhal by Nature with the $10 super chat. He got ratioed for being too bigoted on a Nazi website. Yeah. Like, he pissed off the few good people left on that platform. That's why he left Twitter, not for any other reason. He's trying to make this some kind of noble thing. But yeah, Narwhal, thank you for the super chat. And much appreciation for that. We are up to what, 125? Some chance of double bonus content tonight, despite the fact, chat, that my numbers have not been great. But that's okay. That's okay. Again, like I said, this is not the time this is usually my day off. This is usually a day I wouldn't stream. This is usually a time I wouldn't stream. And we are talking about something that is that is being talked about by very many people on the internet today. But regardless, chat, we'll get some numbers coming in here in a second.
This is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them and putting fucking like military complexes on.
Yeah, Israel will definitely stop. Israel will definitely stop. You know how fucking shitty the situation is in the West Bank? That's Israel stopping.
Under hospitals.
Yeah, no, that's not okay. He says Hamas puts command centers under hospitals. And fuck.
Because of course they do. They also use children as human shields, and they do the Bollywood thing, and they do that. Yeah, there we go. No Hasbra, though. No, definitely not on the wrong side of history here, Ethan Klein. Vadim says there's a clip out there where Ethan admits that he likes posting on Insta so that no one can challenge him. The disparity in effort put into content black B, by the way, wait, BW, sorry, Contra and Ethan. Between slop content like Ethan and a video that probably took too long, honestly. Yeah, I feel bad for Contra having put that conspiracy video out now. It's clear that she put a lot of work into it, and it is a topic that is important, has been important, but it just, at this point, there's just too much saturation. She's just not getting the numbers that she used to because of the topic. If she was drilling in on a specific conspiracy or sort of attaching it to something that's going on now with Trump, then probably do better. But again, she is she's taking her time with videos, as she always does.
Fucking bullshit. Okay.
Own people for political gain is lying to themselves, dude. Holy shit. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even.
I love how much this guy is pro-Palestine, bro. I love it. Those protests are not anti-Hamas. This is a disgusting distortion of the marches in Beit Lahia. Yeah, look, there were people who were anti-Hamas in those protests. Don't fucking act like that wasn't the case, okay? You're being delusional. To act like there aren't Palestinians living in Gaza that are anti-Hamas is ridiculous. There are. And it's
obviously, yeah, and Hassan's not denying that. Ethan might possibly be one of the laziest creators around these days. He literally does nothing to prepare. Do you think that's why some of the slop creators, like the Nicholas Diorios of the world, love him so much? He's like the grandfather of slop content, kind of? Maybe? I don't know. He literally does nothing to prepare, just shows up and reacts to whatever the crew. Hey, I wish I had put a little bit more preparation into this show, but we're in extenuating circumstances here, Chad. I can be forgiven.
It's normal. What do you mean? But it doesn't matter because the higher order of priority here is to fucking end the occupation and end the genocide. Ask any fucking Palestinian. They will tell you the same thing. They might not like Hamas's God.
Instead of therapy or a diary, he just rants on air, says Funkmaster Ka. It makes no sense. There is a team that needs... Oh my god, why? Turn off notifications. Thank you. I think I got it, chat. Hopefully that won't be a noise any... No! It still makes the noise. It just doesn't make the... Oh my god.
Governance. They might not like the domestic affairs. They might think that like Israel will stop fucking destroying them if Hamas wasn't in power, because maybe most Palestinians are fucking under the age of 18. They don't remember a time when the PLO was the big game in town and Israel was doing similar shit.
So if you don't know, chat, the PLO was maybe, I don't know. I don't want to make this, obviously before my time. Let's just say they're a less socially conservative organization than Hamas. They had more, left, they had more kind of like politically left roots. And I don't know if there's a difference in the militancy or not.
3% is the
willingness to negotiate might have been. But regardless, chat, it didn't matter. And the PLO being seen as a legitimate partner for peace was actually a negative to Israel rather than a positive. That is why Israel supported and, kind of acted as a midwife to Hamas. Because Benjamin Netanyahu, the guy that recently bragged about forestalling a two-state solution that Ethan says that he wants, right? He empowered, he enabled the ascent of Hamas.
It was like a 3% margin of victory for Hamas in 2006. 3%. It's not exactly fantastic numbers there, okay? He calling you out for not calling into a show saying he's waiting for you. Lamafea, wait, what? No, I don't think he said that. He's not so fucking insane that he thinks that I'm ducking him, right? Like he thinks his audience will believe that I'm ducking him? No shot. On his story right now? Wait, what? Dude, it's been months. It's been fucking months. I said I would literally watch the fucking nuke with him. He says you duck him all the time. No, I said I will watch the context nuke with him side by side. Don't worry. I'll show the fucking clips that he sourced as well. I like that not watching the fucking context nuke, the context puke is actually ducking him, but him actively running away from every single person that he sits on top of his shit-covered throne as he fucking claims that, like, this person is an anti-Semite. This person is a token Jew. This person is this. This person is a terror supporter and whatnot. That's not actually ducking all of these people collectively. It is all of us that are ducking him somehow. Okay, Bad Empanada, watch the fucking context flop. Get him on the show then. He doesn't like me either. Maybe you guys can get together and shit on me too. You know, you can find a room for agreement. Probably not. You know? What's that about?
Even debated.
That would be kind of hilarious. I don't think it'll happen though.
They were.
Imagine a Bad Empanada, Ethan, like, let's shit on Hassan together stream. I don't think so.
They were keeping some of the hostages in hospitals too.
Dude, this is crazy. This is unfiltered pro-Israel propaganda. It's just abject fucking lies. What is happening? I thought this guy at least had the decency to claim that he was pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine. What happened? He's now he's pro-Palestine, but only on his terms, okay? And if you're not pro-Palestine exactly like he is, Palestinian or not, you might get bombed, you know? Sorry, Israel claims that your hospital is now a command center. There's no evidence available for it, but you're going to have to die. Sorry. Look, man, 17 months of ethnic cleansing. If you're still justifying bombing hospitals with fucking fake bullshit that Israel never provided evidence for, you're a monster. You're not a good person. You are a fucking bad person, okay? It's not about debates. It's not about beef. It's not about fucking drama. It's not about your dying career, okay? You're just a bad person. Not only are you a bad person, but you're actively also deluding your fucking fans who are not bad people themselves, but simply deluded and misguided stands into agreeing with bad positions. You are using the remainder of your influence that you have over an increasingly smaller audience to, you know, fill their heads chock full of misinformation at the behest of establishing a defensive posture for a genocidal apartheid state. It's fucking awful. That can't feel good. Deep down inside, there has to be a dude that I met, that I knew, that's going, oh, don't do this. This is maybe a bridge too far. Like, you cannot be this fucking deluded. This is just straightforward Nazi shit, dude. One step removed from Lebensraum. Dan and his employee that stalks you were doing research on how many women you've slept with today. The whole show was nuts. Ugh. He's never going to see or respond to this. Bro's got the great hug wall of China over there. I know. I don't care. But I know that there are definitely people in here, like foot soldiers that like Ethan, hate me, that are in here to be like, you're a fucking anti-Semite. And I guess now they'll say, I've had sex with women or whatever the fuck. And, you know, for those people that are in here, like, understand that this is not only incorrect, but it's disgusting. And it's inappropriate of me not to treat Ethan in the same fucking way that I would any other person that says shit like this. You know, it's messed up.
Seems like a lot of them ran through hospitals. That's it. I mean, it's just logical, right? Like, that's their best play. That's all they have. And so they do it. So I say, God protect these brave Gazans.
Yeah. God protect these brave Gazans. The ones who died in the hospital that Israel bombed, though, it's because of Hamas. Because Hamas actually put non-existing fucking command and control centers under the hospitals, dude. Even though fucking American, Jewish, Gentile doctors that have gone and worked in these fucking hospitals are like, no, there's no goddamn Hamas here. Stop bombing us, please. But of course, you never know that if you don't care. If you only see like an incredibly narrow, horse blinder focus on like the pro-Israeli sentiment, then yeah, you're not going to know that.
Meanwhile, Hassan spent all day on Elon's app again. Builds its own.
Yeah.
They
Notice how I never bring Ethan up randomly unless it's like directly to address something that he's saying that is unimaginably fucking pro-Israel and inappropriate. Whereas Ethan randomly slams me into every fucking conversation, apparently, whether he's looking at some like pedophile Republican, he can't seem to get my name out of his mouth. He can't seem to get me as an image out of his brain for some fucking reason. It's very odd. It's a pathological obsession, and it's getting grosser and grosser by the fucking minute, especially because he just keeps talking about my looks and shit like that. It's just very weird, like very weird. It feels like he's like in love with me. It's fucking strange, dude. Oh my God.
literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
That's not even debated. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not even debated. Channel 14, Channel 12, they don't debate it. They say the truth. I don't understand. Khan, I read Ynet, I read Jerusalem Post. They don't debate this. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's not even debated. It's not even a contest here. It's just hospitals are Hamas. It's not even debated. Babies, terror babies are holding copies of Mein Kampf. They are Hamas.
They were keeping some of the hostages in hospitals too. It seems like a lot of them were.
Okay, let's say that's correct. Okay, doesn't that make it extra inappropriate that Israel bombed the hospital? Like, yeah, dude, they were keeping the hostages inside the hospitals. Like, I don't understand. It's a command center, and also they were keeping the hostages.
Look, what is his rationalization doing here other than justifying the murder of children? Oh no, that's because Hamas brought them there. Hamas put a command center there.
Which is all the more reason to blow them up. I mean, what? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's really gross to see. I don't really care about like the Ethan in the context nuke saying he loves all the terrorists and heavily implying that I love all terrorists or whatever the fuck. Yeah, who cares? That's like basic stuff. He clips shit out of context. We know. You know what I mean? Begging you to cover the tattoo? No, dude. No. Fucking fuck off, okay? I don't give a shit about any of that noise. I don't give a shit about any of that weird stuff. I don't care. I don't care about this stuff. You are in it for the drama. You're in it for me to just like shit on Ethan for the sake of
chat.
For the sake of hating on Ethan. I don't hate Ethan. I don't hate anybody. I hate what he's saying. I hate that he's
chat. You're a bunch of haters for making me cover the tattoo yesterday. How dare you?
Defending a fucking genocidal apartheid state.
You're just here for the slop, aren't you? You just want the drama.
Make no mistake, okay? You cover dumb drama all the time anyway.
Real cop mentality. They didn't fuck up. The criminals shouldn't have been hiding from them. There we go.
It's true, I do, but
it is very much cop logic, Narwhal.
Not on like fucking, not in a way that dilutes the main purpose of what I'm trying to do here. The main purpose of what I'm trying to do here is not to like belittle Ethan or make fun of him. If I wanted to do that, I would watch 7 million different fucking YouTube.
Yeah, Hassan has to rise above it, but I don't, says Funkmaster Cop.
Videos in repeat about how much he's dog shit or whatever from the very same drama slop tubers who now love him. They've all made blistering takes on Ethan's robust career of fuck-ups. Just like Ethan watches and aligns with those very same drama slop tubers who have made similar videos on me. Okay? I don't care to belittle him. I want him to stop. I want him to stop being pro-Israel. I want him to shut the fuck up about Israel. I want him to stop misinforming his audience. I want him to stop attacking pro-Palestinian voices. That's what I want. I don't give a fuck what he does in his personal life beyond that.
Okay, so that is Hassan's response, short and sweet and to the point, to Ethan. I almost said Elon. Elon's just bloviating barrage of bullshit. There we go. Alliteration. Chat, alliteration is my friend. It's your friend too now.
No. It was. Let me ask Galia.
Say hello to my little friend. His name is alliteration. Yes.
Can you ask her?
She
She just said hundreds, not thousands.
Okay, so thank you for
Galia.
hundreds. I mean, that's still a lot.
That's a big body count. That's pretty big.
And I think he was downplaying it too, you know. But that's insecurity.
Hassan sleeps with too many people. Hassan fucks too much.
Why do you have sex with so many people, Hassan? You know, like I'm not
Hassan, why are you always fucking?
insecure like you, man. So like, let's just talk about the
I
substance.
found one person who would be willing to let me stick it in her, and I just, went with her. Like that was it. That's all.
Of this. So first of all, I left because I didn't want to support Elon and because of anti-Semitism.
I'm sorry, Chad. I didn't have to be like that. Watching a lot of Behind the Bastards lately. Yeah. I've just finished the Ziz content.
We say that in a clip, which I'll show. He says I won't have any of the countless content creators on. Like who? Like he's welcome on the fucking show. He's just got to watch the video that he wants to
I'm
talk.
sorry. I can no longer support Hassan Piker because he fucks apparently. We must hate him. We must hate him for that, chat. Hassan fucks.
Talk to me about. I'm like I said, watch the video that we are going to discuss, and you can call in. It's really that simple. Not sure how I'm the coward. I'm waiting for you.
Oh, wait, what is this? Ethan is trying to did Hassan I feel like Hassan covered this too, right? Did we just see that? Did he go over this one? Because now it sounds like Ethan is acting like he wants to bring Hassan or like bring Hassan on. But obviously he doesn't. Obviously he's still ducking Hassan.
I mean, it's very reasonable.
Clear.
It's extremely reasonable. You know.
Are we in the hug box right now? Is this the hug box?
You hear these guys talk to me this whole damn show? I'm in the.
I will never hug Ethan.
No,
I'm in the spike box.
Yep.
Spikes on the wall.
Ever.
Over my dead body. Yeah. Who are the countless content creators that I should have on my show? I invited Comrade Casey, and he said no. He bitched out.
No, it wasn't Comrade Casey.
No, he did. He said, stop talking about me. I'm pretty sure I offered for him to call.
No, you're confusing him with the other fucking weirdo dude. Whatever the fuck his name is.
Was it the Twitter person? It was somebody from, no, not Twitter, sorry. TikTok. Was it somebody from TikTok?
The one that wear the beret.
The frog kid.
Frog.
Frogway. Frogway.
Yeah.
Frogan.
No, not Froggy.
Base?
Frogan.
Why are there so many Froggy? Froggy Tonic or whatever.
I'm pretty sure Comrade. Well, anyway, he bitched out.
He did. Yeah. It's so hard to keep up.
But like, who do you want me to talk to?
Wait, did I miss a joke? If Hassan was really pro-Palestine, he would fuck watermelons. Vadim, the closest thing we've got to that from Hassan is the TikTok where Hassan squeezes a watermelon between his legs and is actually able to crush the watermelon with his inner thigh muscles. That's actually impressive. I'm not sure. I don't think I could do that. But Hassan's working out those
denims. I mean, she's like literally the dumbest person alive. Like, what actually is the point of that? You want me to talk to Frogan? I mean, she can barely make a coherent thought. Rising star, but she's on outer space. I'm waiting for her to rise.
I'm sorry, Ethan. You're not the one to be making the intelligence jokes. All right. I try to not to go for the low blows with Ethan Klein. Right. The fact that he's got limited, intellectual capacity to understand the things he's talking about. Right. That's not what makes him a bad guy. It's his fucking takes on those things.
Let me know when she arrives. Like, who is it?
Or, it's his insistence on talking about things that he does not know about.
You're talking about yourself, right? You are the movement. And like, again, I'm open. We can have this conversation anytime. Like, I don't see how that's not a reasonable take. Just watch the video and we can discuss it. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point? It's just gonna be messy. It's gonna be stupid. It's gonna be.
People are saying you did invite Casey too. So
yeah, I think I invited Casey and his response was, he said some shit like, take me out of your show, leave me out of your mouth or some shit like that.
No, see, I thought that was the frog guy who said that. Unless maybe they had similar responses. Again.
No, the frog guy had like a really cordial, weird response. Casey's the one that was postal.
Yeah. Well,
creepy Casey. I like
creepy Casey.
And I mean, he is creepy. You seen him outside your window at least recently?
He sounds like a Donald Trump and he is creepy, isn't he, folks? He's a creepy guy. We call him Creepy Casey. He's a creepy Casey. It's a Trumpian insult.
I'd live on the 8th floor, so I'd be very, very concerned.
That would be creepy.
That was the case.
That would be creepy.
Creepy Casey's who's waiting for bad Habibis in the park or something.
Yeah.
Hijabi of Habibis, I think he said.
Hijabi, he said.
So yeah, I mean, listen, buddy,
I think he said Habibis. He's waiting for Habibis in the park. That's right. He's waiting for babes. I don't know if Habibi can mean babe. Kind of. I don't know, chat. Kind of similar way that it's used in a sentence, I guess. Maybe. Like instead of babe, wake up. You could say Habibi, wake up.
I don't know what
New Ethan Klein just dropped.
you're trying to do some weird thing. I just watch the video and we can talk.
New Ethan content puke just dropped.
I don't know. It's not rocket science. This guy, Ahmed Fo, I don't know how to say his last name.
Wake up, Habibi.
I know this. Ahmed.
Am I saying? Oh, am I correcting?
Yeah, I think he said zombies or something.
You incorrectly?
Ahmed? Is it? How do you say it?
I just said Ahmed.
Ahmed.
I said Ahmed.
What the fuck
Yeah.
do I know, bro?
And you fuck.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The last minute has you incorrectly correcting me.
I apologize.
This last minute is my minute.
Very naive of me.
Don't ever forget this last minute. This guy's he grew up in Gaza. His family is Palestinian. He's had tons of families die in the war and this horrible human tragedy. And he is a pro-peace activist. This guy is incredibly brave and incredibly smart, and I encourage everybody to check him out. He's the real deal. I haven't seen a single Western, quote, pro-Palestinian protester show the slightest interest, empathy, compassion, or support for the tens of thousands of Gazans protesting for peace, dignity, the end of the war, and against Hamas. Maybe they don't want their beloved, quote, resistance groups to fall. This guy is so legit, bro. He has legit credentials as he can. He escaped Gaza during one of the wars. He got out somehow. I think he was injured. I don't remember the story. But yeah, he's had family die. He's had like dozens of family members die in the current conflict. And he's against Hamas. He's pro-peace. He wants peace. And he really sees it for what it is. I show you this guy's comment to just kind of foil it against what you guys will see Hassan saying about these protesters in Gaza. I just said, following what being pro-Palestine means to me. I am passionately, unequivocally, and without hesitance, a proponent of the Palestinian people's just and urgent aspirations for self-determination, liberation, sovereignty, and safety. I grew up in Gaza, where I experienced Israeli violence and bombardment, including one incident that almost killed me and caused me permanent hearing impairment. My family is still in Gaza and suffered dozens of deaths during the latest war. My grandparents were expelled from their ancestral homelands in 1948 and fled to the Gaza Strip. My parents were raised in a refugee camp in Rafah during the 1950s. This background informs and influences me and speaks to why I care about the Palestinian issues and consider myself pro-Palestine. I am motivated by sincere desire to see my people attain their legitimate and undeniable rights, which they have not had for decades. So he does that by like promoting unity, being against Hamas and terrorist groups and shit. And this guy gets fucking dogged on, bro. He gets treated like a straight like a traitor. And I mean, this guy's he's lived it. This guy has fucking lived it. Anyway, he's really amazing. I would check him out. And again, I just show that to kind of foil against what's coming.
Hey, Ethan. Check out my Palestinian. Remember? Remember when Ethan said that's like anytime you mention Jewish voice for peace, you're like, oh hey, check out my Jewish person, right? You know, like right? This is what he's doing. This is what check out my Palestinian. He agrees with me.
Here's a clip of October 2023, right after October 7th, the same fucking month. Gee whiz, I wonder why that was. Explaining why I quit Twitter. That's one here.
There was one tweet I saw, and this isn't the first time I saw it, but I saw someone post it and it was getting lots of likes. And the beautiful irony of this is, so it's a
He's so full of shit. We know why he left Twitter, right? He had a crash out on Twitter where he went out, quote, tweeted a bunch of people, replied to a bunch of people, and all of Twitter saw what he was saying, and they decided they fucking hated him, right? Well, except for the right-wingers, right? But that's what happened. That's why he left Twitter. He's trying to retcon it and be like, it was, I saw Nazi shit being posted on Twitter, and I realized I can't be a part of this. I'm morally objecting to this.
A cartoon somebody created who put a lot of fucking effort into making a cartoon of Ela in IDF uniform with a automatic weapon. And, she's got like that kind of Nazi Jewish propaganda face, and she's just killing kids. She's just mowing down Palestinian babies. And what's kind of, I don't know, it's definitely not funny. I don't know what it is. You guys tell me. I know that shit was made by Nazis, like literal Nazis. Mm-hmm. And the people who I saw...
I know that.
I kind of took his word for that. I don't know.
For a fact, because that video has a watermark on it, and it predates the October 7th. Like it was, and so like I just find it fucking fascinating that it's now being used by both sides.
Who are tweeting at this time were leftists. Mm-hmm. So I saw Nazis and leftists clapping hands together to say, fuck.
Hey, how about Ethan? How about Elon Klein? God, I can't say people's names right. How about Elon Musk and the ADL clapping hands? How about that shit? How about the ADL saying that Elon can do all the fucking Hitler salutes he wants, and it's still not anti-Semitic? How about that? How about that clapping of hands?
Israel, we agree on that. Let's clap it up, brother. And that was a weird feeling for me, and I was in a pretty bad shape. And So I've been trying to erase Twitter. I've been trying all weekend. Do you guys know how? And by the way, I can't thank you.
And I believe I have. This is when I erased it, and I haven't been on since. I've been off Twitter for a while. Wait, it was October?
To be fair, all of his replies were just, you know, call out, call out, call out, call out, right? He was at that point where everything that he posted was going to get, you know, questions asked to him that he doesn't want to answer. And that's when he crashed. That's when he left.
No, hold on. This war started. Hold on. This happened in 2023.
This war started. Yeah, a real war. There's definitely two sides to that war. It's definitely not an asymmetric conflict. It's definitely not a fucking army killing civilians. No, it's a war. That's what it is.
So wait, this is actually a year after the war started, right?
What?
October 20.
When is this video from?
It says October 2023.
That would make
that was
sense.
the year that yeah.
Okay, so this is right after it happened.
But your head shaved there from the subathon.
Okay.
Oh, good call.
So me quitting fucking Twitter because I'm seeing that it's being overrun by Nazis and leftists, and it's just like an extremely fucking toxic place where people are
we're no false equivalency here.
sending me cartoons of my wife killing kids. He characterizes me leaving that as cowardly because I'm avoiding criticism. Is that the kind of criticism that you expect me to entertain, Hassan? Videos of my wife killing kids? Is that what the fuck we're talking about? I mean, it's pathetic. Yada.
Feminist Nonconforming says, I think the technical term for this would be genocide.
Yada. Here is.
We're running out of time, by the way. We have about 20 minutes left, so. And
actually, I got about.
Okay, now listen to this. Listen to this, right? Let's take a time check, all right? Now, let me tell you something about the H3 show. It is planned to start at 12 p.m. Pacific time. Okay? It usually does not. It does not start at 12. It starts at 1. Why does it start at 1, not at 12? Because Ethan takes an extra hour to get into the studio and to be ready. All right? So you got a crew that is planning for a show that goes from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, right? That's the plan. That's the idea, right? But it doesn't. It goes from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Okay, well, it's still 3 hours of work, you know, fine, right? Ethan here is on 3 hours and 10 minutes, right? So Dan somehow got a timer, I think, for 3 hours and 30 minutes, and, you know, is like, we got to get out of here. Ethan, wrap it up, right? Watch what he's doing.
Okay,
and Tom,
yeah. Tom is out.
Wait, is that, I can't tell, is it Tom that was kind of giving a time warning, or was that Dan? I can't stand Dan.
A criticism that you expect me to entertain, Hassan? Videos of my wife killing kids? Is that what the fuck we're talking about? I mean, it's pathetic. Yada.
Hey, as far as I know, your wife didn't kill any kids. She volunteered to go on a raid in which kids might have potentially been killed, but you know.
Here is.
We're running out of time, by the way. We have about 20 minutes left.
But it's okay, chat. She was bored.
So.
And actually, I got to bounce.
Okay.
And Tom,
we got 20. Oh, that's Tom. Tom's got to bounce. Tom's like, I'm out of here. I don't know if Tom's like, you know, kind of not officially on the staff or he has some kind of other position, but yeah, he's like, I'm out. I'm gone. So Dan's like 20 minutes. We got to bounce, right? Dan's trying to stick to 3 minutes or 3 hours and 30 minutes. That's 30 minutes longer than the show is supposed to take.
Tom is out of here.
Love.
Peace and love, bro.
Thanks for coming by, Tom.
Thank you guys. Angels on
Happy birthday tomorrow. We'll see you
What kind of salute was that? Come on.
tomorrow for your big B-day.
It was Tom Day today, though, so don't expect anything tomorrow, okay?
What is Ligma?
What is Ligma?
Who knows? Bye, Tom.
What the fuck is that?
Have a good one.
I can stay till 4. It's funny. I'm starting early. You exactly.
Okay.
You can stay till 4. The rest of the crew, it doesn't matter. Have they got lives? Chat, let me tell you something further. All right? Where is this taking place? It's taking place in the city of Los Angeles, all right? City of Los Angeles, show is scheduled to start at 12 to end at 3, all right? If you get out of work at 3 o'clock, you might be able to beat some of the worst of traffic. Maybe. You're still going to run into traffic. It's still going to be rough. You're still going to have, you're going to have whatever time you used for prep in the morning, right? You're going to have like the 3 hours between 12 and 3, and then you're going to take, I don't know, an hour longer to get home in traffic, right? But, you're leaving at 3, so hey, you're not going to get the worst of the traffic, maybe. maybe you get out of some of the worst of the traffic.
Hold on.
Happen.
The whole starting early thing isn't so that the show can be 4 hours every day.
That's
it's so
what it's
that we
turning
get out of here earlier. That was the idea.
But I got to talk about all this stuff.
I mean,
so wait, he actually was on time for these, but
we got 2 more shows this week.
I know, I never get to it though. All right, let me just keep going.
Yeah, power on, power on.
Chimp clipped of Mudahar being attacked.
Clipped.
Here, let me see.
I'm like some right wing, like fucking neo person, and it's like I don't agree with you, and suddenly I'm like some right wing, like fucking neo person. Fuck you, dude. This guy cosplays like being a Muslim, bro. You walk out anywhere with Hassan, he gets to be white. Okay, I can't. Unlike you, Hassan, I can't turn off my skin color, dude. I'm sorry, I have to deal with it everywhere I go. All right, I'm sorry, brother. Like that's how it works. Fucking white savior fucking complex, dude. Every time, dude. Like fucking white guy telling me how to feel. It's a fucking. That's why I hate any of these people, dude. It's like, what is that? What is that? I hate Hassan, but you can't just admit you're wrong for once. Being neutral. I'm not neutral on a genocide. Don't side.
Yeah, it's weird when a term like white savior gets used by somebody from the right to criticize, like, I don't know, white people even giving a fuck about anything outside of the realm of whiteness, right? That's a white savior, when what it really is supposed to be about is like a white person, centering themselves in somebody else's issues, making it all about themselves when they actually don't have the same shit at stake. But whatever.
Against anyone, I just don't fucking agree with fucking like pushing like actual like these people do. These people jumping back. These people like actively go around and like fucking glorify like groups that, by the way, have terrorized my own people. So no, I'm not. This is not a situation where like just because you're not with these people doesn't mean that you're not a fucking pro-Palestinian person. I care about Palestinian people. I want them to be fucking safe. Just because I don't agree with this.
Just because you're trying to get these people deplatformed, right? Some of the only voices, speaking out against what's going on in Gaza, that doesn't mean that it literally does mean that you're fucking fighting on the wrong side of history, all right? You can have, there's a thing called critical support. If you don't agree with stuff, like Bad and Banana, for instance, I don't agree with everything that Bad and Banana says and does. I still have, critical support for him on certain issues where he is objectively right. Conservatives love to play the race card. If they can shit on leftists with it, they do. Or the feminist card now. You've seen a lot of that when it comes to, issues around trans people where conservatives LARP as feminists, but not just feminists, like somehow like the savior of women at the same time.
This guy doesn't mean that I don't agree with every single.
Well, unfortunately, my friend, Hassan is the movement, and that's exactly what happens. If you disagree with him, the narrative, the story that they've all cooked up, you become a genociding, supporting a Nazi. Welcome to the club, Muda.
Parthenon says, I just got Taco Bell. I'm so jealous, Parthenon. I have not been eating right.
I like his mic setup a lot, actually.
It's really
I've been trying.
sick, and like he's pretty far from it too.
He's got the Lemmy Killmeister from Motorhead. That's how he would have his mic on stage. I dig it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thing that he pushes. Some of the stuff that he pushes, I think, is genuinely bad. Simple as that.
Yeah, God forbid, you know what I mean? And so he's now being harassed in his own community because of shit that Hassan has pushed and Noah Samson has pushed.
To me, it's hard.
And the man is a practicing Muslim, and I was talking to him. He's like, I don't fucking want people like Hassan promoting terrorists, and I see these groups as people that are like, giving my religion and my people like a bad name. Like these fucking terrorists are the worst, and like, so that's his fucking opinion as a Muslim man.
Sure.
And like to fucking characterize him as some race traitor like Hassan and those do it's just like
internalized colorism being projected on Hassan. Yeah.
It's just inhumane. It's like just so fucking gross, dude. I read Muda's statement already.
Can you cash out me 20 to get me a proper meal? I think it's no comment chick on Cash App.
Yeah.
It's not so much an issue. I mean, like, I do appreciate people supporting the stream, and I would never tell anybody not to, because frankly, I'm still trying to get solvent financially. But the real reason that I haven't been eating is more about not knowing what anything is, not knowing what I'm potentially ordering. It's been a little bit, I'm trying to get better about it. I got Google Translate, so if I wait, let me show you, chat. Let me just give you a little example. Wait, I gotta put up the. God this thing. Okay. Is anything here vegan? Let's play it. Oh no, it's so quiet. Why? Oh. Wait, what? ที่นี่มีสาลีมังสวายรati bang Thai? Wow. That's the word J is the one that I've is this food vegan? Mansariwat, I think must mean vegetarian. It's weird that they're not. Let's try just the word vegan. Mangswarirat. Huh. I think that's the word for vegetarian. Yeah, whatever. The reason that they might not be translated, so the word that I'm looking for is J. J actually has to do with Jainist diet, which is kind of the closest thing, to like a vegan diet. It's actually more restrictive though. Jain diet, you don't eat any root vegetables. You don't eat any onion. You don't eat any garlic, right? Because it's even more. Irene does not waste time getting things done. Start learning the new language. I'm trying to. Well, this is my translation app, so you know, I am planning on taking lessons in Thai very soon because I found. Look, I need to learn it, chat. There's just not enough English speakers around here. I got to learn Thai. What's going on? Why is that not? There we go.
Noah, my boy here, he made a.
Since I released my.
So in the first
fucking going on
video called let me see.
You may want to prioritize.
Would the Happy Cow app help? Maybe I should probably download it.
Here a little bit, just because of the link.
The part that I want to watch is in the beginning.
I mean, here's the thing, though, Jacob D. I know that the Happy Cow is really good at finding vegan restaurants, like places that like a restaurant that's like centered around a vegetarian or a vegan diet or something like that, right? I am convinced that there's probably a lot of stuff, at restaurants that serve, meat and seafood and all kinds of stuff. There's probably something that I could order there that is actually vegan because, again, the word like J exists. There's like a festival around it, and there are people that that eat that diet even when the what am I saying? The festival. Yeah, there's like a vegan or I shouldn't call it a vegan festival. It's a J festival, right? It's like, in other words, this is not an uncommon diet, right? And so, because of people sure the word for vegan and vegetarian, we'll see River Rune. So here's what I think. All right, let me help with, or let me give my. Let's play this again. Mangswarirat. Mangswarirat. That is the word for vegetarian, at least to my knowledge. But I think that if you said something like Mangswarirat vegan, right, you'd be talking about a vegan vegetarian diet or a vegan vegetarian food, right? I think that's how it works. But the other word that I've seen used to approximate it, again, in language, in translation, we don't ever usually find a direct translation for a lot of stuff, right? Even the word yes is hard to directly translate from English to Thai. There are words that come close, but the way we use yes, right? There's not exactly a word that's used like that, right? And so in terms of vegan, to some degree, the word vegan, the English word, is sort of imported into Thai dialect to describe exactly that sort of diet. but the closest thing in Thai culture, I think, is the concept of Jay, Jay, and you know, this is kind of essentially describing a a diet similar to the diet eaten by people who are observant of Jainism, which is a Indian religion that practices ahimsa in terms of diet and a lot of other things like non-harming.
Okay.
The YouTubers who back the genocide, yeah. And this one, he accuses me of... So thin, man. Let's see. Here he explains why he thinks I support genocide. Let's take a look.
The liberal framework of thought is only able to conceptualize actors in conflict as being good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says, but so are terrorists. Genocide is bad. I don't agree with genocide, of course, but hijacking ships is bad too. It's against the law, which is bad. Everybody should just stop doing bad stuff. Okay, well, Israel's not stopping. They're not stopping the genocide.
Yeah, bro, and again, your simplistic, moronic take on all this is the problem.
Don't call other people morons, Ethan. You live in the glassest of houses, all right? I don't want to be mean. I don't want to make it sound like your intelligence is or lack thereof is the problem that I have with you. But bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So shut up about calling other people morons. Jesus Christ, it's cringe. It's cringe, chat. If I were to go, let's say I went for Muay Thai lessons, all right? Now, when you go and take a Muay Thai class, you're supposed to be respectful of your crew, of your teacher, of your master, you know, if you want to use like martial arts terms, right? You're supposed to be respectful. You're supposed to be respectful of the gym, of the school, of the students. You're supposed to be respectful, right? If I went in there and my skills weren't up to par, and I was like, just, you know, oh, look, this bro over here doesn't know how to fucking kick. Look at that. You didn't even turn your leg over. You fucking suck, right? You know, and this dude like knows more, has practiced more, can spar more than me. How ridiculous would I look, chat? If I, as a Muay Thai like beginner intermediate student, started going into a gym and copying an attitude with experts, how would I look? Not great, right? I might have opinions on different elements of people's forms, but I should probably keep them to myself. I definitely shouldn't get mean about it. I definitely shouldn't be insulting about it. And why not? Because goddamn, those insults apply an awful lot more towards me than they do to other students who, you know, who are maybe taking fights every few months or something, right? You know, this is like, it's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for Ethan.
The Houthis aren't doing shit. They're taking over vessels that are completely unrelated to Israel. Like, give me a fucking break.
We debunked you on that, Ethan. We debunked you. You made the claim. Your source for the claim, actually, this was the irony, chat. Ethan's source, which he showed on screen, debunked the idea that the ship in question, the Galaxy Leader, that's the ship that was in question, right, was not related in any way to Israel. Your source showed that it was related to Israel. So full of shit.
You know,
so full of shit.
The U.S. doing hijacking ships, terrorists, good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says, but so are terrorists. Genocide.
Imagine, what a crazy opinion.
You're nuts, dude.
Yo, get a load of this genocide
You are actually
supporter.
fucking unhinged.
Genocide is bad. I don't agree with genocide, of course, but hijacking ships is bad too. It's against.
Yeah, when you're yes, it is. I'll say it.
Well, and he goes on to say because it's against the law. No, not necessarily because, like, inherently because it's against the law, because
it's dumb.
Danny Garden, I'm not sure what argument you're making, but if it's something along the lines that, like, that veganism is something that's more understandable by American logic in an American cultural context than in a Thai one, that's wrong. All right. How do I know? Source, because I've been a vegan in the United States, and it's definitely not something that's widely understood, right? I get questions about, like, you know, oh, you're vegan? Okay, well, that's okay. This only has fish in it. Fish is a vegetable, right? Yeah, no, it's not. It's not something that's understood very well in American. That being said, though, there are like different considerations. There are different traditions, and there are different cultural influences, I guess, in Thailand than there are in the United States, including, yeah, because like if you look at geographically where Thailand sits, it is kind of in between largely India on the west side and China on the east side, and so it gets a lot of influences from both places. It's got a lot of influences from Cambodia. It's got a lot of influences from like the from from the south as well, right? So but yeah, this is there are similar concepts, and in the case of the concept of J, it's a more restrictive diet than any vegan that I know of in the United States eats, right? It's in fact, there's a lot of Jain people who do not who do not eat that diet because it's a lot to avoid root vegetables, to avoid meat, to avoid dairy. That's a lot, right? But yeah, it's not any more alien to Thailand than it is to the United States.
Kidnapped and took hostages a bunch of innocent people, man.
Yeah, and like that's the cargo that had nothing to do with Israel. It was like headed for Italy from like India or some shit like that.
It was like a Filipino crew or something.
Yeah, it was like they kidnapped like 12 Filipino dudes.
Oh, which is bad. Everybody should just stop doing bad stuff. Okay, well, Israel's not stopping. They're not stopping the genocide. The U.S. is not stopping its arms shipments so that Israel can continue that
And at what point am I supporting genocide?
Genocide. That is the material reality. If you actually want that genocide to stop, you need to do something material to try to stop it.
What are you doing?
Material, off random ships?
Like bitching about on a YouTube video? What is he? Is he doing that right now? I think he thinks he's doing that.
I don't know, man.
You're fucking bitching. Bro, literally, oh my God, your grandma lets you film in her living room? The fireplace is here. Did you really force grandma out of her own living room? Holy shit. Or is it there's no extra rooms and he sleeps? This is his futon, probably.
I've fallen, and I
Is this your futon, Noah? Come on, Noah.
Yeah, this is kind of a mistake that a lot of people make in looking at things like vegetarian and so like the vegetarianism and veganism that you're familiar with, if you're in the United States, is an American vegetarian or veganism. It's easy to like see that and then think of it that, okay, so we got the United States, which is a very cosmopolitan, very modern culture. Now we're starting to get a little racist here, right? Let me just point out the underlying racism in that set of in that way of looking at the world, right? But it is how a lot of people think of the United States inside and outside of the United States, right? As being some kind of cultural center or whatever, being more modern than other places, and so as such, it's easy to kind of think that, yeah, so you got modern on this side, on the United States side, right? Which has the veganism and it has the gluten-free and right, you can place all those things over in like this modern conception, and then you think of, well, in other societies, what are they like? Well, they're more traditional. They're more traditional, right? They're a little rawer, right? You see. I mean, this is problematic, but I'm pointing out where it's problematic, right? And so therefore, these ideas because if you go back in time in an American context, to a certain point, you're not gonna see like a large I mean, what would you see? Like Seventh-day Adventists would be the vegetarians, right? I mean, there are pockets, right, of people who eat that way, or people who think that way. But if you go back far enough, maybe you don't see anybody who is like abstaining from eating animals at all, and so you think, okay, so that's traditional, and then other countries, they're more like traditional, and you don't realize that like a lot of like cuisine that's not American isn't like based on animals, because guess what? When you kill an animal, it's dead, and it can't make eggs for you, and it can't, that's the end of the line for that animal, right? So a lot of, if you look into the past, right, into the actual past, right, even in America, people were probably eating less meat because it's just less available. It's a very hard thing to, create, right? To grow crops, you just grow crops, right? But to raise animals, you grow crops, you feed those crops to the animals, you take care of the animals, you give water to the animals. There's a lot more input into that. And for that reason, right, meat has traditionally been kind of like the food of the kings. It's like something that, if you are royalty, if you are wealthy, you got access to all the meat you want. If you're a normal person, then that meat is kind of a special thing. But because it's a special thing, when we get to the age of abundance, where there is, just like agriculture is like on a whole nother scale, then we see people are able to eat more. Meat is highly prized because it traditionally it was a little bit rare. It was hard to get a hold of. It was, it was very dear to people, right? Anytime they're, killing an animal to get meat, they have one less animal. They have one less, piece of property there, and less, for them to be able to sell to get something else, and less to be able to breed, right? There's a lot of drawbacks. So people are really sort of they'll kill an animal when they've got a guest, when they've got a family member staying with them to celebrate. This is a special thing. So when you go forward and it's massively available, Americans are just like, yeah, why not eat it every fucking night? And that's just not normal in any society. For that reason, even like Western cultures had more cuisine that was not necessarily animal. They have like some animal fat on it, sure, right? Because you got to do something with the when you're cooking animal products, and you got oil, you got grease that comes from that. You don't want to let that go to waste. So it's not going to be like vegan, but it's not going to be based in animals the way that our current diet, the way that it's like almost like every meal. Maybe not breakfast, maybe like cereal for breakfast, but get a lunch, some kind of sandwich with meat in it. Dinner, maybe a steak, maybe some chicken, maybe some pork, maybe some fish, right? And you just sort of like, because I grew up like this. I didn't get born out of my mom's womb as like, hey, I do not eat any animal products. I grew up with it. I know it well. I had a dad whose favorite thing to do was to grill and to barbecue, right?
I'd be a communist too if that's where I lived.
Oh my God, here we
go. I get it. It's like, fuck. I
think he probably owns this house.
Like,
the joke of it looking like a grandma's house, I get it. But
if he lives there, that's even more cringe, bro.
I mean,
I know people who
looks kind of nice in there. I don't know.
Nah, that shit's whack, bro. That's mentally ill if that's his place.
It's not that bad. Come on.
Yeah, he's like, yo, I don't want to work, dude. I want if only we had communism, I wouldn't have to work. Where's the revolution at? Shut up, bitch. Dumbass loser. That's right. And I'm kidding, by the way, just to say that for obvious reasons.
And so far in the world, the only people doing
Rooster Rick says there's twice as many vegetarians in Thailand. Do you mean raw number? Because Rooster Rick, if that's true about raw number, that's impressive. I would be surprised, or it's maybe I don't know if you meant like in terms of percentage of the population, or you meant raw number.
That outside of Gaza,
it's me.
Interesting.
Making videos shitting on people and putting sponsored ads on them.
Militarily are Hezbollah and Ansar Allah.
Fish is just a vegetable of the sea. Hey, don't denigrate sea vegetables. All right, sea vegetables are some of my favorite foods.
Spend all your time
Hezbollah and the Houthis are the only ones stepping up to the plate,
attacking these groups while sitting on the sidelines, idealistically opining.
But what's ironic is me and you are doing
jellyfish is a fruit. I mean, yeah, maybe
the same amount for the people in Gaza. Like measurably on the whole, me and you, my friend, put us side by side, our contributions would be equal, being zero, basically, right? I mean, being zero. Although I don't know, maybe mine's more because I did donate the infamous $6,500.
We don't. I'm sure he
might have. I don't know.
Most likely.
I mean, let's find out. Let's look. Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a safe assumption.
Yeah, I mean, that's an assumption, I'm curious.
Whatever.
On what forms of resistance are acceptable to you, then you're supporting the genocide. Full stop. There's something to be said.
That's just such a fucking leap, dude.
That is insanely fucking. Like again, he's calling
such
me
a fucking leap. I mean, I don't know
what else to say. And Muda publicly genocide supporters because we think terrorism is bad, because we disagree with Houthis and Hezbollah. That's his fucking reasoning. He also kind of touches on it in the beginning here too.
Since I released my video, The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide, there have been some developments. Ethan Klein responded to the video with an Instagram story shortly after its release, where he wrote, God, these bread tubers are such pathetic fucking rats. When the fuck did I ever support a genocide? I criticize your idol Hassan, and you all resort to straight up character assassination and horrific lies. A campaign which resulted in the CPS call and harassment like I've never experienced in my 15.
And yes, when you label me as someone who's okay with mass murdering an ethnic group, it creates me as a subhuman that people can harass and do anything they want to, including
including CPS. Like, yes, you are contributing to that fucking atmosphere.
Years on YouTube. Fuck you and fuck your movement. Socialism deserves better representatives. Soon after this post, Ethan brought my video up during his live show where he threatened to sue me.
So this fucking little scumbag here who put me and Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and tested me in a thumbnail and said the YouTubers who back the genocide. This is fucking disgusting. And I'm not okay living in this world where these little fucking punk ass scumbags can just say this shit and get away with it. Like accusing people, usually defamation, can be all different types of things. Someone supporting genocide, we throw this term around a lot. That's one of the most, I mean, can you say something more?
Well, yeah, Danny, if all you're saying is that the concepts around like something like J are come from a completely different source than like Donald Watson and like the British and American, vegan culture, that's true. That is
Stuff about somebody, then that sounds pretty defamatory. And again, I'm not taking any prisoners. If my attorney thinks there's anything in here, if he thinks that there's like a decent shot of defamation, I'm suing this fucking piece of shit. It's a little scumbag.
So he is threatening to sue me for
I'll tell you, and I'm going to spoil it. It's not a threat. You'll be hearing from us very soon, my friend. Start crowdfunding, start looking for an attorney. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and even like the Buddhist conception of, vegetarianism is like coming from a slightly different place, right? With a lot of American vegans, it's done because they don't want to put like the animal foods in their body. With the Buddhist tradition, it's more like you're a monk, you've dedicated your life to this religious practice, and you don't want an animal to be killed for your sake. But in some cultures, if you're offered food with animal products in it, because part of the monastic lifestyle is that you are being fed through the generosity of people, through asking for food, then you're not going to turn down food that happens to have had some animal input. So
it's gonna be fun.
That's probably not true.
That's why I said it like fun.
No, I don't know. I think it'll be fun.
Yo, I speed up and chew out $20,000 per month on lawyers like nothing. You don't know my world. You can live one day in my shoes, man.
That's unfortunately true.
Defamation on the grounds that accusing someone of supporting genocide is messed up. I can think of something
messed up, primarily though untrue. That's defamation. Okay.
More messed up than accusing someone of supporting genocide, which is, actually supporting genocide. I can't
he's doubling down on it, and let's hear his
imagine that it's pleasant to be confronted with the idea that you might be supporting a genocide. So the instinct here to deflect and deny without even offering any sort of actual defense against the points is an entirely predictable response. This is how
again, he's like, where's your response, bro? It's like you just put these videos out, man. It takes a minute to draft a complaint, dude. Those are delicate processes.
How the liberal media class will operate in the coming decades when it's time to answer for their crimes of manufacturing consent for a genocide. They will simply say, no, I didn't. If they say anything at all, most of them won't. It's happened throughout history. It happened with the Vietnam War. It happened with the invasion of Iraq. And it'll happen again with Gaza.
Is he talking about me still? You know what I mean? He's talking about the media's responsibility. He's talking about some dumb...
Well, have you ever owned up to what you did in Vietnam?
I don't recall being in Vietnam. It could be another lifetime thing. Could be a past memory. I haven't tapped into it.
I've had kelp noodles. They were very interesting. That's funny. That's one food that I saw in the U.S. a lot. Basically amongst people that want to lose weight. So, if noodles tend to be a very calorically dense kind of food. If it's a spaghetti noodle, if it's a rice noodle, whatever kind of noodle it is, that's, dense, like, concentrated carbohydrates, right? Kelp noodles taste and cook very similarly. And yet there's very little carbohydrate or really any caloric content to noodles. So people that like to eat noodles will often substitute the kelp noodles for their whatever kind of noodles they would eat otherwise in order to drastically reduce the amount of calories. I've seen the same kind of noodles. In fact, probably the United States adopted kelp noodle. I don't know where from, right? But I think that they, it's definitely it's I think the food is like, so it has like Asian origins. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's kind of funny to see, because there's not a lot of stuff. There's not a lot. That's the thing that's confusing to me too, is that the stuff that I see here as food, very different, like entirely different. Like there's not a lot of crossover. There's not a lot of like, oh, that's a product that I am familiar with, you know, that I've seen in the United States. There's just a whole bunch of stuff that I like. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. What's in that? You know, what is that? But yeah, I have found some good stuff. I think it was Japanese sweet potatoes, grilled Japanese sweet potatoes, I think is maybe like a street food over here. And I was able to get a little package of these from a 7-Eleven. Really delicious.
Okay, well, until you reconcile with that.
Just to be overly cautious, I'm so sorry about what happened in Vietnam.
I went looking for Colonel Klein, man.
That's right. Lieutenant Klein.
Gaza, a bit different, though, is that unlike prior U.S.-backed atrocities abroad, we all know what's been happening there the entire time. Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza has been called the first ever
statement either. People didn't know that there were atrocities being committed in Vietnam.
It's also
contemporaneously.
Yeah, people.
They absolutely.
That's
did.
why the Vietnam War protests were so intense. So
and just countless other that's just such a weird.
Also,
thing.
Iraq War. I mean, right. The Gulf War. There was. I
remember being there. I was at the.
Ukraine. What about fucking happening in Ukraine? There's all kinds of insane combat footage coming out of that.
Yeah.
Wait. So there's a big East Asian population here, and our local Asian grocery has biggest freezer section. I was surprised to find an entire case of vegan meats and dishes. I can't. Yeah. So like, you know, as far as the vegan meat stuff, that's a well, I think of that as an American phenomenon, but I think I'm actually wrong about that. You know, like the first vegan meats I became aware of, or you know, things like the Impossible Burger and the Garden Burger. You know, basically, like plant-based foods that are fashioned to cook, to taste, to approximate in some way meat food that people in the United States are used to eating. However, yeah, when I moved to a place that had you know, sort of more Asian sourced foods, I noticed that there were a lot of Taiwanese foods for a lot of like, you know, full on like, you know, vegan, you know, like acceptable to a vegan diet foods that I found in that grocery store came from Taiwan. That were like approximating meat in some way.
It's just a weird. He's just framing it in a bizarre way.
To them, it's like, I don't know. For people like him, not only it's like what's happening in Palestine is not only like the most important thing in the world, it's also important for them to downplay all other atrocities and lift it up like they're not worthy. Like, look how these leftists talk about what's happening in Ukraine. They fucking despise Ukrainian people because they think they're like they're
all Nazis.
They're white victim. They're trying to pull a victim card. A bunch of whiteys pulling a victim card. Obviously, I'm not saying that what's happening in Gaza isn't fucking paramount importance, right?
Yeah, it's horrific.
I mean, I'm just saying there's lots of horrific things, but these people, it's like, this is the only time in human history we've been able to see what happens in a war.
Yeah,
no.
Strange.
But he also says here,
hold on. Entire time. Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza has been called the first ever live streamed genocide.
By who? Just you right now?
Because we've seen the entire.
Also, yeah, it contradicts this narrative that like there's no.
Emlos Haluche says, all my Buddhist friends are vegan. I fixed them agar jello shots. Oh yeah, you can make jello out of that agar.
Journalists allowed in Gaza. There's no coverage. Nothing's there. It's like, is it that, or is it the first live streamed war? I mean, I know journalists aren't allowed in Gaza, by the way, but there is a ton of fucking good reporting happening from Gazan people.
Thing as it's happened with high definition.
Wait till he has to pay Kavanaugh's lawyers in a couple of weeks.
Cell phone video. The mass destruction, the ruthless attacks on the healthcare system, the deliberate targeting of men, women, children, medics, aid workers.
Again, all bad.
Why'd you do this?
Did I do this? He's really setting it up like, well, did he give a reason why did he give a reason yet?
The reason is because you're attacking people trying to bring consciousness, bring awareness to what's going on in Gaza, which despite the fact that it's been going on for a long time, despite the fact that it's, you know, the death toll has been horrendous, it's just not brought up in American media that much. It doesn't come to people's consciousness. It doesn't come to people's mind. It's not what a lot of people are thinking about, right? You're attacking people that are trying to talk about it. And so that gives a perfect way for Noah to take a video that would be watched by a low number of people, put Ethan Klein, put Lonerbox, put Destiny on the thumbnail, and get it watched by many times more people. right? That's, you know, that's it. It's as simple as that.
Caught it.
Not really.
Okay, so far he's saying.
We are genuinely almost out of time. I don't.
Let me finish this part and then we can save the rest. So his point right now is Ethan supports genocide because what's happening in Gaza is bad. So far.
Workers, the intentional starvation used by Israel as a weapon of war, and then the massacres that followed that starvation when Palestinians crowded around aid trucks trying to get what little food Israel was allowing into the strip. The 20,000 slain children.
Again, bro, like, why are you listening?
Just misery porn at this point.
Yeah,
like.
that's what it is, man. And this is all in reference to why I support genocide.
Many of them slaughtered with their entire families. The IDF terrorists.
What the kelp noodles look like, glass noodles? Yeah.
Recording and posting their war crimes, acts of humiliation, degradation, their torture and rape of Palestinians. The full support of Israel throughout all of these atrocities.
Again, what does this have to do with me?
The vile, dehumanizing racism that is required to uphold a project like this.
I just think we need to kill them, every one of them, and that's it. And if not that,
then he shows a bunch of Israelis or Jewish people saying horrific stuff, and I hate to break it to you, buddy, but I could make the same fucking compilation of Palestinians saying horrific stuff about the Israelis. And I mean, it's like so dumb.
The country will not let that happen. The government just
also not me. I don't say what these people say. I've never said anything like
Israel's doing a genocide. These people are expressing that they agree with that, right? If you know, recent polls of Israelis have asked, do you think that the IDF is doing too much in Gaza, just the right amount, or too little? Sorry, I didn't mean to do the thing where it makes you know, the one with the middle finger is the right one, right? The majority of our Israelis are saying that they were saying at the time that they wanted to see Israeli forces do more to the Palestinian people, right? Whereas Hamas did October 7th, but that is a limited number, that's just a limited amount of impact. It's not ongoing. You know, Hamas isn't constantly killing people. In Israel, Hamas isn't trying and succeeding at thinning out the numbers of Israelis. That's the difference, Ethan. That's the difference.
what these people say. So what exactly is your justification?
Do is just kick them out of their land because this is our home, this is our land, and we deserve
I disagree.
it.
What do you think about Palestinians?
I hate them.
This is our home, this is our land. We took it from them fair and square. Yeah, there we go.
We didn't stop.
Like, these kids are fucking dumbasses. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a bunch of dumb fucks on Omegle, saying dumb, horrific shit. You know, it's like this doesn't impugn the entire country.
Ooh, a lot of basic Thai recipes and lots of explanation for different ingredients. Yeah, Funkmaster Ka, I'll write that down. And look, Palin's Kitchen, not Sarah Palin. Well, you kind of spelled like the same way. I don't remember how you spell Sarah Palin's name, but whatever. But yeah, I'll have to look at that later. I'm in a hotel room right now. That's the whole problem. I've got a micro fridge. I've got a electric tea kettle, and I've got a microwave, right? That's all I've got to be able to. So in terms of like what I can cook and what I can prepare, I'm a little bit baited right now, but yeah, I will be. Potato noodles are really good, Sisyphean. I know what you're talking about. Or potato, as Dan Quayle might say. Potato-y. 7-Eleven mukbang. 7 has a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. I'm gonna see how far behind chat I am. I'm getting some questions about bonus content, chat. So, do I like seitan? I worship seitan. No, but actually I can't eat seitan because it's almost pure gluten. It's a really interesting food. If you don't have any problem with gluten, I would recommend you give seitan a try, especially if you like. If you want more vegetarian food that tastes a lot like meat, seitan is a food that you can make taste pretty damn close to chicken and probably pretty damn close to a lot of things depending on how you cook it. But it's interesting stuff. I'm aware of it. Just don't eat it. Textured vegetable protein. I mean, that's more of a little bit more of a refined food there. Tempeh. Tempeh is a, you know, food native to God, or where is tempeh is from? Oh my God, I used to know. I used to know where tempeh was from, but I think it's, you know, not too far from where I am now. Lion's Mane burgers, interesting. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people serve mushrooms as a meat replacement. It doesn't really replace the protein as far, as far as I know, but it does. Tempeh tofu, seitan. Why did the administration right wingers hate Jane Fonda so much, Dan? Right? Lion's mane is delicious. You can salt and pepper and saute it. It's just very versatile. Yeah, definitely feels that in terms of the texture and the taste, similar to a lot of meat products. Drink some Thai tea. Have I had any Thai tea yet? I feel like... Wait, I must have. I think I've had Thai green tea so far, which is not generally what people are talking about. The left hates Ukraine, is that what Ethan said? Sorry, I'm trying to get through chat here. He probably wants to play Marvel Rivals and AC Assassin's Creed Shadows and doesn't mind getting paid to... Oh, Hassan, yeah. Hopefully we can... Yeah, this is like... Look, I've got some questions about people wanting to add content to the dono goal. So we're going to cover, I think, today, Francesca Fiorentini on Leftist Mafia. We're going to... That's going to be our first bonus topic. Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the super chat. You know, wherever you can. Just be like, you know, when you donate, just suggest a topic, and I'll try to add it to our list. And if a lot of people want to see me cover it, I shall.
You're gonna kill everyone?
You guys are animals.
Part of what he did in the first video that was so repulsive is he makes the argument that nobody in Israel is innocent. Essentially, he's saying everybody in Israel is a legitimate military target and nobody there is innocent. So this is part of his crusade to basically greenlight, manufacture consent, I might say, for hate.
You might say if you understood Noam Chomsky better and you weren't just trying to throw in a buzzword, you shithead.
Against Israelis and potentially violence too, and Jews who like Israel.
Animal
manufacture consent. He's using manufacture consent. Again, chat, why do people say that Ethan is on the wrong side of history here? Because he's using terms like manufacture consent to imply that the danger, that the population being impacted by what's going on are Israelis when they are objectively not. You have had a minimum of 40,000 people killed in Gaza. Now, why is the number at 40,000 when it's been at 40,000 for years now? Because the ability to count, the ability to estimate has gone. Medical officials, anybody who'd be able to, you know, manage something like that has been, you know, has been killed or left the area, right? It's more likely, and there's some estimation that we're talking about not 5 figures, but 6 figures, right? Compared to 3 figures of Israelis killed by Hamas during October 7th, right? This is, but he's acting like, no, but they're manufacturing consent for the continued, you know, oh my God, it's just like, there's no recognition of reality. It's just pure ideology. If you want to talk fucking leftism, you want to throw in some Noam Chomsky there, I'll throw in some Slavoj Žižek at your dumbass. Sorry, chat, not to imply that Ethan's ass is dumb.
10,000 kids.
10,000 kids that would grow up to be the next. 10,000 kids that would grow up to be the next.
I'm sure it can be a very smart ass at times too. Reducing genocide to misery porn? Yeah, fuck off, Dan.
Really? Because the first time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this girl's like 8. Do you think I would ever say anything like that? Have I ever said anything like that?
I'm Palestinian.
I'm just gonna skip this because it's just more of that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We've seen all of this, which is why the whole no, I didn't defense doesn't.
He goes, didn't you see these fucking children on Omegle saying horrible things? Like, we've seen it all, buddy. We've got the proof.
Hold up, because, you know, yes, you did. We have you on video during this genocide that everyone saw, spreading propaganda that's been used to justify that genocide.
It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect.
He didn't even, he just showed it. He didn't even refute my point.
Maybe it was in the first video or something?
No, he doesn't. He does not address it. He just shows it.
Well, that's, okay.
He literally just shows it. He doesn't even fucking address it. My point here.
What he's saying is
I'm doing propaganda by saying that we should believe that these women were raped and not treat them like they're liars.
Right.
That's supporting a genocide, he says. But how is this fucking propaganda? Like, this girl says she heard of people raping, and then it cuts to a woman who's like, I was sexually assaulted. I show all that, and he doesn't address it. He just shows it. Oh, he just does this tiny. Text. Oh yeah, this text here.
Right.
He couldn't be fucked to say something about it. What is this from? Who said this? Like, what? Like, can I see above and below this tiny little fucking excerpt? If you're gonna call me that I'm doing propaganda, you could try a little harder than that. Again, trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect.
My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires...
Once again, I don't know why you're showing Netanyahu. He's saying I talk like him?
And clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. And these monsters, they rape women, they burnt babies alive. Many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers.
The Gazan so he's saying that my rhetoric matches Netanyahu.
You are the same as Netanyahu. And also, there's no proof that anybody was raped on.
Which is just, it's crazy they keep echoing that. They show the UN report, which I used, which has...
There's nobody claiming that there weren't rapes, all right? Especially Hassan has been very adamant about the fact, like Hassan, Denims, anybody that you want to bring up, has been adamant about the facts that in any conflict like this, there are very likely to be rapes. To say that there were no rapes going on would be just an ignorant thing to say. Would be it'd be ignoring historical precedent, right? And also, when you don't know, you shouldn't make a claim like there were no rapes, right? That's not what anybody's claiming. What we're claiming is that the claim that has been made about there being systemic rape being used as a weapon of war, it has been falsified, right? That was a claim that was made to manufacture consent. Ethan, now I'm using it correctly, to manufacture consent for the genocide in Gaza. That is turned out to be Hasbara. Not that rapes didn't happen,
like this, but the overwhelming conclusion.
But the way that the claims were made to, imply a systemic, policy of that kind of violence being done as a weapon of war turned out to be false.
Is that it did happen. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Like literally just go to the conclusion of the UN.
I mean, the part that he showed an excerpt, my understanding of it, which maybe I shouldn't even be fucking weighing in because who the fuck am I? But there is no forensic evidence or whatever that like little clip that he showed.
It's all
right.
I
that was my understanding. But then majority of the people that sexual violence happened to.
Since when do we just believe people with forensic evidence of rape?
It also just
since when is that the fucking standard?
It just seems
it's been reported
like
by dozens of fucking people on separate different occasions, man.
All right.
Hostages, people, casual.
Enjoy playing with your straw man, Ethan. Enjoy playing with your fucking straw man. Nobody's arguing that rape didn't happen.
Casualties from October 7th, people that saw it. Like, it says its number of...
Also, if I was Noah, I wouldn't get into the whole rape denial lane.
Oh, he straight up is all in it.
Interesting.
History.
Some information to tell you, but after the show.
Really? Mm-hmm. About him?
Oh, thank you. Yep. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah's got the clip from... so we're going to get into Cenk Uygur after this, and we're going to maybe, it sounds like from what Sarah's saying, maybe see some of what John Iadarolla had to say. We're going to get back into the whole TYT anti-Kasparian thing. Why am I taking too long reading through chat? Why are you chatting so much? No, that's not actually a complaint of mine. I am glad that you are chatting so much, and I'm trying to read through your chat. I'm trying to go through these slowly so I don't miss anything. Again, chat, we're at 125 out of 200 on the dono goal. We've definitely got one bonus topic unlocked. We'll see if we can get two. If we make that 125 200, we get 75 points further on that line. Then we will do extra. I feel like I'm doing extra anyway today, but I just got so much content that I got to get covered, that I got to get out of the way before tomorrow when Ethan drops a whole nother motherload of content on us.
Oh, about the Cody Code?
No, it's nothing. It's nothing that you know about yet. It's interesting how many people come out of the woodwork. Noah.
We'll get to that.
Exes,
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show.
Okay, we're not going to jump into this, right?
Exactly. I want to do due diligence and everything, but upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
Don't say it.
Oh my God, you guys, don't miss Friday's show. So he's a rape...
Okay, so there we go. There's our little teaser that he's going to go after Noah again on Friday.
Of course his standard... I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but his standard is that unless you can do a rape kit that shows that it didn't happen for sure, and if you say it did, you're a lying prop...
No, the standard is that you're going off of people's firsthand accounts. When we say, believe victims, we're talking about victims. If I say I saw a homeless person, violate somebody in the alleyway or whatever. So, you know, we really need to crack down on those homeless, right? If I'm doing it Anna Kasparian, then you're not going to place the same credibility in my possibly motivated reasoning, in my possibly motivated, statement, motivated by bigotry on my part, than you are on somebody saying I was R-worded, by, whoever, right? That's most basic thing in the universe.
Propagandist, genocide supporter. And by the way, this video is so poorly conceived, so poorly argued, so like morally.
Emil Lohe also making me realize how late I am in chat, but saying he's got the Zizek sniff down. Yeah, that was in response to me bringing up Zizek earlier to Ethan's reference to Noam Chomsky.
And logically defunct, but it's getting overwhelmed. The people on the left who gobble this shit up. Hassan spent 2 hours watching this one. He spent 2 hours watching the first one on his stream in its entirety, glazing him up. This is a bad video. This is a bad video by a bad person making unfucking supported arguments about, and saying terrible things about somebody with no fucking evidence.
The health ministry is run by Hamas, terrorist organization. I think a lot of people are.
Where am I? I lost my spot.
They stand with rapists and murderers.
The Gazan health ministry.
Okay, so far his evidence that I support genocide.
We're out of time, by the way.
What is it?
Because I feel like you're just going to go through this whole 2-hour video if I don't stop you.
Let me tell you.
You see what Dan's doing? Dan wants to get home before fucking traffic starts, or just like, I don't know. Like the longer they're staying, the more time they're going to spend in traffic, the longer it's going to take them to get home. And Ethan just can't fucking control himself.
We are out of time.
Address all these points.
It's 2 hours of points. Oh no,
Why justify it?
It's not all about me.
Gaza health ministry is Hamas. There was more Jews displaced.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
But again, Gaza health.
To me, pointing out that the Gaza health ministry is run by Hamas, which it is pro genocide. I don't know.
Ministry is Hamas. There was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
That's factually true. Video. Again, he shows that, but he doesn't refute it. He shows it, but he doesn't refute it.
Attacking and delegitimizing the only groups in the world militarily resisting that genocide with arguments plucked directly from the U.S. state.
How are you going to show me saying more Jews?
Okay, so Sisyphean's saying, I think that having an accurate recounting of 710 is vital to historical record, which is why I will not accept the conflict-based R-word stuff until I see some sort of citation that is not from Zaka. If you don't know, Zaka is an organization within Israel that I don't know, would you call them like, I don't know, first responders? Right? These are also the people that have been responsible for making the cartoon about extracting sperm from a dead IDF soldier in order to bring it to his wife to try to have like one more kid. Zaka's into some weird stuff, right? And they have been seen essentially, what would you call it? Tampering with evidence, I think, is the way that I'd put it. Zaka, I think, has been documented as tampering with evidence for propagandistic purposes.
Were displaced than Palestinians, and he doesn't even fucking argue. He doesn't explain.
Department, the #1 material supporter of the genocide.
Terrorist groups.
We have you on video attacking and delegitimizing the most prominent media figures in the YouTube space who have been advocating against the genocide and breaking.
This is the iconic. Well, if someone's pro-genocide, they can't be criticized. Basically, period. He's doing that argument for Hassan right now.
You misspoke. If somebody's pro-Palestine, is what you were trying to say. You said pro-genocide.
Right.
The statement makes sense.
Yeah, pro-Palestine. He's doing that, man.
Most prominent media
this is the best argument ever. I'm almost done,
in the YouTube space who have been advocating against the genocide and breaking down the propaganda used to justify it.
Hassan loves all terrorists.
We have you on video.
Dude, that part's crazy. He fucking edited it to make it say dude, okay, I gotta show this part. This is insane. I say in that clip, I'm not saying Hassan loves all terrorists, and he fucking edited it to say Hassan loves all terrorists.
The propaganda.
What?
Used to justify it.
Hassan loves all terrorists.
We have you on video.
Bro! Here's the section from my video. What the fuck are we doing?
Now, I'm not going to sit here and...
What actually are we doing? Here's the clip.
Tell you, he is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hassan loves all terrorists.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but okay, let's go over this, all right? His presentation is that of, I don't know, like a character from The Office or a used car salesman or something like that. The narrator that he's presenting is one that's very tongue-in-cheek, right? So when you say, no, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hassan loves terrorists, you're not saying it like me. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Ethan Klein loves all terrorists, right? That looks like I mean what I'm saying. When Ethan says, I'm not going to tell you that Hassan loves all terrorists, But, you know what I'm saying? The actual intention of what he's saying is actually closer to what Noah's showing, right? Noah cut off the, like, now I'm not going to tell you, right? He's saying that's disingenuous. What I really said was, now I'm not going to tell you this. So, you know, the opposite of that. But he says the opposite of that with his tongue in his cheek. What are we supposed to believe, Ethan? What are we supposed to believe from this most unreliable of narrators in Ethan Klein?
They said, here's what he
propaganda used to justify it.
Hassan loves all terrorists. What the fuck? That is nuts. And my friend, if there's so much evidence of me supporting genocide, why you don't have to doctor clips? Just look at the clip. Go to the clip.
I'm sorry, for the guy that made the content puke, you got no room to talk, Ethan.
Where's the Keemstar?
Try again. You got nothing but out of context clips of Hassan in that content puke, and you're gonna tell me that you're worried about Noah, you know, taking you out of context.
I mean, what do you need to say more than that? I mean, you know. Now, should I do this real fast? Do you think? Should we highlight it?
Look for the clip.
We're out of time.
We're out of time.
Video on video running defense for the primary architects of the genocide.
Just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed.
Oh, this shit is so dumb, bro.
So Vadim's telling me, if you bring me on, I'll explain some tea on this disgusting R accusation by Dan and Ethan against Noah. So that's what they're going to cover up. That's what they're going to cover on Friday. Yeah, we like. I mean, maybe for a second, Vadim. I am just like, again, I bit off more than I could chew because I want to try to get some of this content out of the way before tomorrow's content dump.
We've addressed it. We apologize. It's more than you'll ever do for getting something factually wrong. We don't believe it. It's like showing this is just bad faith. It's fucking dumb. We don't believe.
Like I said, chat. If we get it to 200, we could easily do a talk with Vadim as the second bonus content element.
If this shit at all, and you know, like ultimately the point we were making was anti-war.
Just about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
He was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
This is when the war started, and at the time he was advocating for the war to end, and Bibi removed him from his cabinet. I mean, it's just fucking not rocket science, man.
J-Rock says, I bet they say that Noah was Noel Miller's editor, so they must condone what Cody coded. Oh. I don't know.
Remember when I said that?
Murbert says, I'm not saying Ethan's house is covered in shit, but yeah.
No.
Anyway, that's
some kind
I'm not saying that Ethan Klein turned his family into the human centipede, but
of beautiful, free, diverse, democratic state.
We're planning to go to again, he's the king of showing shit and not addressing it. Okay. It's more of this. You guys get the idea. I mean, when you see him editing a fucking clip of me to make it say that complete opposite of what I was saying is bananas. And
Attack of the Hank says, address the fact that you spliced denims and I'll let you complain about it then. Yeah.
Pretty much all you need to know. So this guy is going to get he's going to be receiving a demand for retraction by the end of the week, which I'm sure he's going to publicize and try to act really cool about and flaunt. And
he's going to receive a slap suit by the end of the week, sounds like.
And not comply with, at which point, you know what follows from that. And I wish you all the best, my friend. I would definitely urge you to start looking for lawyers and crowdfunding because, you know, you live in your grandma's, extra bedroom.
Oh, yeah. Gonna shit on people for being poor, right? Because his whole audience is poor compared to him. You can shit on the Fupa Troopas, Ethan, while you ask them for more subs. You fucking incorrigible bastard.
I'm sure Hassan will pay for it.
I think he owns the house.
He does?
I don't know, but I feel
you
like
don't know. It might be his grandma's extra bedroom.
He's a successful YouTuber. He gets lots of views.
Successful. He posts his videos usually get shit.
No, getting hundreds of thousands of views.
That's not house money. And he doesn't post that often either.
Well, okay.
Bill Cosby came to my house.
I think he lives with his grandma.
You know what? That's
Normal by Nature with a super chat. He actually just says Hassan is a terrorist several times. He says Hassan is a terrorist, so it kind of doesn't matter. So if he's saying, now I'm not saying that Hassan loves every terrorist, but why is that so upsetting? Loving all terrorists is somehow less racist? Yeah. Straight up.
That's not really even a problem.
Like, he played that game like Twitch or Terrorist or whatever, and it's like, you know, Hassan or Osama bin Laden.
He posts, look, he has 3 months. Hold on, Dan. 3 months. There was a 3-month gap between his last video that got 400,000 views, and it's about controversial issues. So, like, how much his CPM's got to be shit. He probably made like $4,000 from this video. 3 months from that, 2 weeks to this one, which is a juicer for him, admittedly. But this guy's not rolling in it. You know?
I guess those videos might get demonetized.
A lot of them probably do, yeah. Or if they don't, they're gonna have really low CPM.
Right.
So yeah, I mean,
maybe
case closed.
he lives in his
case closed.
I don't know.
Case closed, man.
I don't know if we know that.
He's gonna sue me for defamation for saying he lives with his grandma. Actually, Your Honor, I own my own house. Actually, yeah.
Actually, Your Honor, I'd like to call to the stand my own grandmother. Now, grandmother, do I live in your house? No, actually, I live in Noah's house.
So anyway, look forward to that, Noah, and everybody else. Thank you for
People are
watching.
saying they like the armoire in the shot.
Is that the
cabinet thing?
I thought that shit was just dated and tacky. It is so it's so chuggy and dated.
Oh no, not chuggy.
I got him.
No, don't say chuggy.
So unfortunately, there's a lot
Don't say chugger, you fucking Omega boomer.
more stuff I want to address, but you guys get the idea. Maybe I'll just jump right into it on Wednesday. That being said,
today's Wednesday.
I mean, Friday. Also, but the fucking Cody.
Wait, BE was the one pretending to be Noah's grape victim? I don't know about this. Sisyphean tasked with the $10 super sticker pair character flying in the air with a red cape and a smile on his face. That is how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling super powered. Thank you for the super sticker, Sisyphean task.
Thing. He was Cody Co's editor.
He was Cody Co's editor. I mean,
he's Cody Co's editor, who was recently outed for statutory raping Tana.
Yes.
And he still follows him. He follows each other. They're seemingly still friends.
You talked about the Cody Co stuff. Didn't you edit for him and Noel back in the day?
Let
Yeah,
me
I
get this
edited
straight.
for Noel for 3 years, and I edited for. I did one video for Cody.
So yeah, so Noah is Cody Co's editor, was Cody Co's editor. Kind of looking yoked there. Didn't realize that he was that cut, but he is. There we go. There's that. And now we're like associating Noah with the crimes of Cody Co because of this.
And then I did one of the That's Cringes, and then I did
as far as we can tell, I guess the context of this is an unlisted video with 1,000 views. And as far as we can tell, is the only time he ever addressed the Cody Tana thing. And
he's been very quiet on it. Like, oopsie, one of my closest associates got outed as a statutory rapist.
Well, I mean, I don't know how close he is with him necessarily, but he definitely kickstarted his career and started his career.
But this guy who's so vocal and cares so much about everything, like he can't even fucking muster.
He is a commentary YouTuber. You would expect him to probably say something.
Say something, man. Let's hear. But it was a real
former collaborator.
Sisyphean wants to hear that Vadim convo.
Ooh, dude.
Take a break, buddy.
And it was it's probably 4 years ago. But yeah, I haven't made a video about it for a few reasons, but biggest one is I don't really have anything to add to it.
I'm not sure if you can still hear me here, Vadim, but I got it. I'll try to give you a call.
Okay, but that's fine. But you're close to
if we have time. If not, hit me up on tomorrow's stream.
him. You know him, right?
And
also you're Mr. Moral Arbiter of everything that's right and just in the world.
There's nobody that watches me that hasn't heard about this that needs to hear about it, in my opinion.
Oh, good. So then you don't need to talk about Gaza anymore.
Or a better example is like here.
Sisyphean with a $2 super chat. Vadim Convo. I'll add this to my super sticker. Gotcha.
Uh-oh. Here come the... He made a video about Colleen, bruh. This motherfucker...
Was there not enough commentary on this?
This dude made a video about Colleen Ballinger, and we're treating him like a serious fucking person. Talking about war and calling people genocide for this. Okay, buddy.
The biggest, the most important thing to come out of this, I think, is the example of... if anyone, I'm sure many of you are up on this, but the biggest thing is the way that the allegations were shut down and swept under the rug. The fact that that was super not tolerated once news broke and people started talking about it, I think is super important.
Isn't that what you're doing? By doing this on a 1,000 member...
Ophelia with the super sticker. Video game controller poses triumphantly in between the words critical hit.
Unlisted stream on your second
channel. Nobody's seen this. There's literally
about just a tweet. You don't have to make a video.
There's no statement on the record from you about this.
Maybe unfollow him since you guys are mutuals.
Unfollow him, man. Yeah. At least that. I can't believe he's talking about sweeping and covering up when he's fucking doing that. This is what Cody did, by the way. He made a. Well, yours is actually even less public. He fucking paywalled his apology, didn't he?
This is
or is addressing that. Put it on Patreon.
This is what Cody did. What did Cody actually do? Didn't Cody do something worse than a bad apology? What did Cody do? I thought he did something really fucked up to Tana. Didn't he? Am I wrong about the chat? I don't know the lore behind the Cody Co thing, right? What did Cody do again? I'm trying to remember. How is it Noah's fault that Cody Co slept with Tana? Okay, so yeah, slept with a was it a 17-year-old? Was she 17 at the time after Gavi Hannah told him not to? Yeah, so he was aware and he did it anyway. So we're talking about
No, it was just that he put it on his
second
like
channel.
his like jogging channel or some shit.
So this is like 1,000 views, man. That's all you had to say, and you're going to talk about sweeping?
Yeah, this is you're exactly right, Variant. This is if this was about him, Ethan would call this cancel culture, but because it's about somebody else, it's
That's amazing.
It's fair game.
Amazing.
Well, I was baffled by this, but due to the development that happened today, it's maybe starting to click a little.
Ethan supported Jordan Peterson, and he had a show with Trish. That's worse than being Cody Co's editor. Yeah, according to Trish is. I won't defend Trish.
Bit more if this guy's got some history himself that he's just trying to lay low on this front. I don't know. We'll have to look into it. But it's crazy how as soon as we started
Ethan also covered Colleen True.
talking about him, immediately we're being contacted by women.
That is interesting. Usually it only happens to people
Ethan
I like.
did how many days of Colleen content?
True.
So, okay, well, Noah, sounds like we've got
more for you later.
We have a fun show on Friday for you, my friend.
Yep.
And until then, I wish you all the best. Sleep easy. Friday, we're coming, baby. You're probably going to get our letter of demand for retraction by then. You can enjoy that. And stay tuned for Friday. Don't worry, though, Noah.
Okay, so supposedly the Cody Co, Noah Sampson allegations are going to come out on Friday. Oh my God, chat. I thought we'd never get done with that, but I wanted to show you this whole thing. My video editor saw this, and she was telling me about the way that, Dan is like, hey, we're supposed to be out of here. Why are we not out of here? Why are we keeping on like, Dan is getting, like, legit frustrated. And I can imagine why that LA traffic is unbelievable to deal with. And, the later they go, the more of that traffic that the whole crew gets to deal with, thanks to Ethan Klein's obsessive Moby Dick type relationship with Hassan.
You saved Gaza.
All right, there we go. So that is the Ethan Klein content that we didn't finish yesterday. We did finish it today. Let's see. I'm gonna nope. I'm gonna try that. There we go. He did weeks of Colleen content. Could be said that Ethan farmed Colleen. You could definitely say that. The Jimmy Lee allegations are horrible. Then he would, yeah. You want to find a parallel to what he's saying that Noah Sampson did about not disavowing somebody that he was associated with that did horrible things? There we go, Jimmy Lee. He was friends with Justin Roiland, Andrew Callahan, and a variety of other people who have allegations against them. Yeah, he's got nowhere. He covered so much David Dobrik content. I feel like that's what he used Trish for in the beginning. Just catching up with chat here before we get into the Cenk Uygur content. When is Ethan going to drop the Empanada files? He did promise us those Empanada files. Shakespeare, I hate LA traffic. So glad Mexico City has so much public transit. It's a good place from what I've heard. Ethan really has too much time on his hands. He is claiming he will sue Noah. It's a bluff because Ethan already had a few lawsuits and allegations against him. He ran out of stuff to crap on Hassan for, so yeah, he's going for Noah. He goes for the next guy he feels threatened by. Who his wife might secret like, damn, I don't know about that, but possibly. I loved watching Steiny squirm for 2 hours worrying about the traffic. Is that what's going? Oh yeah. Ethan hired a blues band to sing. Oh, I remember that. Ethan is genuinely capable of considering others. God, what an awful job. I gotta fight LA traffic just to listen to Ethan and Hila complain about Hassan and company. Yeah, even use Toxic Gossip Train as a sound drop. The Demon's in the waiting room. Yeah, I am gonna. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we are done with the Ethan content for today. We are not done, though, with the Cenk Uygur content for today. Let me pull that up. Let's pull up the VOD. Let's figure out where the fuck I put this. Cenk explains why he's removed Francesca. I think that's what we got here. Go. All right.
Recently, Francesca Fiorentini asked us at TYT to take her podcast, The Tchuation Room, off the network. And we happily agreed to that. And today, I'm going a little further, and I'm going to take Francesca off the network entirely.
All right, so that's what we're starting with, chat. I'll remind you, we're at 145 out of 200. We're already going to get some bonus content that's going to take the form of seeing what Francesca said on the Leftist Mafia tonight. We might do another topic. Wait, what did? Oh yeah, the other topic would be a conversation with Vadim. We're 55 away from hitting the double dono goal. I'll do a convo with Vadim for the second, the second bonus content. Didn't Ethan dox Bad Empanada's family? I seem to remember something like that. Yeah, finally Francesca left. So yeah, if you don't know, the Bituation Room was on the TYT Network. Francesca, that is something that Francesca has built up, and she didn't want to let it go. So she kind of wants her podcast back. Like, hey, you're not supporting me. You're not doing anything for me. Can you please let my podcast go? Cenk Uygur agreed, but then he got mad and he was like, no, you know what else? You can be banned from Iadarolla's show too, because Johnny and Francesca, they're close friends, and she shows up on the Damage Report quite often. Apparently, Cenk has now banned John from collabing with his friend. So there we go. What an asshole. What an asshole. All right, let's continue. Here, I'm going to put him up to a little bit faster too, chat, so that we get through with this at least 1.25. Shaky Gurga.
So you won't see her on any of the TYT shows going forward. So I want you guys to know why I'm doing that and how this whole situation isn't really about Francesca. It's about TYT, our community, and what we stand for. And so we're for open minds and open hearts. And so I want all of you to know that, and I want to build a community.
You don't have an open mind if you refuse to hear from people who disagree with you. I'm sorry. Can I state the obvious?
That believes in that and invites people in that believe in the same things. And by the way, if you don't believe in the same things and you say, no, I have a strict ideology and I have no open mind about that, no problem. There are tons of shows out there for you guys. So first of all, we've had some disagreements. I certainly have with some of the far left, but I think they've been relatively small.
Emloso Luque says, it's not about Francesca, it's about me.
But if you think that they've been large, no problem. So they've been around the issue of crime. Did crime rise between 2019 and 2023? Well, that
open wallets, yeah, for the Poly Market Studios. Cenk is going to be transphobic in this. Oh no, thank you for warning me too, Ophelia.
That's a fact, it did. But it's okay, we could have different interpretations of it. That's not an issue at all. We certainly are against police abuse and we've fought against it. I would argue at least as much as any show on the planet and perhaps a lot more. And I take great pride that Benjamin Crump, among others, said that Trayvon Martin.
Yeah, but as far as our country being the next to, I guess, El Salvador now, the country that does the most per capita incarceration, that's fine. Actually, we at TYT feel like the police aren't going hard enough. They should be locking up more people for longer. They're right? I'm sorry, you can't say that you're, on the right side of the issue when it comes to police, when you actually want the police to do more to people, to incarcerate more people against police abuse, unless it's an unhoused person. True. Yeah, on the subway.
Would not have gotten anywhere near the national coverage that he did if it wasn't for the Young Turks. So nevertheless, we could have disagreements about specific policy issues, and we do on slogans and framing, et cetera. For example, defund the police, Latinx. These are normal disagreements within any community.
If you want to understand, if you want to talk about Latinx, try understanding it first, because you don't. You think it's a phrase that was created by Americans who looked at Spanish and said, ooh, that's a little problematic. Ooh, I don't like the fact that when you have a bunch of when you have sisters, you call them hermanas, and we have brothers, you call them hermanos, and when you have a mixed group of siblings, you call them hermanos. Why does the male take over? It's problematic. I'm a social justice warrior, and I am hereby canceling Spanish, right? And I don't want to say Latinos, I'm going to say Latinx because I'm politically correct. That's where he thinks it comes from, right? Now, look, if you are a non-binary person in a Latin American culture, you might want to have ways to speak about yourself speak about other non-binary people that don't include a gendered ending, right? That's a little challenging considering the, how the language is. So, people have found, ways to try to include that in the language. From my understanding, it's maybe even a little bit more common to, if you're talking about a non-binary, it's a weird thing too, because the word Latino would not be, I don't know, right? It's you might have an AE ending, right? Like Latine. Or the X ending is more for written, where the X the X is like a wild card, right? The X is like, but these phrases have been created for and by non-binary people in Latin American cultures. Oh shit. I didn't know that. I was ignorant and I filled that ignorance with assumptions, right? Assumptions that are kind of racist, actually, right? You're making this assumption that anything that is non-binary, that must be from American culture, right? Because we're modern, remember? We're the American, most modern society yet, so it must come from there. And then the traditional culture, it's just, there's so much bigotry, there's so much bias, there's so many assumptions just baked into his way of thinking, into his confused way of thinking. My cousin is non-binary and they say Latine. Yeah, Latine is common too, but why do Americans even care who on the left uses Latinx except for Cenk? No, like J-Rocks, I have seen some well-intentioned people, try to throw in Latinx, because they think that there's something yikes about the word Latino. Okay, I have seen that happen, and that is, well, intentioned Americans on the left, not understanding the use case for these words, right? The use case that non-binary people, these cultures have created. They don't understand it, and they're using it wrong, right? So that does exist. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm not saying that it doesn't. The strange thing is that the one video that I've seen that's really good at explaining this is by Bad Empanada, which is not, this is not who you think of Bad Empanada as, is making a video explaining, non-binary, inclusive language. Yeah, lingua inclusivo, I believe is what this is called. Yeah, there's a name for this. In Spanish, it's lingua inclusiva, right? In Spanish, all nouns are gendered and masculine is used neutrally. Overwhelmingly, most actual Hispanic people find Latinx to be, well, they're like, I just explained that where that goes, right? It is also possible that somebody might be unaware that I think Latinx did, if I'm correct, if I'm not mistaken, the phrase, it didn't come from the United States. It's not something that, Anglos in the U.S. are imposing on Latin cultures, right? But that being said, I just mentioned where, I have heard a lot of well-intentioned American people use that phrase incorrectly. You use that as like, we're not going to say Latino anymore, we're going to say Latinx. That's not the intention. That's not what that's not what that's for. That's not what it means. It's supposed to be for, non for people who don't identify with one gender or another, to be able to, and like somebody has pointed out in chat, and I believe Shakespeare has pointed out, a lot of times Latine is also very common, if not more common. Amy Goodman uses Latinx. Is that good or bad? I think Amy Goodman should familiarize herself in how the X ending is used. I think that Amy Goodman is using it incorrectly. I think she's well-intentioned, right? That's the whole thing, is I can't be mad at people for, trying to do the right thing, but if you're going to do the right thing, you got to inform yourself enough to know, what how these words are actually used, what these words are actually for.
And I certainly would never want to shut that down because we're, again, for open minds. And of course, we've had some disagreements on the issue of transgender rights. Let me just say
on the issue of transgender rights,
what my position is, because a lot of people outside of the network have been misleading you about this. So I'm for 100% constitutional rights for transgender Americans because why? They're Americans, just like the rest of us, and they should have the same exact rights as us. They should be protected in bathrooms. They should definitely be allowed to serve in the military. And I happen to think that they should be allowed to play, transgender girls should be allowed to play in girls' sports in high school.
Did I mispronounce it? Lenguaje inclusivo. Yeah, lenguaje inclusivo.
Now, my position on that is not.
Thank you, Emlos Aluhe.
Overall popular in the country. I understand that, and I have a strategy for hopefully how to win on that in the long run. But I don't believe that they should be mandated to play in college and professional level. I think the league should get to make those decisions on their own. I think
native Spanish speakers never say X, etc. We default, we default to Latine. So when it's spoken, right, Latine makes so much more sense. The X, even when it does exist, it's not going to be pronounced. And if it was pronounced, it probably wouldn't be pronounced the way that it's pronounced in English. Like it wouldn't be Latinx, right? Anyway, it's just, familiarizing yourself with, we don't say Latin eki? Latin equus?
that is a small disagreement. Obviously, others think that's a giant disagreement, but that's, again, not the issue here. I think what the issue is when others, among the issues, is when others say, only my opinion is the correct one, the moral one. Everyone who disagrees with me is unintelligent, immoral, collaborator, etc. Well, we'll get to the specifics on Francesca in a second. I'm saying that generally, and that they speak for the left. Well, let's find out if they do speak for the left. This is a little bit of Francesca, a little bit of Emma Vigeland from Majority Report, and spliced in is the actual facts about what the American people think, and interestingly, what Democratic voters think. First, let's watch this.
I'm a big Messi fan, but let me just explain this to you.
Answer my question. Would you allow him, if he said I'm a woman, to play in the American women's national team?
Yes, right now. Hell yeah, are you kidding me?
Transgender female athletes in women's sports, only 18%.
I do think that Francesca got a little baited there, right? I don't know. It's a bad situation. He's putting her in a situation where, he's trying to trap her where any response that she gives is going to be, is going to have a real problem to it, But there we go. TYT, anti-establishment media source, home of the progressive, and what are they using? The MSM to show you that Americans don't like trans people being included in sports. I feel like there was a time when Americans did not like other people participating in sports. These people were claimed to have a physiological advantage that made it unfair for them to compete. Stuff like bone density was brought up as a justification for setting up separate leagues. Like this, and also understand something that Jake's not going to tell you, right? The default state, we're talking about, he ends up saying something like, instead it should be left up to the leagues to decide whether trans people can participate or not. Well, guess what, Jake? It was left up for them to decide. They asked themselves, absent of any political pressure, what was the most fair, what is the, what is fair here? What should happen? Like, right? What is the most fair decision we can make? And the decision they made since the early 2000s, and I'm talking about the International Olympic Committee, was to allow trans people to participate in sports. Trans people were allowed to participate in sports, and it caused zero impact. And it was only noticed, and it only got politicized when you had, trans athletes have some success, have some visibility. And at that point, it became politicized. And with that politicization, they reversed their earlier decisions based on physiology, based on sports science, based on medicine, based on actual scientific understanding. They reversed that to cater to the political pressure from the right wing that has created a moral panic around the concept of trans women participating in sports, and that's why you have this.
Of the country says that they should be, in fact, allowed to participate in women's sports.
Your argument is really bad on this, and you're out of your depth. You're correct that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, but your argument for it is just scientifically and factually incorrect. I'm actually not bad about this. I'm 100% right on this. I don't give a the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a
I mean,
Latinx.
My goodness gracious, 79%. You rarely get 79% of the country to agree on anything.
Because the societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop. So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this.
You'd let Lionel Messi play in the women's national football team and destroy women.
Well, look at what TYT has done, right? Look at the issues that they've caved on. Trans inclusion in sports, immigration, right? You wanna put that up, those numbers? They don't look good, chat. As far as the numbers of people that think that the United States has too much of an open borders policy, and that that immigration, illegal or even legal immigration, should be curtailed, right? Those numbers don't look great either. All right. So do you want to? But these are the issues that TYT has caved on. Essentially, there's no moral leadership at TYT. They are 100% blowing with the wind. And if you make the assumption that you derive moral truth from polls, chat, then you need only look back to the polls, the approval rating, which they did take. They did do an approval rating while he was alive of Martin Luther King, right? And they weren't good. They were about that bad. People thought of Martin Luther King as a troublemaker. Those are the words that white people, the majority in the country, would use to describe, people, in the civil rights movement would be troublemakers, right? So we gonna go by polls, or are we gonna go by what we know is right?
Football forever. You'd let Usain Bolt.
It'd be very difficult
to
get a ticket, which would suck.
I want to do a little checklist here. You'd let Usain Bolt compete as a sprinter in the American women's Olympic team?
Yes.
Okay. You would let Floyd Mayweather compete as a boxer in the women's American boxing team?
Opposing them in women's sports. You get 67% of Democrats, so
I don't know what the right way to interact with Pierce, bad faith actor on like Pierce Morgan on that issue is, right? Because he is definitely, strategically trying to paint her into a corner. All right. But again, like, nobody's asking you to take male athletes and allow them to overnight change their enrollment from male sporting leagues and divisions to female supporting leagues and divisions, and then with their full complement of their testosterone, at hand to then compete against people that are, people who have estrogen dominant systems. The reason that you want to include female transgender athletes in sports is because female transgender athletes are estrogen dominant as well, right? That are the female transgender athletes that are allowed to participate in sports. It's contingent on hormone replacement therapy and sometimes even hormone levels.
Two-thirds there. You get 64% of independents. So you get about two-thirds there.
So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this.
Okay, generally speaking, if you want to say that you're right about something, sure, everybody has their own opinions, and it's their opinions. That's why they think that they're right. It's another thing to say that you speak for the left. As you just saw there, 67% of Democrats have a position that is actually to the right of mine. I say that trans girls should be allowed to play in girls.
Hey, how about this? If you don't think that trans people being able to compete in sports you know, according to their physiology is acceptable, then you're just kind of a bigot. All right? And if that's 70% of the American people or 80% of the American people, I don't care. Fuck them. All right? They're wrong.
Sports in high school, 67% of Democrats say no, not allowed in any women's sports. So I'll work on my Democratic brothers and sisters, and I'll try to get them to my position on that. Nothing wrong with disagreements. And if Emma, Francesca, and others can convince 79.
Cenk's position is fucking ridiculous. Cenk's position is fucking ridiculous. You know what it is? It's that trans women should be able to compete in high school sports, right? But he doesn't believe in puberty blockers. So trans women should also be forced to undergo, you know, a testosterone-based puberty, right? And then after they've undergone that testosterone-based puberty, they should then be banned from sports for the rest of their lives. But, you know, you get to compete in women's sports. Why? Because we don't want to have the genital police going around and being creepy and inspecting, you know, genitals around women's high school sports. It's just incomprehensible nonsense that Cenk is talking about, right? But it's funny, he's so close. He's so close because he recognizes that prior to, you know, puberty, that advantage that he perceives to be there for female athletes is not there. He must recognize in some way that puberty blockers stop that advantage from being ever conferred at anyway. And you know, what are they stopping? They're stopping, you know, the effects of, you know, testosterone on human development there. But he doesn't put it together to know that, you know what if we did allow trans kids to and their parents to make a decision like to use puberty blockers, they never go through the puberty in the first place, and then there just is no fucking physiological advantage to speak of, and these people are happier and better adjusted. Yeah, no, he's just a blithering boob is what Cenk Uygur is. And he needs to get the fuck off the air already. He hasn't been relevant in a long time.
% of the nation that is opposed to that to come over to that side, fantastic, happy to have it, okay? So I think where the issue comes in is when things get personal. So we got 3 rules, generally speaking, on air here at TYT that are relatively bright lines. So one is, and I say relative, I'll explain that in a second. One is no lying, 2 is no threats of physical violence. And number 3 is don't denigrate personally the other hosts in the network over and over and over again. And I say relatively bright lines because it should be relatively easy to follow, but I get that people have disagreements about, hey, what's a lie? You know, are what they say about crime stats a lie or not? No, I'm not gonna nitpick that. And we get into heated debates from time to time, me and Ben Glebe in the-
more like, are what you're saying about crime stats a lie? Are you distorting crime stats? Are you so excited by the fact that crime levels went up in the wake of COVID that you want to maintain a willful ignorance that those numbers are still elevated when they have in fact come down? They spiked. We had a massive social and political upheaval, and in the wake of that, crime numbers spiked. They came back down. But Cenk likes the idea that the crime numbers are high because, again, that allows him to manufacture consent. Sorry, I got to use Ethan's thing. Manufacture consent for a police state, for the police state to intensify rather than abate, at least to the like levels of other countries that have like lower crime rates, lower violent crime rates than the United States, right? You'd think that at least you could do that. Well, hey, how about if our incarceration rates were more along the lines of other countries? And no, Cenk Uygur wants more people to go in jail, more people to stay in jail, people for not, you know, to be burdened with these incredible, you know, this kind of cash bail that they got to post in order to get out of jail, et cetera, et cetera.
past, me, Ben Mankiewicz, me, Michael Shore, etc. And I love those debates. And from somebody might cross a line and say something they shouldn't have, but we usually hug it out. And so I'm not nitpicking here. What we're looking for is, hey, are we all rowing generally in the same direction, or are some of us drilling holes in the boat? And so are you doing it over and over again on purpose to try to create an issue? Or even if you're not trying to do it, you are creating an issue.
R.I.P. Jackie Robinson, whose military service was scrubbed by Doge and rooted to DEI. Yeah, they've done a lot of
by constantly attacking our own. And I have applied this 2 other times, which I'll tell you about in a minute. This all started, unfortunately, when I went on Francesca's show. And
Ophelia says a lot of the comments were discussing Francesca's immaturity. They came off really misogynistically. Are you talking about in this video? A lot of the comments in the video? It's like nationalism devolves into ethnostates, Olympic transvestigation devolves into eugenics. Yeah. We expand the circle of women who aren't allowed to participate in women's sports, a la what happened last summer.
Had what seemed like a normal conversation and debate about this issue until it made a turn. And this is part of the turn. Let me show you.
I'm reminded of the book by I think his name is Michael Schneider on tyranny, and he wrote it's like 20 lessons from the 20th century about authoritarianism and fascism. And one of the things that has come to mind when you say my strategy will protect us is he has this chapter, I'm going to bring it up, the first part of it, called "Do Not Obey in Advance," and he writes, most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. In other words, you don't have to do the sort of crackdown on the left around speech because I'm going to do it for you, or you don't have to come to me.
Again, you're mistaken.
Interesting question, Redmond Berry. Might be bait, but I'm going to go for it. Wasn't the admitted Olympics transmedicalist and therefore bad? So, chat, we know what transmedicalism is. We've talked about this, right? It's the idea that a trans person is only valid, in other words, their identity, their gender identity, okay, is only valid if they have undergone medical transition. That I'm oversimplifying it, but I don't want to get into the whole. I don't want to get into all of it, right? I'm just like trying to go through this really quick, right? So yeah, is that transmedicalism bad? Yeah. Is saying somebody, somebody says they're trans and you say, oh yeah, how long have you been on estrogen? And they're saying not at all because I don't wish to, you take any estrogen or spironolactone, or actually my doctor said that because of my liver condition or my kidney condition or whatever, that I can't do those medications. And you come back and say, then you're not really a woman. Then you're not really trans. Get the fuck out of here, right? That's transmedicalism, all right? Now, in the Olympics, we're not talking about gender identity. We're talking about physiology, right? We got 2 steroid hormones, and both of them are anabolic. Did you know that? Testosterone, estrogen, anabolic. What does that mean? Is it encourages your body to build, right? Roughly speaking, anabolic, right? As opposed to catabolic, encouraging your body to break down, encouraging your body to, break down the structures sometimes in order to provide sustenance and fuel for the body, right? That's catabolic. Anabolic is taking, exogenously ingested food substances and using them to build the structure of the body, right? Testosterone, estrogen, both anabolic, right? Testosterone is more anabolic than estrogen. So as a result, somebody with a testosterone dominant system, given the same input of food, given the same input of exercise, is going to build more muscle and, more, we call it skeletal muscle to differentiate it from cardiac muscle or smooth muscle that's in your intestines, but build more skeletal muscle and also build more, skeleton to support that skeletal muscle than somebody who's got an estrogen dominant system. So, are sporting leagues perfect? No. Are they necessary? They haven't always been used. So I guess not, but does it make sense on some level that, that is a, that's a way that we've come to sort of, classify our different positions? Yeah, I guess so, right? It's different in every sport, but roughly speaking, that's understandable. So I wouldn't call the Olympics trans medicalists, because they're not saying that a trans athlete who hasn't undergone HRT is not really the gender that they identify as. They're not saying that. They're not making any comment about the athlete's gender. They're making a comment about the athlete's physiology, right? And so that's the difference between albeit somewhat arbitrary, somewhat arbitrary division of athletes according to their dominant physiology, their dominant steroid hormone in their body, as opposed to denying somebody's gender self identification, denying somebody's expression, denying somebody's identity, right? That's what transmedicalism is. The Olympics are not concerned with that. Does that make sense? Because it sounded a little bit baity, but it's a bait that I will bite on. I'll take that bait right off your hook, Redmond Berry. Thanks for playing. Try harder next time.
I'm doing the exact opposite. You're cracking down by saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds, so you should stop your stupid opinion. And because you're implicating me.
I can't believe that a guy who I used to admire and who I thought had a lot of fight is trying to scratch the back of people who absolutely would never do the same for them.
So we just spent an hour and a half of me explaining how I'm not scratching their back. I'm trying to get
but I can show you more clips,
to agree
man.
with us on things we believe in and we've always believed in. And you go back to scratching their back.
At least the trains will run on time.
The train's running on time, presumably a reference to Germany. I'm the collaborator.
It's Italy. You pompous ass who doesn't know anything. No, it's a reference to Mussolini, you shithead. God damn it.
And I'm scratching the right wing's back by having my opinion. The opinion I've always.
Yeah, look, I'll say it, okay? Cenk is not competent enough to be a political pundit, okay? He's just not, he doesn't know shit, all right? And he's confident in his ignorance. Fuck this guy.
Always had an opinion I've had for years, and you guys have seen for years on the show. But if you don't agree with Francesca in that particular case, and some other folks in the extreme left, well, you're not allowed to have that opinion. That is immoral by definition. And how dare you disagree with them? That makes you a right winger, a collaborator, et cetera. But if you say, hey, Cenk, look, I know that she's quoting someone, collaborating with an authoritarian government and saying that that's what you're doing and you're helping the right wing, and that she's not open to the idea of, hey, maybe there's a different strategy and a different opinion on this that gets us the same result protecting trans folks or whichever topic we're talking about. Okay, if you're not. And at that point, I certainly hadn't done anything. I think that was, I didn't appreciate that, but that's okay. We kept going, and she's been on the network since. Then she started to do more and more and more, and it got more and more personal. So after that discussion, this happened.
I like that we can both be very Mediterranean about it and get super mad, but then rein it in and be cool, and then be we're yeah, we're just gonna yell, and then we're gonna be fine, and then we're gonna get over it. So that's the kind of beer I like to have.
Yes, thank you.
Cenk is Lib Asmongold. He checks his faulty data chart, leans into his Twitter replies, and performs like a clown.
Days later. I have my own thoughts on why he's doing it. I think, if you think your brain was broken by the 2024 election, I think we're looking at a case where someone's brain was broken even harder.
Okay, but look, guys, if she had said that about another host, I probably would have drawn the line there. But it's about me, so I wanted to give more leeway. My brain is broken, and by the way, that's still okay. The first time she's getting super personal. Collaborator, maybe that's a political opinion. Now we're a broken brain, even though we were supposed to have a beer and we were supposed to hash it out and be okay afterwards.
Ophelia says the irony is that some recent studies finding that trans women are at a disadvantage in a lot of sports compared to cis women.
But apparently not okay afterwards. But then that was the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, look, not to get too much into, medical questions, right? But, the standard of care for transgender women is twofold, right? What most people know about, if they know about anything at all. I'm sometimes not convinced that some of these transphobes like Cenk Uygur even do know, but right, the medical intervention that most people know about is that transgender women would be on estradiol, right? Be on an estrogen. right? And the one that most people don't know about is that there is also an anti-androgen that is usually prescribed in concert with that, right? Androgens are a class of hormones that include testosterone, right? And so there's androgen blockers used. Now look, I'm going to blow your mind here, okay? Biological males, use the biological term, right? Have a little bit of testosterone in there. Or sorry, have a little bit of testosterone. They have a little bit of estrogen in their system, all right? Biological females have a little bit of testosterone in their system, right? So if what we're doing with trans women is we're doing an anti-androgen to block their production of androgens, you might have transgender women at a lower level of androgens than cis women. It's entirely conceivable. I don't know if, I don't know the answer to that, but it's entirely possible. So the study that Ophelia is mentioning there, I can see how that would happen. Well, if he leaves, that what will happen to the Polymarket studio? True. Cis people take hormones too. Women assigned at birth are next. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of saw. You got a preview of that in the last Olympics.
Continued again and again. Here's the next one.
I do think it's sad that even though they allow people like us into the fold and the fray, they refuse to learn from us or listen to us. And I think that when you have been doing this work for so long and you still cannot grasp the idea of intersectionality, how race and gender and class all intertwine with one another, and how the fascist goal is to divide us based on these lines. Like, I don't know like who you are. Like I'm not even I don't even know if you're smart. You know what I mean? I don't even know. First of all, I don't know who your political mentors are. I don't know who you look up to. I don't know what your touchstones are. I don't know if you know your history in terms of like civil rights, women's rights, gay rights struggle in this country. I don't know anything. I call into question all of that. It sounds like you are just an opportunistic mouthpiece who wants clicks time and time again.
Okay, so obviously it's getting deeply personal there, opportunistic.
Mark Gold with a super chat. Congratulations on the move. And as always, free Palestine. Yes, Mark Gold. And thank you for the super chat.
Mouthpiece, can't grasp simple concepts, not smart. But guys, and I'm not angry. Look, people have different opinions and they want to make it personal. It is what it is, right? I'm more sad about it. I'll say something at the end about that. But
God damn it. Okay.
But to me, the attitude that is toxic, and that's what
I generally do everything that I can to avoid insulting people based on their intelligence, all right? This is speaking as a person who is always tested in the upper percentiles in any test I've ever been given, but somebody that understands that intelligence is not a simple quantifiable matter. It is actually a multi-splendored thing. And there are many types of intelligence that I would say I don't excel in, despite what the fucking, test that I'm good at taking tests, right? That's what the, the scores show, right? So, I got to be a little bit humble and I got to be a little bit real about this and say that, yeah. And also, even if it is, even if it was more simple than that, if it was more straightforward, somebody not being intelligent or unintelligent doesn't make them a good or bad person. It's just like an attribute of, something they are or are not good at, right? So I try to avoid like insults that are based on intelligence. However, what I really hate is somebody that is unqualified to be doing what he's doing, somebody who's legitimately like not good at the logical processes that he's trying to undertake, does not have the proper information to understand the subjects that he's discussing, being seen as a thought leader. That is deleterious, to use a $20 word, right? That's a bad thing. That's harmful. And yeah, it does. It kind of makes me mad. It makes me mad.
don't want a TYT. I want to build a community that is really open to conversations. Is they refuse to learn from us. So the idea is, well, obviously I'm right and the only moral center of the universe, and I already told them that. And this.
How about this, Cenk? You could have your facts wrong, and if somebody says that you have your facts wrong, it might behoove you to check and see if they're right. Right? Do some research and find out that, oh yes, indeed, I was simply wrong about that fact. And since the fact is what the other person was saying and not what I was saying, then now some things are opinions, right? Some things are analysis. Some things are, from this perspective or that perspective, but there are some facts on the ground, right? There are some, objective material facts. And if you're wrong on those, you're going to have a hard time rendering any sort of meaningful opinion. And if you want to render meaningful opinions, if you want to advance truthful ideas, or at least ideas that are coherent or could be truthful or are even like logically sound, then you got to start from a position of being open to possibly being wrong on a material fact. And I've pointed out countless of these facts that Cenk was wrong about, countless areas in which Cenk is completely ignorant, and he goes to and he defaults to common sense. What makes sense? How do I think the world should be? How does it make sense, given everything else I know about the world? What should the facts be? Cenk, that is fucking gonna lead you down the wrong road so many times, and you've led your audience down that wrong road. And that wrong road has often taken you to bigoted, fucked up places. To positions that say that in the state that next to El Salvador incarcerates the greatest percentage of their population, that maybe laws and judges are not tough enough, and maybe more people should be remanded to custody rather than set free. That's just wrong. I'm sorry, I don't know how else to say it, but you can be wrong. And you've got no concept of that. You want to dwell in this world of like, well, that's my opinion. Well, guess what, Cenk? When your opinion is, look, when it's built on a faulty foundation, right? When it's built on sands that are, it's not going to be right, right? You could build the nicest house, the most beautiful house in the world, but if it's built on a foundation of sand, that shit is going to come crashing down. That shit is not architecturally sound. And your ideas, your logical concepts are like those houses built on sand.
This guy wouldn't even learn from me. It's just such a deeply arrogant thought that if someone disagrees with you, they need to be re-educated, and maybe they haven't read any books at all. Okay, did she?
But you haven't. You haven't. You're missing the facts. In this case, it's true. It could be arrogant. Somebody could be saying that about a subjective thing. Well, you haven't been in the echo chamber that I've been in, so therefore, you're just ignorant. Somebody could definitely do that, but in this case, they're not. They're pointing out shit where you just don't have the facts right.
Stop there. Of course not.
And yes, as I told Cenk, I do feel very implicated. I have felt implicated by their takes, specifically around crime and policing in years past, definitely by this new heel turn since Trump's reelection, and absolutely by the misrepresentation of the Los Angeles fires and who the responsibility lies on. It is enraging, to say the least.
The Los Angeles fires are not the responsibility of the mayor. They're apparently the responsibility of Republicans. I don't know. I don't know what her thought on that is, and I don't know why she's enraged by that, but that's okay. Apparently, I've taken a heel turn. By the way, all those folks, not just Francesca, but others that told you we're right wing, you watch the show every single day, you see us criticizing Trump and Elon Musk over and over and over and over again, telling you how they're going to do a $4.5 trillion robbery in those tax cuts. Yesterday, we talked about how they're already, hammering Social Security and costing good Americans, what they need from Social Security, how they're going to cut $800 billion from Medicaid, how there's a series of robberies on the way, et cetera. But it's okay, let's just simplify things and say anyone who disagrees with us a little bit is a right winger. But the good news is, at least Francesca will not be implicated anymore. And I never understood that, because she's been saying this for a long time now, that she was implicated by us. Then why keep taking it?
You're implicated, yeah. When you're attached to look. As Big Papa Fascist, aka Andrew Wilson, once said about Hassan, right? The most damning thing about Hassan is he's connected to Shaky Gurga. He's connected to Shaky Gurga, right? And Fran is associated with TYT Network, which is doing harm to communities that she cares about, that she's worried about, right? A lot of communities, not just trans people. Not just trans people by a mile. And yeah, people are going to ask questions of like, yeah, why is your show in the TYT network? The truth of the matter is she didn't have any choice about that. She did ask and she got it removed from the TYT network. Good, right? Why are you going on the damage report when the damage report is part of the TYT network and TYT is doing that stuff? Good question. Francesca probably has an answer for that question. She has a rationale of that she's doing some good by engaging and providing a counter narrative to what Cenk and Anna are spreading, but it is a question that people will ask, and it is something that she has to explain.
Check, and it's not a big check. And Francesca has had a career before us. She talks about that. Of course she did, and she'll have a career after us. There's no problem with that. So why, if you think we're collaborators and we've taken a heel turn and we're working with fascists, why did you choose to get implicated with us all these days? But good news, no longer implicated. Believe it or not.
Ophelia with the super chat. The problem I have is that Cenk is framing this as a new strategy when it's the standard reaching of, oh yeah, it's the same shit that Democrats have been doing since the early 80s, if not sooner, right? It's loser liberal garbage. That's what he's doing. He's trying to claim that it's some kind of new, anti-establishment, strategy that he's enacting. It's the same shit that the Democrats have been doing since the early 80s.
She did not stop there. This is now another show. Watch.
So Cenk's line up until this point has been, no, it's at the collegiate level and above. I think once you get to the college level and above, that's when it's bad. So he would be on board with what the NCAA said recently. But you're so dumb. You're so dumb. I don't even know how to explain it to you anymore. Unless, this is the other option, unless you also are a transphobe. You know what I'm saying? Unless you also are kind of a misogynist.
Because if you disagree with Francesca or anyone on that part of the spectrum, well, you must be a
because if your reasoning comes from like the definition. I'm sorry, Cenk. This is it's a definitional answer here.
Misogynist. You must.
This is not you. You have to agree with fucking Francesca. This is not based on a parasocial relationship that anybody has with Francesca. This is just how like words work. This is just how
collaborating with.
This is just how definitions work, right? Unless you think that bigotry doesn't mean anything at all, and it's just a mean name that people throw at each other, and it's mean when we say, call, people on the right bigots. It's mean when we call, neo-Nazis bigots, and that's just their subjective viewpoint. They think that Jewish people are morally evil and harmful to the right. That's just their opinion. I guess how dare you say that they're wrong? How dare you say that they're coming from a place of bigotry just because they've got anti-Semitism informing their ideas on things?
Fascist. And obviously you must be unintelligent. Now, if I had called her dumb, I wonder what her reaction would have been. My guess is nuclear, but I didn't call her that because we have
I would say a good reaction would be those who live in glass houses, Cenk. Those who live in glass houses.
Disagreement. We have a political disagreement. You don't need to make it personal. Not done yet. One last one.
What has it got you? What did it get you? When you go and share a stage with Dr. Phil, what did it get you? Nothing.
Good fucking question. Good fucking question. If you don't like what ICE is doing right now in terms of foregoing due process and in terms of silencing free speech with a rendition to a fascist state, then I don't know.
You know why? Because you look like a bitch. You know what I'm saying? You look like a bitch. That's what it is. Like, that's just what it comes down to. You don't look like...
Yeah, to Charlie Kirk. You look like you are bowing down, you're kissing the ring, and, you know, admitting that he is the winner and that what you want is the approval of the people, and the people have spoken and the people have said Charlie Kirk was right.
The fighter.
That's why she's saying you look like a bitch. I get that this is like, you know, kind of gendered language and language that's sort of steeped in misogyny, but I think I get the sense in which Francesca is saying this, and, you know, she's talking about in a sense of being subservient, which you are, Cenk. You are being subservient to some very horrible people.
You don't look smart. You look like a bitch. That's just the reality. I've tried to tell it to you nicely. I've tried to tell it to you cordially. I've tried to tell it to you on your show, on my show, on every show. And so either you A, are a bitch, or B, you actually agree with the right. And I'm starting to think, in fact, I do think it's the latter.
Okay, so again, if I had called her that, that would have been a different situation, right? But look, guys, also on the policy or the strategy, when you go talk to the right wingers, first we did that, and I mainly did that, and there was a lot of blowback saying, don't ever talk to the right wing, but they won the popular vote. How are we going to win back the voters if we never talk to them? If we don't win them back?
I know how you win it back, by bowing down to the Charlie Kirks of the world and giving the optics that they were right about everything. That's definitely how you win them back. Oh, I know, you could even change your position to be more like right-wing opinions, and then you could win them back when they see, oh, looks like there's no difference between what Cenk says on immigration and what Charlie Kirk says on immigration. I guess maybe I'll go with Cenk instead, since they, you know, both the, you know, right, I'll go with the diet racism as opposed to the full calorie racism. No, nobody's going to say that. Nobody's going to say that. They're with Charlie Kirk. They're with Donald Trump for a reason. And it's not because they weren't presented with like a lesser version of it. Wait, sorry, I was trying to read some chat here. I get why Hassan says people don't grift to the left, but his own uncle proves him wrong. In America's understanding of political spectrum, Cenk became a grifter. Worse yet, exposed himself as an asshole. So, Amlo, are you saying that Cenk was a grifter when he was pretending to be more left? Is that what you mean by he did actually grift left? Or that he's grifting left now by claiming you know, progressive bona fides when he's, you know, really talking about some at most centrist, if not center-right ideology.
Win an election. And that doesn't mean the far end of MAGA. It means independents that voted for Trump and maybe some right-wing populists that voted for Trump.
And Charlie Kirk? And Charlie, where does Charlie Kirk fit in? Where does Charlie Kirk fit in? Where does Dr. Phil fit in? Where do any of these people fit in? Are these people that are just, you know, open-minded and happen to be more turned off by Kamala's campaign than Trump's campaign?
Now I've noticed that faction is now saying, well, I mean, of course we should talk to the right, but we should only yell at them, or we should only accost them. That seems like a really productive conversation. And if now I guarantee you they'll say, no, I don't mean just yell at them, but just like build coalitions, as Francesca said recently. Apparently.
How about you go with what you said in the beginning and you do argue with them? Is it, Cenk, is disagreeing with somebody yelling at them? Is it spitting fire? Is it spitting venom? Is it accosting them? Or is it standing up for what you believe? Oh, but Cenk, that would be if you believed in something and you don't because you're a grifter. You're looking at polls for your beliefs, all right?
Change their mind.
You're looking at elections. Oh, I guess my beliefs were wrong. Let me get Trumpify myself up, you know, about 30%.
About being a collaborator, but not with you know, Trump voters. Well, who would it be if it wasn't Trump voters? Those are the folks on the edge of the middle of the spectrum where that we got to bring to our side. We've got to convince them that the populist left is right, not necessarily a populist right, or parts where we agree. Hey, great, let's work together on that. So who are we building coalitions with if it isn't the other side or people who voted in the other direction? And if we talk to them, what are we doing? Only screaming fascist in their face, or are we having a human conversation? So look, this is not an attitude that I.
How about if you oppose their ideas and show them why you think those ideas are wrong? You didn't do that with Charlie Kirk. You chuckled as he fucking dunked on you. And yeah, like she said, you looked like a bitch. I'm sorry. I hate to use the, sort of gendered, insult, but, like she's not wrong in the sense that she meant it.
I agree
right?
with. Again, there are other shows that love what she's saying. And no problem, to each his own, it's a free country. Go and love that and yell and scream and do all the things that you want to do. But do you think that after you do a joint appearance with Dr. Phil or anyone else, that the very next day all of MAGA is going to show up and go, oh, I changed my mind. You're absolutely right. No, this is a gradual process where Americans begin to talk to one another and start to learn about each other and start, oh, that's what you mean. Oh, that's how you perceived it. And we begin to have human conversations until we understand each other. Again, if you don't want to understand them and you don't want to do that, plenty of other shows. So she said, I tried to tell him nicely. Did you? Did you? Because I might have missed that part. All right, guys, you get it by now. Look, there's two other times that I enforced this rule. One was when Sam Cedar was doing it to Jimmy Dore, and they were both in the network. Sam's show was nominally in the network as part of our YouTube partner group, and that's what we were doing early on. And I was happy and thrilled with all the folks that were in it before. And then we stopped doing that since then. So God bless, no problem with that. And in terms of Sam and others leaving at that point, at different points from that network we were trying to set up. But while they were in the network, I said, Sam, you can disagree with Jimmy all you want. And in fact, I agree with you on that, on the policy you're criticizing him on. But stop doing personal insults. You're doing like personal insult after personal insult. So I talked to him about that. He wouldn't agree. He loved the personal insults. He wanted to keep going. And apparently that's a thing that he does like, and that's what he likes to do every time apparently. And so, okay, that's Sam. But we did enforce it before. And then ironically, the second time we enforced it was against Jimmy Dore when he was doing it to Francesca. And he'd called her an effing liar, and he'd called her, and he said that she was a paid shill, which is a classic go-to move for Jimmy, although he misspelled it paid chill, which sounds pretty nice. And I said, Jimmy, you can't do that. Ironically, he's the only one who actually apologized and said, I won't do it again, and he apologized to Francesca. Francesca, I think, apparently thought, great, I'm allowed to do this, but no one's allowed to do it to me. Anyway, you guys get it. So I don't, like I said, I want everybody rolling in the same direction because we're trying to build something here. And why do we want to build something? Because we want our movement to be strong. We want our message to get out there. We want to win over those voters.
Yeah, nominally associated with Generous Sam's show was loosely affiliated. Yeah.
Because at the bottom line in all of this is eyes on the prize. You've heard me say that year after year after year. What's the prize? The prize, by the way, note to other online hosts, is not more subscribers. The prize is passing bills, because those are the only things that affect our voters, our audiences, their actual lives.
Yeah, except that we're gonna stop advocating for any good bills to get passed. We're gonna add our voices to the chorus that is drumming up hatred against immigrants, against transgender people, drumming up, more support for more incarceration and all the rest, right?
Let's pass paid family leave. Let's pass Medicare for all, higher wages, etc.
And who are we going to have to sacrifice to get that, right? Who are we going to have to throw under the bus to get that? Let's fuck over. First of all, anybody who's undocumented, you're fucked, right? The people that picked the lettuce that you ate on your salad today, they're fucking out of the country, right? People doing work that Americans refuse to fucking do, they're out on their ass. They're fucked over. Right, this is how their American dream dies, and then we come back and we get anybody who is politically active. If you're politically active and you're not you're not born an American citizen, we'll revoke whatever status you have. We'll just go from there. We'll just go from there and pick it apart until Cenk is getting denaturalized and shipped to some country that he doesn't really have as much of a connection with as he does with the United States. Like, I don't know, Cenk, where does it fucking end? These are the policies that you're advocating for now. You're not going to be advocating for any good policies. And, you can say to the right wing, hey, anybody in here against paid family leave? And they'll look around at each other. No, good. Everybody in here thinks that's a great idea. Awesome. Yeah, Cenk, are they calling their congressman? Nope. Do they care more about this issue than they care about passing a bill to ban trans people from participating in sports? Nope. Are they going to get distracted from their hatred against immigrants? Nope. Cenk, you've done advocacy that goes nowhere, that doesn't get bills passed because they're not interested in passing those bills. You know how you pass paid family leave? You take control of the Congress. And you know how you do that? By actually believing what you say, because the American people can tell when you don't believe a goddamn thing. And that was the problem with the Kamala campaign. That is the problem with TYT. That is the problem with the institutional Dems, the loser liberals, the MSM Dems, and that's the problem with TYT. Oh my God, come on, work. Come on.
Wherever you are on the left-wing spectrum or the middle or wherever you are, I hope that you agree. And I hope that we all work together in trying to pass those bills. So please, eyes on the prize. And so look, I'm gonna show you two charts here for a reason. So Media Matters did this chart recently. You guys, some of you might have seen it on air. And it has the right-wing shows online in red, and it has the left-wing shows online in blue, okay? What we did there, and I hope you can see it, is we put a little bit of a green circle around the TYT show. So the Young Turks is right next to Rogan. We got 12 million subscribers, one of the largest ones in the whole chart. But Rebel Headquarters is also on there. Damage Report is on there. Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie's on there.
So yeah, so what he's pointing out is there's big red dots, okay? A lot of them. There's a lot of smaller red dots. And there's a few medium-sized blue dots. And of those medium-sized blue dots, TYT has one of them, and they have a lot of the smaller-sized blue dots as well, right? So what are we going to do about the fact that these red dots are bigger than the blue dots? Oh, I know. Let's take the big blue dot over here and let's dilute it. Let's pour a bunch of red into that, make that purple, and make it smaller? Because the people that were there for a blue perspective, and now they're getting a weirdly diluted perspective, and they're not interested. So now I don't know what you think you're fucking accomplishing here, but it's not helpful to anyone.
And when you put them together,
dude, you should honestly just pack up your balls and leave. Get the fuck out of here. You're done. You're done, son.
That's 18.8 million, and it is one of the largest presence in online media, period. If you include our alumni, people that have been in part of the TYT network in one way or another throughout the years, then we're at 30.1 million subscribers with the way that Media Matters does it. Today, actually, when you include all the platforms that we're on, some of which Media Matters did not count, we have 27 million subscribers. Now, why do I tell you that? Because guys, we're trying to build something. Fox News is-
And instead, all you're doing is breaking down, the home of progressives. Amanda Panzer Sensei says, I remember one of the first TYT episodes I saw back in high school. Jink and Anna were laughing about a male victim of SA. Oh yeah, I think I remember a few of those. Yeah, always wary of them because of that. Yeah, they were acting, like, oh, I wish I'd get taken advantage of like that. Yeah, just some sick shit. So actually, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of misandrist, I guess.
Dominated discourse in this country for at least 20 years, almost 30 now. And it made an enormous difference, and I think for the worse, for the much, much worse. We're trying to build a network that makes a difference for the better. But by the way, you don't have to agree with us, and you don't have to say, oh, well, okay, then great, and we should help you and support you. No, you don't have to do that. Build something of your own. Instead of being destructive over and over and over again.
Where's the majority report, says Funkmaster Ka. If I remember correctly about that chart, it's based on subscribers. And if I look at TYT's channel that I'm on right now, 6 million, 6.7 million subscribers, right? That's a big number. I mean, it's not the biggest, but it's a nice medium-sized channel there, right on that chart. But it's got 224 views. Now, the Vanguard showed something about, let's see if we can, not to rip off Zach and Gavin, but I remember they compared the views on this video, 22.4K. I mean, look, that's not a great number for 6.7 million. His channel's 3 times, or more than 2 times as big as Ethan's. Just
every day, the Young Turks delivers 2 hours of solid, fact-based time.
All right. We're going to take a look at other videos on the TYT channel. All right. So we saw one that was there was 2,200,000, or sorry, it was 220,000, right? All right. 50 minutes ago, 2.5. Hey, that just got posted 50 minutes ago. An hour ago, 2.6 million. Hey, that just got posted an hour ago. 7.1K views 2 hours ago. Okay, let's find something that's a little bit that's been up for a little while. 3 hours ago, 4.7. 3 hours ago, 12. 4 hours ago. Let's find something that's been up for a day. 1 day ago, 83K. Okay. 1 day ago, 38K. This is the video that we're watching. 1 day ago, 20. Yeah. Anyway, let's look for more. 85K, 45K, 39K, 55K, 45K, 37K, 63K. You get the idea, chat. You get the idea. Now, look, subs are something you can flex. When most people think about how big is a YouTube channel, they judge it by subs, right? So it's definitely like, I don't know, it's some credibility to have a lot of subs. But when you have a lot of subs and very few views, that speaks very negatively towards the health and the long-term prognosis for your channel. This is a sign of a dying and declining channel. A channel that has a lot of subs and very few views. This is a ratio that you can establish between the number of subs. Chat, let's do a little calculation here. All right, that's an exceptionally low video, but let's do it anyway. All right, calculator. All right, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6 million divided by. Wait, no, it's the other way around, isn't it? 21, 1, 2, 3, 21,000. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6 million. All right. Ooh, chat. That is about 1/3 of 1%. They've got 1/3 of 1%. That's their ratio, right? The views. That's a 3-day-old video. Not even getting. You couldn't even round it up to 1%. All right, so yeah, there you go, Cenk. You're the big bubble there, but it doesn't fucking matter. In fact, it actually harms you. If you had, let me tell you why, chat, right? Because if TYT had 21,000 subs instead of 6 million subs, then that would be a 100% ratio. What that would mean is that, you are reaching about as many people as are subbed to your channel, right? That's either everybody that's subbed to your channel is watching the video, or a good portion of those who are subbed to your channel are watching the video, and then you're getting enough views from people who don't subscribe to the channel yet that it is equivalent to the number that are subscribed to you, right? That's a healthier channel than what TYT has got. What they've got is videos that are going out to their audience and they're not getting watched. That's what that tells you, right? Is that the videos that you're putting out are not appealing to the audience that you've built. That's a dying channel. I don't know how else to say it. Come on. Oh my God.
How about you be constructive? And you say, hey, Cenk, I don't like the way you guys are doing the TYT network. And I see that you've had this huge success and you've given rise to other progressives that are now having success. And it seems like you helped to build something for our side. Well, you know what, though? These days I don't agree with you. So I'm gonna build something larger. Guess what? I would love that. And whether you build something larger or not, let's say you, instead of building a media company or a media show, you built a platform that actually got Democrats elected, but progressive populist Democrats like Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna, etc. And then they got those bills passed. Oh my God, I would love you for it. Please do that. Build something positive. And that's what we're trying to do here, okay? So, and I don't say this just for Francesca, and the reason I'm doing this segment isn't just for her or to explain what's going on, but I do want to be clear with you. It's mainly to tell you what we stand for. not just the media end of it, not just the host, but as a community, we all have to be open-minded and open-hearted enough to get these things done and push forward. So, look, last thing is, I wish Francesca well. I mean, she said those things, and I get it. We've got bad feelings these days, but all the power to her. Okay.
Are you being the bigger man? Bigger man? Are you being the bigger man? Bigger man?
If she can convince the country to be on her side on all these issues,
old TYT reference,
even the ones we disagree on, terrific. Try that. Try to make that happen. And no problem, happy to have it. Like she said, good career before. I'm sure she will afterwards. You can go check her out.
I don't know, chat. She's got a better ratio than Cenk does. I think she is doing that. That's the sad thing, is he's like acting like this is, oh yeah, you're gonna do a run at the windmills there, Don Quixote. You're gonna run it. You're gonna go tilt the windmills. Okay, good luck with that. Good luck with that. You with your tin pan knight's armor, and right. And it's like she's actually doing it, right? She's got a decent, she's putting out videos that are getting views that are at least a good portion of her subs, right? She's actually doing it. You are failing at it, right? Your method of like, no, we got the real good method here. We're going to go out and we're going to meet the conservatives where they're at. We're going to talk to Charlie Kirk. We're going to say, Jillian Michaels, you're right about trans people. We're going to throw everybody under the bus that we think is unpopular, and that we'll see how we do. And you're failing. You're losing. You are dying as a media empire, Cenk, and it's hilarious that you've got this much fucking ego still, this much of like, oh yeah, you're little broing Francesca, whose ratio is mogging you like that. Oh my god, I can't. This is I'm getting toxic.
Wherever she is. So I don't have hard feelings. I'm not angry. I'm just done with it. I want a positive atmosphere here where we fight for you guys, and we do that in all different ways. So if some hosts have a different idea on how to do it, great, let's have that conversation. We've had that conversations, those debates, those discussions, so we can get to the right answer, and so we can help you guys decide what you believe instead of what we believe. So for folks who don't want to be part of that, bless your hearts. Go get them, Tiger, okay? But for folks who think, yeah, that's a great idea, and I'd love to pass the things that are in your populist plan.
Yeah, I hate to burst your bubble, but yes, this kind of content, the content that Francesca is doing, the content that the Vanguard is doing, the content that I'm doing, right? The content that Sam Cedar is doing is dwarfing you, is leaving you behind. Yes, this kind of content is successful. Your kind of content serves no one, appeals to no one. Who is this even for? Who is this even for, Cenk? It's not helping you. It's not helping your, like, you're gonna be, look, you're gonna need the poly market money. You're gonna need the oh my god, what's his name, Katzenberg money, right? You're gonna need that shit because you aren't treading water. You're sinking like a stone.
6 incredibly popular policies, higher wages, anti-war, etc. Get money out of politics. So if we can do that together, whether we disagree on some issues or not, wonderful. But whatever you do, please roll forward. Please be mindful of others that are, in this community. Care for each other, love each other.
What community? Really? What community? What community? There's nothing there, Cenk. You're sitting on top of a shit throne in an empire of shit and just sinking into it. I don't know what you're even talking about.
And let's try to be
sad old man.
Positive together, and let's go build something as we always do at TYT.
You're breaking something down. You're not building anything. You're destroying the home of progressives, and when you're fucking old, you can look back and ask yourself if you think you were on the right side of history. I think that history will answer an affirmative no. No, you were not.
Love you guys. We'll be right back.
Anyway. Okay, so there we go. We got through the Cenk Uygur. Let's see how oh god, I've done 5 hours so far. So chat, I told you that I would cover leftist mafia. Let's do that now. Oh my god, if I can get anything to work here. I can't type leftist mafia. We're still 45% away from hitting that double content thing, so I think we're gonna have to leave the conversation with Vadim possibly for tomorrow. Should we watch it on? Let's watch it from the Humanist Report. How does that sound? So we're gonna do the theme song for the Leftist Mafia.
Cancel culture. It's about canceling.
Up yours. Is this a new one?
Woke moralists.
Woke moralist. Yeah, there we go. Elon Musk cringe. Francesca banned from TYT. That's what we're watching. Here we go.
We're doing that allegedly. You know.
Can we talk about something else?
Jessica.
Talk about.
Hi. We follow each other on Instagram, but it's nice to meet you formally.
There she is.
Nice to meet you.
What's life been like for you? Any new big news?
Yeah, let's just jump right into it. Let's not give a minute.
I mean, I guess this is kind of the thing. There's way too much. If I were a flagship,
I'm in front of her.
progressive
Yeah, let's fix
news
that.
network on a day where, I don't know, a student was disappeared off the streets, and I just would never lead off my show with a 20-minute takedown of a contributor and why I don't want her on my network anymore because she mean to me. Like, that just doesn't seem like a priority.
Okay, here we go.
And so
Francesca, that's why you don't run the #1 progressive news web platform on the internet. Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. The video is kind of
Polymarket Studios, of course.
The video is crushing it for them. I did, issue a response. If people want to go check that out, youtube.com/FrannyFio.
I watched it. It was good.
Thanks, man.
Some good info in there.
Thanks. I mean, it was, just some
It's the
personal
best I can do,
stuff
chat.
that
Sorry.
needed to be said, just to give full
Sorry,
context.
Ariana.
But,
Sorry,
like,
Lance. Sorry.
The reality is, after
David
I
and
interviewed
Matt.
Cenk in December and kind of had a frank
I'm
conversation about, like,
encroaching.
hey, why are you going on, Charlie Kirk and PBD and Tim Pool and not really pushing back or trying to, actually score any points for our side. No one invited me back on the main show. I was never invited back on the main show since December. And so tacitly, it was clear that I was not going to be invited back. Then when I put out my little Curb Your Enthusiasm video that sort of pointed out that Cenk laughed in my face about there being detention camps, and of course, lo and behold, Gitmo is opened to Venezuelan migrants, alleged gang members, which honestly TYT's coverage has very much contributed to the hysteria around, sadly. And when I put that out, I think he got really mad. I think he got really prickly. I then interviewed Mondale Robinson, who also quit as a TYT contributor. He didn't like that interview. He's been watching. He watches, right? And then, of course, to my patrons, I did call him a bitch. I said he was acting like a bitch. And let's be real, there's a difference. I'm just saying, like, in that moment, he was acting like a bitch. And that was when he did something that I think has been a pattern for both Cenk and Anna, and the pattern I have a problem with, which is going on right-wing shows and actually, instead of arguing about issues or trying to win points for a side of justice, democracy, freedom, is actually serving up so-called extremist leftists on a platter as a sacrificial lamb, as an offering. Look at this crazy person who said that trans athletes can participate in whatever Olympic sports, and isn't that insane? Let's agree on that, and that is my offering to you as I come to your table. And like I said, it doesn't get you anything, and in that moment, I was the offering. The things I've said on Piers Morgan about trans athletes, things I continue to say about trans athletes.
Yeah, what struck me from his video about you was, first of all, he basically front loads it with this attack on you, calling you max left because of your transposition, and he basically tries to do what you did with your curb theme, albeit much less successful. Right. He tries to prove that he was right, and dunk on you when he doesn't prove his point. Like, he shows a poll, or CNN's Harry Enton talking about a poll saying that most Americans don't agree with trans athletes. None of us are talking about the population.
I like that the Vanguard is not holding back on John either. Look, they did say one thing, which I'll echo, all right? And that is that we don't know what John's situation is. This is a rough business. I don't get benefits. Francesca doesn't get benefits. Most of these people probably on this panel don't get any benefits, right? So I don't want to make the assumption that somebody's not in a legitimately tough spot. But yeah, I would have liked to see John defending Fran a lot more. Maybe even, as Zach and Gavin said, saying, "Hey, look, if she goes, I go." Right? That's the most that you could probably do, for Fran. Right? Is to tell Cenk in no uncertain terms that if you fire Fran, consider me gone as well. But obviously he didn't do that. I don't know if we'll have time to see. Oh my God, we'll have to cover it tomorrow, chat. I ran out of time again. We're almost at hour 6, and I've got a lot to do today. So,
Of trans athletes and not basing our policy on popularity. our support for policies on popularity. We're basing it on morality and making a substantive argument. So just saying, well, policy X is unpopular, therefore it's not correct. I mean, you could make that argument about gay marriage 20 years ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah, rights movements go through, right? Like, how popular was, Black Lives Matter? How popular was the civil rights movement in general at the time? What was the polling on?
Desegregation. That was very unpopular. We're not making an argument based on popularity. I'm not a populist inherently. I'll use populism to my advantage if it suits my narrative to get what I want to accomplish. But at the end of the day, I have moral principles. And that was the point that you made that went right over his head. And what I loved is that in the end, he was talking about how unbothered he was by all of this while playing the clips of you dunking on him and shitting on him in the most hilarious fucking way imaginable.
It kind of looks good, right? I came off looking
pretty good. It made you genuinely look fucking amazing. Yeah. I don't get how he does that and then pretends to be unbothered. But clearly, like, if that were me, like, if
Mondale quit too.
I was the subject of that, and you're like, you look like a bitch, I would be bothered. Just saying.
I guess, I always feel like it's weird when someone sets up the sort of parameters of debate and so it's like as if I have to respond to every single thing he said in that video, because really he didn't respond to the substance, because there's a reason I said those things about him. There's a reason I said, I don't know if you're smart and I don't know who your mentors are. I don't know if you know your political histories of struggle. I don't know if you care about that. I don't know if you care about civil rights to the point about, same-sex marriage or interracial marriage. These were things that were also not popular. So I'm not really sure what your touchstones are. And the reason I said that is because of his behavior since Donald Trump has been reelected. There's a reason, and he completely didn't address that. And I've been really obsessed with this Democratic. I mean, she's a progressive leftist strategist who studies movements and electoralism around the world, Anat Shenker-Osorio. And she came on my show and she said something great, and I don't want to butcher it, which is the job of a good message isn't to say what is popular. It's to make popular what needs to be said.
Nice.
And what needs to be said is things like trans people are people, and you should not, if you bar people on just any kind of legal framework from certain aspects of life, that creates a slippery slope, a permission structure, even a legal structure to take away rights from other groups of people. Trans issues are absolutely a trial balloon on authoritarianism. And Mara Jones was on my show the other day. She said exactly that. I mean, so it's like, these are the things that I don't think he gets, and I don't think he cares to get. But of course, you guys, we're all the max left, all right? And we are all very biased. And all y'all have tangled with him before too. And I literally asked him when I talked to him on my show in December, I was like, so like, what shows do you like? Like, which leftist do you even support? And he said nice. He was like, like Mike Figueredo, and even though I'm like, have you heard anything Mike's been saying? Like, listen to him, right?
Just feels on you.
Yeah. And then he said, I like Kyle. And I know Kyle hasn't gone super negative, but he has massive critiques. And Crystal Ball's interview with Cenk was mostly Crystal going, okay, like she held her tongue, but like, so it's just like,
you could tell.
It sucks, but for us, for you guys who do this every week, it's like so great because it's sort of like, all right, here is someone who is, alienated their former allies. And we in this moment, I mean, we should be forming unions for content creators. Yeah. We should be fucking ready when Google comes at us for speaking out about Palestine, which they will, for speaking about trans rights. Like, we need to get prepared right now. And sadly, one of the biggest, blue bubbles on the Media Matters map, isn't with us on this.
Mm-hmm. That's what makes it sad to me, because I watched TYT for a very long time. Back when I first started college, getting into politics, like I wrote papers on new media citing TYT. So to me, it's not just like, I know people like will accuse me of trying to drama farm and shit like that, but I'm like genuinely sad because I felt like I really looked up to these people, and to lose like the biggest network, the largest online news network, and to see, and Cenk likes to simplify his anti-trans take. When if you look at everything they say, look at what Anna says, she's just transphobic. Like, it's not just about sports anymore. There's other things that she says.
She said, I don't know how I feel about locker rooms. I don't know how I feel. I mean, this is, there are Proud Boys, in LA. Have been protesting outside of, spas.
If you don't know, a locker room is a bathroom of a fitness club. All right. Being against trans people being able to go in, let's put it how it is, right? Anna wants trans women to be forced into men's locker rooms. That's what she wants. She wants trans guys to be forced into women's locker rooms. This is this is just like what she's saying, and it's a very small step from that to like applying that to bathrooms in general,
because they allow trans people. Like, this is not abstract. I mean, these are real white nationalist talking points. These are and sort of
the clarion calls, whatever. That's their, and I'm not saying she's a white nationalist, but it's like, you gotta look at the connection here. Oh, I don't know how I feel about locker rooms. I'm fine with bathrooms, locker rooms. What's the difference? Let's see, how much of a wall must there be? You know, I mean, obviously Ariana and I know that all we're doing is checking out people's genitals in female locker rooms. That's all you do. Most of you are like, oh, hey.
Yeah, I can't confirm.
Yeah.
It's civil rights terms and conditions, essentially. It's what they're trying to set up, right? And this is the reason why the right uses all of these issues. These are wedge points. It's a really easy thing to be divisive on, because no one wants to sit there and be like, what, are you okay with biological males going into female bathrooms and penises? Now, obviously, everyone's going to be like, oh, shit, no, wait, God, oh, Jesus, that sounds terrible. But then if it's like, this is exactly why I'm going to frame it in such a way that when you hear it like described that way, of course, oh, yes, maybe things have gone too far. The gender ideology, the woke mind virus, everything's taking over. And you're giving them all the ammunition they need. Now it comes from the left. Look, it's not just the right who says this. The home of progressives is saying that things have gone too far. Now,
That's
oh my God.
So, yeah.
It's insidious, right? It can be so much more damaging when you have like a Jesse Singal or someone who establishes themselves as a centrist or a leftist or a liberal or something like that. The right uses that when it comes to like, hey, we're trying to enforce laws that are directly going to discriminate against people, and it's not just coming from right wingers; it's coming also from liberals, centrists, and the left as well. So here we go.
And it's not even just that; it's that TYT is fairly a big channel, obviously online. So their viewers don't all share like their most progressive views, or even really may not consider themselves all that political to begin with. Like maybe they lean left, so they watch TYT, and maybe they have a question about what they're like. Maybe they're questioning how they should feel about trans issues, and what TYT says will be highly influential to them. And what they're getting from TYT is, hey, you can still feel like you're a progressive on other issues, and it's okay to be anti-trans rights on all these others, and that's a cool ideology to have. And speaking that's what people are taking away from it. Yeah.
No, and I think that speaking of those other issues is actually kind of where I have even some of the biggest problems, especially with Anna's coverage. And in my video, I sort of explain that, specifically on the LA wildfires, taking, a 10-15 minute segment to put the face of this undocumented mentally ill man who was like citizens arrested by people, in West LA for trying to start a fire that had nothing to do with the Palisades fire or the Altadena fires, right? Like nothing to do with it. Plasters his face like we're doing straight up like local news psycho propaganda, right? And then same with the Tren de Aragua stuff in, Aurora, Colorado. Anna swears and stands by her coverage that they were all overrun. And you're like, this is so dangerous, man. It is so scary. And it's like, okay, let's say they're gangs. They're overrun with it, right? Like, do we believe that, like, do you understand like the consequences of who you're talking to and what how you're talking about this? Because she never says it. She leads the audience to the water, and she's shadowboxing with the left. Like, well, you see, I don't know, because they're there and they're harming those residents. And it's like, well, so what's the answer? Because we know what the answer is under authoritarianism, which you seem okay to casually walk toward. It's arresting innocent Venezuelans who, yes, don't have documentation, but who are seeking asylum, who happen to have tattoos. Now they're in a prison cell in a terrorist prison in El Salvador. Christy Noem's in front of them doing selfies. Like, literally, like, so, and that's the other thing with homelessness. It's, look, I know there's a housing crisis. I know it. And I know, yes, I understand. But honestly, the Democrats take way too much money, and all of the housing projects and all the attempts at curbing it are all corrupt. And so what's the answer? Say it. Finish it. Finish your thought. And thought is, sometimes you got to criminalize people. Sometimes it's okay to lock people up. Sometimes they should be deported. You know what I'm saying?
On the other side of it too. She frames it usually in such a way where it's like, if they're talking about crime, it's like, are you actually on the side of the mad stabber who stabs out grandmother's eyeballs every day? Are you taking that side? And it's like, no, but this is an isolated case. Is this indicative of a broader trend? Is this happening all the time? Are Venezuelans coming over here and stabbing grandmother's eyes out? But if you pick
think about what the Republicans have done with Laken Riley, right? Like they literally do this. They literally do this. Oh, okay, so you don't approve of denial of any sort of due process. You don't approve of disappearing people into the night. You don't approve of using a gulag in a fascist, country to warehouse people. You must be in favor of Laken Riley being, all that brutality that happened to Laken Riley. You must be in favor of that. I guess you are.
This scary ass story. Of course, everyone's frightened. Of course, like, I'm not gonna sit here and defend the ice.
She picks it on purpose. She picks it to talk to us, to chide us. That's what she's talking to us, right? And that's why I find it so sloppy and lazy and dangerous. And I do think that the origin that she constantly talks about of chat was mean to her about talking about being assaulted by an unhoused person or being sort of groped, right? It was scary, obviously. But I actually think I found the first video, and I know she's probably watching this.
I think Francesca's onto something here.
And there's like a 10% chance I could be wrong on this, but I think it was when she actually interviewed a guy who wrote a book called San Francisco that was called How Progressives
Michael Schellenberg
Ruin Cities. And it was basically blaming, progressives for like allowing drug addicts to run rampant. And it's not just about housing. Some people don't want to be housed.
That's the Michael Schellenberger book. He's the guy who took over for the Twitter files when Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And Matt Taibbi had the falling out. So that's a great source to.
So this is like 2020, 2021.
So he would have been like the third midwife for the Twitter files.
I'm on the second hour. She's on the first hour. I run in there and the chat is livid. And I'm like, what is happening? And they were like, yo, she was platforming this guy. He was saying all this stuff. But within that interview, she does share that story of being groped. And she took that and was like, see, the chat thing is downplaying something that was done to me. And it's like, no, they're mad because this guy is a fascist. This guy's awful on these issues. And he's not interested in having serious conversations about mental health, addiction, and actually, the unhoused population. Like, so that is what I think the origin story. And again, there's 10% that
her dark or supervillain origin story. There it is.
I could be wrong that she might have shared this. I didn't watch TYT.
I don't know. It sounds credible enough. I'm not saying it's correct, but it's possible
all the time. So there might be TYT people who are like, nah, she told the story before, which could be, but I was on the show that day. It's just wild, of course.
I was always curious about that because I've heard her say that before about how the left made fun of her for telling her story, which, I mean, I didn't know if somebody had done that. And if any leftist had done that, then I unequivocally obviously denounced that. I think that's terrible to downplay what she went through and minimize it. So I never knew what she was referring to with that. And a lot of it seems to be them just like saying, like Cenk often brings up how he was called a Nazi. And it's like, I don't know who's calling you a Nazi. Is it Lance that you're insinuating called you a Nazi? Is it Matt? They are clearly shadow boxing a lot of the time. And they're arguing against straw men. And I feel like they're being purposefully obtuse specifically because the same things we are arguing at them are what they argued at us. I mean, 6 months before Anna Kasperi made her famous birthing person tweet, she was making that same argument, right? She was talking about how Professor Kiara Bridges and Josh Hawley were going toe-to-toe.
She was talking about inclusive language, correct, Mike?
Because she said a person with the capacity for pregnancy, and he started to attack her for that, woke language or whatever. It's been a while, so my memory's a little bit foggy. Yeah. And she was talking about how he was just using that as a distraction. Trans people are not your enemy. And a few months later, all of a sudden, I guess that it's not a distraction. And using that kind of language is woke and it's bad or whatever. Not to like put words in her mouth. I don't want to strawman her after accusing her of strawmanning us, but like it's just they've all done this 180, her and Cenk in particular, and it's frustrating that all of a sudden, we've gotten to this point where Francesca is beyond the pale. Sam Cedar's beyond the pale. Lance is beyond the pale. Who's not beyond the pale?
Sam Cedar's the ultimate grifter, according to
Brianna Wu.
Ultimate grifter, Sam.
Yeah.
Brianna Wu, Ben Glebe. I mean,
they're fine. they can participate in the marketplace of ideas.
Platform.
Actual justice warrior. How about AJW? Yeah, not beyond the pale.
Ben Glebe is truly like it's like
a guy who's like, I swear to God, like at least 30% of his content is just appealing to racists, right? The 30% of his videos can be summarized as black person with too much power did a bad thing. That's like 30% of his content at least, right? But no, he's not beyond the pale. Guy whose career on YouTube depends on anti-black racism, not beyond the pale. Mike Figueredo, beyond the pale. Francesca Fiorentini, beyond the pale. Lance from the Surfs, Sam Cedar, etc., beyond the pale.
Like platforming a Nazi. I'm very
it's genocide apologia, straight up.
I'm very confident in saying that. Like you cannot, and they get clicks and that's whatever, but like it's straight trash that comes out of his mouth. Absolute garbage, absolute lies. He's also presenting. It's not like he's just coming in and be like, hey, what do you think? We know you're very, Zionist, whatever. He's actually presenting stories about Gaza. And, Anna, oh, how dare you have a censor somebody? And it's like, the last thing I'll say on this is like, I've always been open to debate. I've always wanted to have debate. In fact, about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, around the trans athletes issue, I told Cenk called me and he was like, hey, just like the TYT show, the main flagship show, we're going to be more like, he didn't say moderates, but like mainstream progressives. We're going to do like mainstream. Right. I'm like, cool, centrism. Okay. And then because that's what they are and they don't, it's fine to be a centrist. It's okay. It's okay to be a centrist. I don't like you. I don't like politics. But then I floated to him. I was like, why don't we just have a debate? I think the audience would love it. You and Anna, me and John, will talk about it. We'll hash it out. I think folks will be never like, no. So this whole idea of like, I've had this debate. We can totally, I'm an open book. It's like, you're pretending that me saying that you acted like a bitch to, again, only my patrons that good old Hank clipped up. And like, it's just like pretending that was a massive slight. And, or the fact that I said that his brain was broken, like as if that was like a racial slur. Like, well, calm down.
I said his brain is broken too. I put it in like the thumbnails because his brain is broken. He's very clearly crashing out. But to your point, Francesca, like in bringing up, Ben Glebe and Brianna Wu, my contention isn't that Cenk should deplatform them. But what I'm saying is that I feel like it is disingenuous to platform them and debate them, but you won't offer that same thing to Francesca or Sam Cedar. You'll talk to right-wing fascists like Charlie Kirk, an explicit racist white supremacist, but yet you won't have that same conversation with Sam Cedar. That's what's so frustrating to me, is because the energy that they save for the left, like the vitriol that they refer to the left with on a daily basis, like that's not there for the Zionists. Well, unless he's on Chris Morgan, then he does do a great job. It's not there though for for anyone but the left. Like,
and I told him that privately. So privately before I asked Cenk to come on to have the debate, I privately called him and I said the exact same thing. And I was like, you seem to have so much grace for, you know, some people on the right. And I just wish you would extend that same grace to people who were once your allies, who were on your network, who really want, you know, whatever, our side to win, for, you know, again, justice, democracy to prevail. And he's like, nah. Because again, we're talking about a really thin-skinned person. Like, it sucks, but he is. And it's just like, that can't be your guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, someone who's like, like, it's just like all I'm saying is, like, can you reserve some grace for people who agree with you on 98% of other issues? And it's like, he is constantly, again, every accusation is confession. Oh, but you gotta stand in line. You gotta do this. You gotta. And it's like, but only one of us is yelling right now, man. Like,
it's not like what I find amazing. He's for years.
There is going to come a time, chat, and I think that time's fairly soon, where covering TYT is not going to be worth it. When he's going to be shadowboxing, he's going to be, oh, you, to an audience of like no one, right? There is going to come a time where I'm going to have to just stop covering TYT altogether. I do believe that's true.
He's talked about how Democrats are too nice. They got to fight harder. You got to fight. Don't be afraid to fight. And when somebody fights him and challenges him, oh, that's too mean. You can't do that. No.
You want to peel off as many of the actual progressives that are still somehow stuck in that mind prison that is TYT as possible before that happens. But yeah, there is going to come a time.
We gotta have a beer together. Like, what the? I thought you were the guy that's all about fighting, like about fighting for what you believe in. And someone does it to you, you can't stand it. Like, it's been wild to witness the whole, just the complete destruction of that network because of both Anna and him.
And I think
I will say, like, I you know, again, I don't know what happened in the background, but you know, it was always like at least one feather in his cap that, like, you know, he may be fighting with you about this stuff and he may have horrible opinions, but he at least there's his long-standing contributors. He let them still do that, like, on the network, like, even though they were disagreeing with him and talking shit about him. And I say that usually even about, you know, the right wingers that do stuff with left wingers. Like, you know, whatever you think about this person, the fact that they engage and we have these discussions, I think that's something, the one thing that's a feather in their cap. But, like, apparently he doesn't even want that anymore.
Right. I mean, he look, like, I'm not saying I should stay on the network. I do think it sucks, and I have a lot of hard opinions and sad opinions about the damage report, but I think it sucks because while they weren't going to book me anymore, and I knew that tacitly on the main show, John and I are good friends, and I go on there every week, and he has since been barred, and so has Dr. Rashad Ritchie been barred from having me on Damage Report or Indisputable, which is really sad. And I do think it kind of speaks to the work culture that John.
And look, John, poor John. People ask me about John, right? The Vanguard had some tough words for John. All right, I understand that. Here's what I'll say. There's a name for a wrestler that is not a face, that is not a heel, whose job it is to go on the mat and put somebody else over, whose job it is to be the first match for a new wrestler that people are excited about. That is called a jobber, right? That is called a jobber. That is what John is becoming. He's becoming controlled opposition, right? I don't know what his financial situation is. I don't want to, judge him based on stuff that I don't know, but I do know what his function on TYT is becoming more and more. It is the guy that is supposed to take the fall, and that's not a good place to be. You don't want to be a jobber. You don't want to be a jabroni, as Narwhal says. Yeah.
John does not feel comfortable in saying, this is my show, and I would like to book who I would like to book. And I do think there is a general lack of respect for the people and autonomy for the people who actually make Cenk and the network a lot of money. And you know what? The other thing is, it's not that much money. I know that they have a lot of people to pay. I understand that. But then, like what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, scale back if you need to scale back. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you need, like, it's just like, that's not a reason to have poor workplace practices. If anything, you'd have more buy-in when you give people more freedom. You'd have people working harder for you. But again, I also know that they consistently
He's becoming Drake.
deny, and I said this in my video, deny people bonuses when they're making hella money for them. And it's like, no, not enough. And it's just like, he's cheap. I'm sorry. He's cheap. And the other thing is like, I got paid for my appearances, not a lot, but I got paid. I relied on that income for a while. And I remember when I got paid, the head of programming told me, don't tell anybody that you're getting paid. Right.
Because you don't want other people getting, to know that they should ask for money.
Oh, something to know.
I was on there a few times, never got paid. Not that I expected to, but
right.
Because I was just a contributor to a power panel, so I was like, I'm getting
sure. Sure, but if you're consistently going on,
I was on the main show like the first hour a few times.
I think if you're making content, like you're actually editing a segment, you're writing the script or thinking of an idea, you're basically presenting it to you, and like you were doing this for them, right? And then you would have
I was a guest host, but also I was paid for my time. And I think that's the right thing to do. And it doesn't have to be tons of money, right? But I think it is the right thing to do. It is time out of your day, and it can't just be for like, thank you for the platform, sir. And they also obviously went back on a contract they signed with me in 2018. They do a lot of people dirty. In 2018, it was like I was hired for 2 weeks and they were like, oh, sorry, just kidding. And my reps were like, you need to sue them. And I was like, I don't want to, because I want to maintain a good relationship with them. And you've heard Ben Dixon's stories. We all know Hank, the editor, part-time editor stories, the union busting stories. It's like the guy doesn't necessarily believe in workplace democracy. He doesn't believe in even transparency. And I know that also firsthand, that it's a very opaque company. Nobody really knows what anyone else is doing. That the strategy isn't clear. And I
don't think John has the talent to do his own thing outside of TYT. It's like the only job he's had for many years. I think I could do something with John. I think I could. I mean, you know what I mean? I could imagine, I could imagine some worthwhile content John could make if he wasn't tied down to TYT.
But the last thing I'll say is that's part of, I think, what has happened with the Anna, Cenk, Thelma Louise situation is that Anna was for so long kept away from decision making. She was just a presenter and she was pissed about it. It sucked for her. And I was someone who super encouraged her to like fight for it, don't leave, ask for more power, ask for more, editorial control. Oops.
I think John's likable, right? But yeah, being attached to I mean, he's diminishing his brand by staying on there. He might have to do it. He might not have a choice. He might not feel like he has a choice, but yeah, it's I think that his personality goes a long way, right?
Because
what have you created?
What did I do?
Maybe she should have left.
Yeah, well, yeah, and she has a lot of control, and I think Cenk, out of a sense of paternalism, responsibility, feeling like maybe he did her wrong in the early years, didn't give her enough buy-in, I think is allowing her to take the network in not a great direction, and now obviously he's all on board with it. So that is my sort of like psychoanalysis of, again, what I think is a really toxic relationship that actually they will turn on one another. We will see that happen.
Ooh, Chad, can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? What is that going to look like? Is that going to look like Cenk's not moving fast enough for Anna? Is that going to look like she's calling him an SJW? She's calling him a left Mac? What is that going to look like? What is that going to look like if they go at each other?
My kid is crying.
No worries. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much. No, Ariana, please, you haven't said anything. If there's anything.
No, I just want to say real quick, like back when we were talking about other things, I think it was really telling about how he responded to you when you challenged him, but then with Charlie Kirk, he was like, okay, it's okay, let's just go on to the next thing. And it's like when he speaks to leftists, especially like, he does this thing where he yells and he becomes very animated. He even does it with Hassan, which mind you, Hassan has also talked about the work conditions at TYT too, and he also said that he got screwed over by his own uncle, although he didn't harbor any bad feelings. But I just kind of want to end this by saying, I feel like TYT had the potential of being like Zateo. They had the potential of grabbing a lot of people who are younger, more fresh, turning them into contributors, even if it's a little bit of money, helping them sustain, just put food on the table, because we all know how hard it is when we first start out. But instead, they've gone down this weird road, and it's really sad because left media is already very minimal compared to Republican media. Like we all saw that graph that just got released. Like there's not a lot of us out here in the ones that are out here. We're getting completely overpowered by Republican and right-leaning media. And it's just like, we never see this kind of divide between Republicans, but in our side, this is like so common. This is why I feel like sometimes we can't get shit done, because we just continuously, like, not we, but there's certain people with power, The
infighting does suck. And again, lastly, like, I do think that the invitation always stands. I'm super down for Anna to litigate.
Brianna will take over spot. Are you, Saimera, are you saying that you think that John will be forced to bring on Brianna Wu? What a nightmare.
Tell me why I'm wrong about the LA fires. Tell me why I'm wrong about Tren de Aragua. Tell me why I'm wrong. Like, I'm super open to still having these conversations. But I guess Cenk wanted to pull the ripcord and know more. And I get it. It is weird to be like, thank you.
Yeah, probably felt good
for my money.
Oh yeah, you wanted your show off the network? Well, I'll take you off the network. Yeah, probably felt good.
After I called you a bitch. Like, I totally agree with that. But also, like, you're big, I'm small. You know what I mean? And I think there is
it's just funny how he's got that bitch response to Charlie Kirk. He's got that bitch response to so many people on the right, and then to when Francesca calls him out for being a bitch, he actually stands up for himself. So
weird sense of power. Like,
I mean, at least there's that.
They're acting like they're not this massive platform, like they're not this massive network, and that we all have what they have, and we really don't. But I agree with you, Ariana, that like ultimately we should have honest conversations about. Yeah, most people aren't on board with trans athletes. So how do we have to, like, do we pivot to other issues? How do we humanize trans people? Like, well,
what we do is we take that issue out of the realm of politics, chat. If that issue is decided by science, then we're going to be all right. All right? Because the science is actually on our side on that issue. If that issue is decided by moral panic, then we're not all right. All right? That's the whole problem. It just shouldn't be a political issue. It shouldn't be You know, it shouldn't be legislated. It should be, you know, up to sporting bodies. And given no political pressure, they, for the most part, made the right decisions. The International Olympic Committee made the right decisions, right?
The answer. Like, it's not just one thing. I don't think anyone's saying that. But again, they really have just a self-fulfilling little, like, sick little prophecy between them. And they don't actually, there's not a lot of daylight. There's not a lot of disagreement. And also their brains are broken by the internet and the clickbait algorithm. I'm sorry. Like, you do this for long enough.
Watching
and
videos of themselves.
I know. And you just, and you're just like,
this.
Yeah, and like, you know, you can tell when they go to the RNC and like Rudy Giuliani comes on and, you know, it's like, hello, you know, and it's like they're super softballing him, you know, and then Charlie Kirk stops by and you're like, oh yeah, these are just like characters. These are all just caricatures, right? Like, this is not real. And I really would hate to ever be that kind of content creator that, like, none of this is real. I'm just kind of a caricature.
Cenk is that.
Steve, you should probably tell everyone where they can find you now, since
Oh, yeah.
Links in the chat so everyone can get access to them.
Oh yeah, thank you for I don't know how to do that because I don't know why. But thank you for having me on. Thanks for letting me talk a lot. I'm at Franny Fio, FRANIFIO on YouTube with the Bitchuation Room. I'll stream tomorrow at 1 p.m. And listen wherever you get your podcasts. And yeah, I'm on Zateo for America Unhinged for the first 100 days. We'll see if it continues. But hell yeah.
Awesome. All right, chat. I am dying of hunger. My friend is yelling at me. He's threatening to have lunch without me. And, you know, if he does that, it'll be at his own risk, right? He will face the consequences for eating lunch without me because I'm hungry as fuck. And I'm here doing my job, doing my thing, trying to help him have the same sort of life, have this easy life as a YouTuber, right? Which is, you know, look. People don't realize what a job this actually is. People don't realize the difficulty of it. But there is one fact that is not job-like, right? When you're talking about a job, usually you're talking about something that sucks your soul out, steals your soul, and you feel depleted by it. I don't feel like that. I feel connected by it. I feel like I'm doing something good. I feel like I am, you know, I feel good about my community. So thank you for being that community. Thank you for you know, for taking care of me. It's only through support of viewers like you that I was even able to get out of the United States. Like, I literally crowdfunded, you know, leaving the country, crowdfunded my passport, and I was able to do it thanks to you, chat. So thank you for this opportunity. I will try to be worthy, okay, of all the support that you've given me, whether that is financial support, which I need and greatly appreciate, or whether that is just the simple support of hitting that like button and joining the thumb gang, because that does more for me than you realize, right? And people who can only offer your thumbs, don't ever denigrate that and think that, oh, I'm only, you know, offering this kind of support. No. Thumb gang is great. Just being here is great. Vadim, we're gonna have to touch base tomorrow. I am so sorry. I'm just running out of time here, and my friend's gonna eat lunch without me. So yeah, he's probably eating it right now. He's probably eating a potato and thinking, ha ha ha, I bet she would love this potato. And I'm not getting the potato. What am I talking about? Japanese sweet potato. We discovered something I could eat here. So I'm gonna try to go and get those Japanese sweet potatoes. Much love, everyone. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Patreons. Again, I haven't been able to shout you out by name in a couple of streams because I don't have access to that stuff on this computer. But you know who you are, and you know that I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody that supports me in any way that you support me, especially Thumb Gang. I'll see you again tomorrow. We'll be covering, I believe, Ethan Klein again. I kind of had to just get all this content out of the way, get it covered, and I've done that total coverage. And we'll try again. Hey, look, we almost got to double content today, but I'm tapped out, chat. So much love, and I will see you all again tomorrow.